In 2021, Candace Owens was celebrated by Christians for boldly standing up against secular ideologies and defending what many saw as core Christian values. Her recent loyalty to figures like Andrew Tate, Kanye West, and her involvement in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories have left many Christians feeling uneasy, even betrayed. The very loyalty that once made her a conservative champion might now Kanye West and her involvement in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories have left many Christians feeling uneasy, even betrayed. The very loyalty that once made her a conservative champion might now be leading her and those who look up to her down a dangerous path. We'll explore how her loyalties led to her apparent anti-Semitism. But first, if you need evidence for just how bad things have gotten, take a look at this tweet. Just a few months ago, Candace tweeted, "Ban pornography. It's a psychological weapon intended to weaken our men." She followed up by saying that it was created by the most deprived people among us and that we should stigmatize every person who offends or profits from it. Now, most Christians supported this sentiment, believing that she was standing for Christian values, family, and well-being. She even tweeted that the men who struggle with pornography are the intended victims. But this is where things get complicated. You see, her stance made it all the more confusing when she defended and protected someone like Andrew Tate, who, right before his arrest, was bragging about exploiting men with porn, saying,
Chicks would sit there and hit it a keyboard that wasn't plugged in. And me and my brother eventually snapped my train. Do all the talking. We were taking their money, all of it. I had these guys selling their houses, life savings, loans, all of it to me. Give me it all. You ever feel that or not? Maybe she's solitary.
so it's ironic that she condemned porn as a weapon to weaken others. Yet, Tate bragged about doing exactly that just months before his arrest. She said that those who profit off of it should be stigmatized. Yet, right before the pandemic, Tate tweeted, "I make corn. I made so much corn that I made millions. You consume corn. I am God. You are an ethnic loser. How do you do that already? Learn how to make money by making corn here." But she never stigmatized Tate for it. And all of this is weird because even in her most recent interview with Tate, she talked to him about how bad she thinks that corn is. But this is the same guy who only a few years ago bragged about getting men addicted to corn in order to control them, tweeting, "I super hope the corn addiction gets out of control and ruins everyone's lives. I hope everyone suffers, and I don't want to help anyone break free at all. Keep watching Cowgirls. I want more money." And if you're doubting that this was a Twitter account, he confirmed it in multiple local clips online as well. So now keep in mind that this is the same guy who recorded himself during COVID lockdowns, saying that he was still running a webcam business. Despite this, Candace still claims that his webcamming business was over 10 years ago.
When he said 10 years ago,
So this video is from 10 years ago.
leave back 10 years.
You talk about candidates from 10 years ago.
Unfortunately, I had no cameras in my face 10 years ago.
The idea that you did something 10 years ago.
Okay, this is 10 years ago.
Talk about these things from 10 years ago.
Again, if you found Kenneth 10 years ago.
Which contradicts the facts, Tate's own recorded testimony, and his countless tweets. And still to this day, she continues campaigning for Tate, spreading all kinds of falsehoods for him. But all of this has left Christians confused. I mean, on the one hand, she talks about her strong conviction against corn, while on the other, she continues to platform and defend Tate despite his entire empire being built on corn. Well, the only way that this would make sense is if Candace didn't know Tate or about Tate prior to his arrest. So, is that what happened? Well, we may have gotten a little more insight into that question during a recent live stream Candace did a few days ago, but not based on what she said, instead based on what was behind her. If you've watched any of her streams from her home office, you may have noticed something interesting. If you zoom in right here, you can see a picture of her husband, George Farmer, from what appears to be several years ago. And if you look to the side of him, he's sitting next to none other than Andrew Tate. Now, we knew that Tate and Candace had met before, but what we didn't know was how deep it really went. According to her husband, he's known Tate for a very long time.
I've known Andrew since before Andrew was Andrew, you know what I mean? I've known Andrew since before he was famous, I guess. Andrew is a great guy.
But what most people didn't know was that Candace also met Tate several years ago, which could explain why, in her past episodes talking about Tate's charges, Candace didn't distance herself from Tate, but instead went to extreme lengths to protect him, even using an episode to discredit an alleged victim who accused Tate of abuse. And this is where things started looking really suspect. Given that Tate's abuser also accused another man when she was 15 years old, and that man was sentenced to 24 years in prison because of it. Because of this, Candace made an episode trying to discredit this girl's credibility. In the episode, she even went so far as to refuse to say the name of the convicted felon in order to protect his identity, while repeatedly mentioning the underage girl's name in the episode without censoring it.
The first case involves a man who I am not going to name, and the only reason I'm not going to name him is because at the time of the allegations against him, Emma was in fact a minor. And by the way, you're going to hear some beeps when I'm discussing this case. If I accidentally say his name, we intend to just beep it out.
It was almost as if Candace was willing to ignore or excuse the very values that she claims to stand for, all because of her personal loyalty to Andrew Tate. Another thing that Tate said in that tweet was that he was God, which is another thing that Candace claims to hate. She claims to hate blasphemy, and Christians have applauded her for defending Christian values by taking a stance against it. Earlier this year, she even posted a video condemning the rapper Lil Nas X for
that is mocking Jesus Christ, when it's obviously meant to be blasphemous.
But not even a month later, she endorsed Kanye's Vultures album, where Kanye says, "I'm the new Jesus," explicit. And this wasn't just art either. Following the release of his album, Kanye said multiple times that he's God. So if Candace was outraged by Lil Nas X for dressing up on a cross and she considered it to be blasphemy, then this old picture of Kanye and him saying that he's the new Jesus should also be considered blasphemy. And just to be clear, given that she's friends with Kanye, I don't expect her to personally attack him, but there's also no need to go out of the way to promote this album if blasphemy really does bother her so much. And those aren't the only Christian values that Candace seems to turn a blind eye to. Candace has condemned and shamed countless women for being immodest, including Kim Kardashian and Madonna, by saying that they're basically punning corn on the internet for being nearly naked. But that same album she promoted in multiple tweets also features Kanye's naked wife on the cover. And as Candace herself said,
there needs to either be a real standard, right? Or there should be no double standards. We just need to have a real standard, not allow pornography on the internet.
She's also made several podcasts attacking rappers for having degenerate lyrics, but literally every single thing that she scolds and shames other rappers for promoting in their lyrics is also being promoted in Kanye's Vultures album. And rather than being infuriated with it, she praises it. Once again, her values seem to be compromised by selective loyalty. But Candace's loyalty to individuals like Andrew Tate and Kanye West is only one part of the problem. Her unwavering commitment to certain ideologies has led her down an even more dangerous path.
What is it about Hitler? Why is he the most evil? Where did the idea of a concentration camp come from? The Bolsheviks, Ataturk, was done even before he was a Kabbalist. Yale was established by Frankists, Israelis that were working at the World Trade Center who were forewarned of the attack.
This is especially evident in her recent flirtation with anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, where her loyalty to these ideas has seemed to cause her to overlook facts and compromise her Christian values. You see, Candace has built a reputation for calling out misinformation and challenging mainstream media narratives. However, in recent years, Candace has become a powerful media figure herself, reaching nearly 60 million views per month, which surpasses the primetime viewership of major news networks like MSNBC. So her influence carries a lot of responsibility, making it crucial for her to remain steadfast in the Christian value of not bearing false witness. If you've been following her content lately, you can't help but notice that she seems to trace every world problem back to the Jews in some way. But the only problem is she consistently gets her facts wrong. So much so that even Nick Fuentes, who's known as the most prolific anti-Semite of our generation, he even had to call her out for how much she gets wrong.
And she's calling them the Bolshevists, and she says that, she gets all the details wrong about that. And then she says Stalin was Jewish. Stalin was not Jewish. And then she says Ataturk was secretly Jewish. Ataturk was not secretly Jewish. And then, but I didn't say anything. I said, whatever. I said, oh, well, not everyone's perfect. I said, yeah, it's not really a good look, but, she's learning. I said, she's going to get on the ball eventually. So I didn't say anything. I held my tongue, even though that was not really a good look, okay? You can't really go hard like that and stake the reputation of you and everybody on this and then, get it wrong really severely over and over. She's talking about, all this stuff that, it just doesn't even really make any sense. And the difference between me and her, one, I'm a really good researcher. Two, I really know what the fuck I'm talking about because I've been doing this a long time.
Now, when someone with views as extreme as Nick Fuentes criticizes you for inaccuracies, that's a clear sign that something has gone seriously wrong. Now, we won't get too deep into the weeds here, but take a look at the Frankist conspiracy theory that she's been arguing for lately. She argued that Theodore Herzl, a Zionist leader who helped lay the foundation for the creation of Israel, was connected to the Frankists because they were from the same region. However, Jacob Frank was born in 1726 in a small town in modern-day Ukraine, and Herzl was born almost 400 miles away in Budapest almost 100 years later. I mean, to see the problem, this is like claiming that because a gang was founded 100 years and 400 miles from where you were born, that you must be a part of it. And she was also wrong about Leo Frank being a Frankist, a claim that lacks historical support and seems to be based on only a shared last name. She claimed that the Frankists were responsible for mission Christians, which is something that they weren't even accused of. So the pattern of inaccuracies is frequent and concerning, particularly when discussing sensitive topics like these. And I get that it's easy to get caught up in compelling stories, but it's also crucial to approach these sorts of topics with careful research and an open mind. Scholars have found significant issues with all of these claims, and of course that doesn't mean that we should just dismiss these concerns outright, but it does mean that we should be especially cautious and make sure we're not unintentionally spreading harmful misinformation, especially when we have platforms as big as hers. So her frequent pattern of getting things wrong has understandably led to significant pushback against her claims. And this is one of the reasons for why her claims have been receiving so much pushback. One commenter on Twitter said, "Interesting. I don't recall anyone getting this triggered when Candace was dunking on blacks." And she responded by saying, "No, that was always allowed and encouraged," revealing once again her selective loyalty to certain ideologies over others. Some interpreted her response to be evidence that she was grifting the entire time she worked at the Daily Wire, which could be defended by taking a look at her documentary on George Floyd, The Greatest Lie Ever Sold. Now, of course, not everything that she said in this documentary was false, and many of us applauded her for the times when she looked at the facts and told uncomfortable truths. But if you watch the documentary alongside of the trial, you likely notice that she missed or ignored some critical facts. I mean, take a look at this clip from her documentary.
Would you agree that from the perspective of Officer King's body camera, it appears that Officer Chauvin's knee was more on Mr. Floyd's shoulder blade?
Yes.
So Candace tried to argue that Chauvin's knee was not on Floyd's neck, but on his shoulder blade. However, she didn't include the rest of the cross-examination, which revealed a much different story.
That moment in time, that the knee of the defendant was more toward the shoulder blade, is that right?
That is correct.
That was at a time where the ambulance had already arrived,
Yes.
very shortly before they loaded Mr. Floyd onto the gurney.
That is correct.
And so the knee of the defendant was on Mr. Floyd's neck up until the time you just pointed out.
Yes. I viewed that video portion. That is the first time that I had seen the knee of the defendant on the shoulder blade.
Now, no matter what you think about the George Floyd trial, that's not the point of what I'm getting across here. It doesn't matter if you think that he was in the right or the wrong for the sake of this video. The point is that by selectively editing the testimony, Candace presented a narrative that fit with her agenda, but didn't align with the full truth. And there are several other examples of this, like how she included a clip of a witness who was asked,
Did it appear that Mr. Floyd said, "I ate too many drugs"? Yes.
but she didn't show the rest of the conversation in which the witness clarified.
Having heard it in context, you're able to tell what Mr. Floyd is saying there?
Yes, I believe Mr. Floyd is saying, "I ain't do no drugs."
But perhaps the most significant omission was when Candace brought in an anti-BLM investigator who claimed that Floyd died from an overdose. She included selected clips from the trial to support this claim, but omitted the strong evidence that disproved her claim.
Mr. Floyd died from positional asphyxia, which is a fancy way of saying he died because he had no oxygen left in his body.
You have lots of experience treating patients suffering from opioid overdose.
Yes, sir, I do.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether fentanyl overdose causes air hunger?
No, it does not. The only time it could is if you've overdosed, but it's not air hunger because you are going to sleep. You're not hungry at all, you're sleeping. When you watch those videos and we go through them, what is his respiration? He's breathing. He's talking. He's not snoring. He is saying, "Please, please get off of me. I want to breathe. I can't breathe." That is not a fentanyl overdose. That is somebody begging to breathe.
If a person is suffering from a fentanyl overdose, would you describe that person then as alert?
No, sir. They're not going to be alert. They're going to be sleeping.
Would you describe them as oriented?
No, they're going to be, their brain is going to be in sleep mode or not breathing mode.
And was George Floyd oriented?
Oh, he was. He gave appropriate responses. Name, date of birth.
He knew where he was and what was happening.
He knew exactly where he was, what he was doing, and responding appropriately.
This omission not only misrepresented the medical evidence, but it also downplayed the severity of Floyd's struggle to breathe. Her selective editing and omissions of critical facts throughout the entire documentary highlight a pattern of her misleading her audience to fit a narrative which compromises the Christian value of impartiality in pursuit of the truth. And to be clear, I am not accusing her of doing this intentionally because I have no idea what her motives are. But given how often she seems to get her facts wrong or presents partial facts that are misleading, it's no wonder why her credibility is being seriously questioned, especially by Christians who once supported her. Alright, so as we've seen, Candace's actions reveal just how easy it is to let our loyalty cloud our judgment and lead us away from the truth. And this isn't just about Candace, it's a reminder for all of us, including myself. In the Gospels, we see that Jesus not only exemplified perfect integrity, truthfulness, and impartiality, but he also challenged the bias and loyalties of those around him. He taught us to love our neighbors as ourselves, to stand up for the truth, and to avoid showing favoritism. And unlike most of us, Jesus never compromised his values to gain favor with the crowd or to support a particular agenda. Instead, he remained faithful to God's truth even when it cost him his life. Now, we all face moments where our loyalty is tested, and there's going to be times when we get it wrong or we miss the mark. It's incredibly difficult to see our own biases and how they filter our judgment of situations. And even for me, despite how hard I try to be objective, I constantly catch myself showing favoritism and partiality. The struggle is nearly inescapable because we're still in these sinful bodies. But one thing that can really help us here is to continue to place our loyalty to Christ above all else. Loyalty is a very good thing and a very good trait to have. But if our loyalty to anything or anyone else takes precedence over our loyalty to Christ and his commands, then we run into all kinds of issues. Sin always tries to tempt us with a good thing for evil outcomes. So we need to ask ourselves, where are we placing our loyalty? Are we allowing our commitment to Christ and his teachings to be compromised by our allegiance to people, ideas, or movements? It's easy to get caught up in the noise of the world, but we have to remember that our ultimate loyalty is to Jesus. And his death and resurrection provide not just forgiveness, but by following his teachings, we can also be transformed and grow into people who love truth, show impartiality, and stand firm in our conviction. Now, if you made it this far, thank you so much for waiting around to the end. If you haven't seen one of these videos, go ahead and check them out, and I'll see you guys next time.
Welcome everyone here live now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you. We have been covering extensively the first Trump attempted assassination. I know it's hard to believe now that we have to say the first one, given everything that has happened the last couple of days out in Florida. But we want to center back in Butler, Pennsylvania, to talk about the big whistleblower report that was released by Senator Josh Hawley, a Republican out of Missouri. He released a 22-page whistleblower report from Secret Service members that have become whistleblowers and wanted to talk to him and his office about what happened, what really happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. We have all 22 pages right here, and I will be reading all 22 pages out right here on Live Now from Fox. Only one to do it on YouTube. You will only see it right here. So let's get right into it. I'm going to read the full 22 pages, and we will talk a little bit about it right here on Live Now from Fox. So it is called Whistleblower Report: Failures of the United States Secret Service in connection with the attempted assassination of former President Donald J. Trump. Report from the office of Josh Hawley, U.S. Senator for Missouri, Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. This is the executive summary. On July 13th, 2024, former President Donald J. Trump was nearly killed by an assassin's bullet while hosting a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the U.S. Secret Service failed to prevent it. It was the most stunning breakdown in presidential security since the assassination of President John F. Kennedy and attempted assassination of President Ronald Reagan. Following this catastrophic failure, the Secret Service, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and Department of Homeland Security have all tried to evade real accountability. These agencies and their leaders have slow-walked congressional investigations, misled the American people, and shirked responsibility. In response, Senator Hawley personally visited the Butler, Pennsylvania rally site to interview whistleblowers, open up a whistleblower tip line, and encourage those with relevant information to tell their stories. Since then, many individuals have come forward with information regarding the events of July 13th from the Secret Service, DHS, and local law enforcement, as well as private citizens. The resulting findings are highly damaging to the credibility of the Secret Service and DHS. They reveal a compounding pattern of negligence, sloppiness, and gross incompetence that goes back years, all of which culminated in an assassination attempt that came inches from succeeding. Chief among them are the Secret Service's Counter-Surveillance Division, which performs threat assessments of these event sites, did not perform a typical evaluation of the Butler site and was not present on the day of the rally. Secret Service personnel declined multiple offers from a local law enforcement partner to deploy drone technology, despite the fact that the would-be assassin used a drone himself to survey the rally site mere hours before the attempted assassination. The Secret Service Office of Protective Operations Manpower told agents in charge of security for the Butler rally not to request additional security resources because they would be denied. On July 13th, law enforcement personnel abandoned the rooftop of American Glass Research Building 6, the roof which Thomas Crooks attempted to assassinate the former president because of hot weather. The Secret Service lead site agent on July 13th, the agent with specific responsibility for the security of the rally site, including line-of-sight concerns, was known to be incompetent. The incompetence led to the placement of items like flags around the Butler stage and catwalk, impairing visibility. Supplementary Department of Homeland Security personnel were used to fill in shortages of Secret Service personnel on July 13th. Some DHS agents were pulled off child exploitation cases for this purpose, and the training they received was merely a poor quality 2-hour webinar. These findings, which were published by Senator Hawley in a series of letters to executive branch officials, have been cited by members of Congress and news outlets and have enhanced the public's understanding of what transpired on July 13th in Butler. In multiple cases, executive branch agencies have confirmed or corroborated whistleblower testimony. The findings have highlighted the need for swift and aggressive oversight action by the President and both houses of Congress. Executive branch agencies so far have denied any of these allegations. What is more, on July 30th, Senator Hawley directly questioned Acting Director Rowe about whistleblower allegations in a hearing jointly held by the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee and Senate Judiciary Committee. In addition, Senator Hawley is revealing several new findings from whistleblowers that have not yet been reported, including the lead agent responsible for the entire Butler visit, including the rally, failed a key examination during their federal law enforcement training to become a Secret Service agent. Secret Service intelligence units, teams of Secret Service agents paired with state and local law enforcement to handle reports of suspicious persons were absent from the Butler rally. The hospital site where former President Trump received treatment after the shooting was poorly secured, and the hospital site agent could not answer basic questions about site security. To date, Secret Service and DHS have provided virtually no answers, and there remain many questions outstanding, including who within the Secret Service or DHS made the decision to deny counter-sniper coverage to the rooftop from which Thomas Crooks shot former President Trump on July 13th. When will Secret Service or DHS publicly name the lead site agent for the rally and the lead agent for the Butler visit? Did the acting Secret Service director ever deny resources to the Trump campaign or USSS counter sniper teams, as has been reported in the press? Senator Hawley has consistently demanded accountability, calling on former Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle to resign and demanding that Acting Director Rowe terminate those responsible for the security failures, and will continue to do so in the months to come. He has also written letters to Secretary of Homeland Security Mayorkas and called on the DHS Inspector General to investigate this department's failures. Let's continue to talk about this. Here is the background on this whistleblower report. On July 13th, 2024, Thomas Matthew Crooks took up a shooting position on the top of American Glass Research, Building 6 in Butler, Pennsylvania. The building had a direct line of sight to former President Donald J. Trump as he addressed a large crowd of supporters at the Butler Farm Show grounds. From roughly 400 feet away, Crooks fired 8 rounds from his AR-15 style rifle. President Trump was struck by gunfire and immediately evacuated for medical treatment at Butler Memorial Hospital, but not before pausing to reassure the crowd that he was still alive. Crooks' bullets also took the life of Corey Compatore, who was shot in the head while shielding his family. 2 others were shot and critically injured. Congress created the U.S. Secret Service with the mission to protect the president, vice president, former presidents, and other important government officials. In fiscal year 2023, Congress appropriated roughly $3 billion to the Secret Service. Yet despite these vast resources, the Secret Service failed to protect former President Trump from a 20-year-old would-be assassin who appears to have single-handedly outwitted the world's most famous protective service. This level of incompetence demands an explanation. Senator Josh Hawley is a member of the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee and Senate Judiciary Committee, which share jurisdiction over the Secret Service. He is the only Republican senator who serves on both committees. On July 13th, the same day as the attempted assassination, Senator Hawley called on HSGAC to conduct a full investigation into the events on that day. On July 14th, Senator Hawley formally wrote to the HSGAC chairman calling for a committee investigation, and on July 15th, joined other Republican senators calling on SJC Chairman Durbin to do the same. Let's now show you and talk about the timeline of events on that horrible day. In the morning, Crooks takes his father's AR-15 rifle, buys 50 rounds of ammunition, and later drives to the rally. At 4:26 p.m., local counter sniper texts colleagues about someone who snuck in and parked by our cars. 5:06 p.m., Crooks videotaped outside secure perimeter by members of public. 5:10 p.m., state or local law enforcement identified Crooks as a suspicious person. 5:32 p.m., state or local law enforcement observed Crooks browsing news on his cell phone and in possession of a rangefinder. 5:38 p.m., photos of Crooks shared in law enforcement group chat. State or local law enforcement discussed Crooks with a rangefinder, saying, "I did see him with a rangefinder looking towards stage. For your information, if you want to notify Secret Service snipers to look out, I lost sight of him." 5:46 p.m., local law enforcement notified Secret Service counter snipers via text that there was a suspicious person. 5:51, local law enforcement notified Secret Service that Crooks was observed with a rangefinder. 6:02, Crooks is observed between the American Glass Research Building. 6:03, former President Trump takes the stage. 6:08, state or local law enforcement observes Crooks on the AGR building. 6:10, Butler Township police officer attempts to climb the roof, hoisted by another officer. Crooks aims a rifle. Officer release grips and falls 8 feet, injuring his ankle. Secret Service says they were aware locals were, quote, working on the issue. And 6:11 p.m., approximately 24 seconds later, Crooks began firing his AR-15 style rifle. FBI assesses he fired 8 rounds total. So again, let's talk a little bit more about the whistleblower allegations here on page 6 of Senator Hawley's full report. Since July 13th, many credible whistleblowers have approached Senator Hawley with pertinent information. Senator Hawley has published these allegations in a series of letters addressed to the Department of Homeland Security Secretary and USSS Acting Director Ronald Rowe. This section details the various allegations reported to Senator Hawley and the responses from executive branch agencies or lack thereof. On July 19th, 2024, Senator Hawley wrote a letter to the Secretary Mayorkas regarding credible allegations from a whistleblower with direct knowledge of the Butler event. These allegations include the whistleblower saying that the July 13th rally was considered to be a loose security event. Specifically, they alleged the following. Detection canines were not deployed to monitor entry and detect threats in the usual manner for outdoor rallies. Individuals without proper designations were able to gain access to backstage areas. DHS personnel failed to properly police the 5-foot security buffer near the stage and allowed people to move barricades around the buffer. DHS personnel were not stationed at regular intervals around the security perimeter. The whistleblower further alleged that the majority of DHS personnel working the rally were agents with the department's Homeland Security Investigations Team, or HSI. They alleged that the HSI agents were unfamiliar with standard security protocols used at campaign events. Information requested and response. In his July 19th letter, Senator Hawley requested the following information. How did DHS determine to staff the event, including any decision to rely on state or local officers? What percentage of the DHS agents at the event were from HSI rather than USSS? Were a majority of officers at the event drawn from HSI or other DHS components rather than USSS? If so, why? Were HSI agents properly trained in staffing these types of events? Did gaps exist in the security perimeter, and were the usual protocols followed for the use of canines and magnetometers? Were agents not appropriately stationed around the podium? Were the standard protocols followed for issuing designated pins embedded personnel that are allowed backstage? How long did agents physically spend on the ground surveying the site before the event? Did any paperwork obligations prevent a longer and more robust site survey? DHS has thus far failed to provide responsive answers to Senator Hawley's request. Another allegation, law enforcement abandoned the roof because it was too hot. On July 22nd, 2024, Senator Hawley wrote a letter to Secretary Mayorkas regarding credible allegations from a whistleblower with knowledge of Secret Service planning for the Butler event. The allegations include the whistleblower alleged that there was supposed to be a law enforcement presence on the roof of AGR Building 6, the roof which Thomas Crooks attempted to assassinate the former president. They alleged that at least one individual was posted to the roof of AGR Building 6 for the duration of the rally, but the post was abandoned because of the hot weather. The whistleblower further alleged that concerns over the heat prompted law enforcement to station personnel inside Building 6 rather than on patrol around the building. At the July 30th, 2024 Senate hearing, Senator Hawley directly questioned Acting Director Rowe regarding his whistleblower report. Rowe acknowledged that he heard the same report and stated that law enforcement posted up inside. He added, I think moving forward, we're going to ensure that state and local counter snipers are on the roofs. Senator Hawley continued to press for a direct answer on whether law enforcement abandoned their post on the roof, and Rowe said he did not know that to be a fact. Senator Hawley continued to press Rowe as to why he did not know. Rowe asserted, quote, "We are looking at this." Now, former Director Cheadle previously testified before the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability that the roof of AGR Building 6 was not covered with an individual on it because there was overwatch provided. This answer contradicted has previously public statements that the decision not to place law enforcement on the roof of AGR Building 6 was because the roof was too, quote, sloped. Local law enforcement has disputed the whistleblower's report that law enforcement abandoned the post on the roof, stating that they were assigned to be inside the building at windows to begin with. But on August 8th, 2024, a Wall Street Journal report suggested that there was miscommunication between the Secret Service and law enforcement regarding security plans for AGR Building 6, and that the heat did factor into those decisions regarding the roof. Relatedly, on July 23rd, 2024, the Commissioner of the Pennsylvania State Police, Colonel Christopher Barris, testified that the House Homeland Security Committee that they were at least 2 law enforcement officers in the second floor window overlooking the roof of AGR Building 6, but those officers left that post to track down the shooter. The Butler County District Attorney has disputed this claim, calling it a, quote, misstatement. He asserted that only one counter sniper briefly left the building to search for crooks, but returned to his post. The Pennsylvania State Police has stated that it stands by Colonel Parris's testimony. In his July 22nd letter, Senator Hawley requested the following information. If the whistleblower's allegations are accurate, when did the individual abandon the post? Which law enforcement units were assigned to the roof? Please provide all security plans indicating which units were assigned to the roof in the building. Did any law enforcement personnel fail to report to their assigned stations that day? DHS has thus far failed to provide responsive answers to Senator Hawley's request. Another whistleblower allegation. July 25th, Secret Service declined drone coverage. On July 25th, 2024, Senator Hawley wrote a letter to Secretary Mayorkas regarding credible allegations from a whistleblower with knowledge of security planning for the Butler event. These allegations include: the whistleblower alleges that the night before the rally, Secret Service personnel repeatedly denied offers from a local law enforcement partner to utilize drone technology to secure the rally. According to the whistleblower, the drones that were offered to the Secret Service could not only identify active shooters, but also help neutralize them. The whistleblower further alleged that after the shooting took place, Secret Service personnel changed course and asked the local partner to deploy the drone technology to surveil the site in the aftermath of the attack. In the aftermath. The day before Senator Hawley published these allegations, FBI Christopher Wray confirmed in his testimony before the House Judiciary Committee that Thomas Crooks used a drone to survey the site in preparation for his attack. In fact, Wray confirmed that the shooter was operating the drone approximately 2 hours before President Trump took the stage. Senator Hawley wrote that it was hard to understand why Secret Service personnel declined the drones offered to them, particularly in light of Wray's testimony. At the July 30th, 2024 Senate hearing, Senator Hawley directly questioned Acting Director Rowe regarding the whistleblower report. Rowe confirmed that there was an offer to fly a drone on that day. Senator Hawley asked why the offer was denied. Rowe replied, "I think the ability of local law enforcement to provide an asset, we probably should have taken them up on if it was offered." In his July 25th letter, Senator Hawley requested all records and communications concerning the availability or use of drones at the July 13th rally. DHS has thus far failed to provide the requested records. August 1st, Counter-Surveillance Division was not present at Butler rally. On August 1st, 2024, Senator Hawley wrote a letter to Acting Director Rowe regarding credible allegations from a whistleblower. These allegations include that the Secret Service Counter Surveillance Division, or CSD, the unit that performs threat assessment of event sites before the event occurs, did not perform its typical evaluation of the Butler site and was not present on the day of the rally. The whistleblower stated that if personnel from CSD had been present at the rally, the gunman would have been handcuffed in the parking lot after being spotted with a rangefinder. The whistleblower further alleged that Acting Director Rowe personally directed significant cuts to CSD, up to and including reducing the division's manpower by 20%. Acting Director Rowe did not mention this in his July 30th Senate testimony when asked directly to explain manpower reductions. The whistleblower also alleged retaliation against those within the Secret Service who expressed concern about the security of President Trump's events. The whistleblower claimed that following an event with the former president at a golf tournament in August of last year, Secret Service personnel's serious concern that local law enforcement used for every security were not properly trained or otherwise prepared to execute the tasks assigned to them, Further, Secret Service personnel expressed alarm that individuals were admitted to the event without vetting. The whistleblower alleged that those who raised such concerns faced retaliation. In an August 2nd press conference, Acting Director Rowe was asked directly about this whistleblower report. Rowe acknowledged that he heard the report and said that the Secret Service would respond to Senator Hawley's letter. He stated that CSD personnel, when requested, go out and support former president's details, but did not say whether CSD was present at the Butler rally. When asked in a follow-up question whether he cut funding personally, Rowe stated that he did not. In his August 1st letter, Senator Hawley requested the following information. All responsive records during Rowe's time as deputy director in which policy and personnel changes were made to CSD, the Secret Service division that specifically performs advanced site threat assessments. The nature of Rowe's personal involvement in revising, updating, or otherwise changing Secret Service policies and personnel related to CSD. The number of Secret Service agents who have raised concerns about security practices within the Secret Service and are currently facing disciplinary action, as well as the nature of the concerns and the type of action, and also the breakdown of Secret Service personnel at the July 13th rally by division or unit. Another allegation surfaced August 5th. Butler rally site agent was known to lack competence. On August 5th, 2024, Senator Hawley wrote in to Acting Director Rowe regarding credible allegations from multiple whistleblowers with direct knowledge of the Butler event. These allegations include that the Secret Service lead site agent, the agent with specific responsibility for the security of the rally site, was known to lack competence and experience in the role. The whistleblower claimed that the agent was responsible for mitigating line of sight concerns at the Butler site. A separate whistleblower alleged that the lead site agent personally made decisions that likely compromised the overall security of the event. For example, campaign materials such as flags were permitted to be placed around the stage and catwalk used by the former president, despite the fact that these items were typically prohibited because of how they affected the line of sight of those agents responsible for identifying threats. The Secret Service also did not check IDs when issuing credentials that authorized access to restricted areas of the site, contrary to typical practice. Another allegation coming on August 23rd. Secret Service headquarters denied additional manpower resources. On August 23rd, 2024, Senator Hawley wrote a letter to Acting Director Rowe regarding credible allegations from a whistleblower with knowledge of Secret Service planning for the Butler event. These allegations include the lead advance agent for a trip involving protection of a specific individual typically submits a manpower request to the local field office. This normally includes the number of personnel and other security assets needed for the event and is submitted to the U.S. Secret Service Office of Protective Operations Manpower, or OPO Manpower, for final approval. The whistleblower alleged that officials within this office preemptively informed the Pittsburgh field office that the Butler rally was not going to receive additional security resources because Trump is a former president and not the incumbent president or vice president. According to the whistleblower, the manpower request did not include extra security resources because agents on the ground were told not to ask for them in the first place. Importantly, these resources included counter sniper teams and CSD personnel. When asked during the July 30th Senate hearing whether former President Trump's team had been denied resources, Acting Director Rose stated, "If you're talking about Butler, Pennsylvania, all assets requested were approved. But according to the whistleblower, CSD personnel, counter sniper teams, and other critical security assets were not included in the manpower request for the Butler trip because Secret Service officials told the requesting agents that they would be denied." We have another allegation. On September 3rd, DHS agents assigned to the Butler rally received inadequate training. On September 3rd, 2024, Senator Hawley wrote a letter to Acting Director Rowe regarding credible allegations from a whistleblower with knowledge of Secret Service preparations for protected details. These allegations include that the only training received by many HSI agents reassigned to work protected details was a single 2-hour webinar on Microsoft Teams featuring pre-recorded videos. According to the whistleblower, these videos were not substantive and their playback was frequently riddled with technical mishaps, leaving the HSI agents ill-prepared for the protective mission to which they were newly assigned. Furthermore, the whistleblower alleged that the Secret Service has not changed, updated, or otherwise improved its webinar trainings since the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. The whistleblower further alleged that HSI agents were pulled off child exploitation cases in order to serve unprotected details for which they were unprepared. Senator Hawley's letter noted previously whistleblower reports that HSI agents outnumbered Secret Service agents at the Butler rally and that HSI agents at the rally had never worked a protective detail before and did not know proper procedure. The above letters encompass the whistleblower allegations that Senator Hawley has made public thus far. In addition, Senator Hawley has received several new whistleblower allegations that have not yet been reported. These include the lead agent responsible for the entire Butler visit, including the rally, failed a key examination during their federal law enforcement training to become a Secret Service agent and was known to be a low-caliber agent. Secret Service intelligence units, teams of Secret Service agents paired with state and local law enforcement to handle reports of suspicious persons were absent from the Butler rally. Deployment of these units would have been mitigated poor communication between different law enforcement components, which has emerged as one of the core operations failures of that day. The hospital site where former President Trump received treatment after the shooting was poorly secured. The Secret Service site agent responsible for hospital security did not know what was going on and could not answer basic questions about security there. 2 months have now elapsed since former President Donald J. Trump was nearly assassinated, and the American people still know far too little about why why this happened. The Secret Service, FBI, and Department of Homeland Security have not been forthcoming with the American people. Far from it. They have closed ranks, refused to confirm or deny whistleblower allegations, and resisted meaningful oversight. In fact, sources with direct knowledge of Secret Service's own internal investigation have alleged to Senator Hawley that the Department of Homeland Security is leaning on Secret Service not to comply with document requests from Congress. Instead, it has been left to courageous whistleblowers to tell the story of what really happened. They have testified to the serious security failures pervading entry level of the Butler Rally operation. They have highlighted long-standing problems at these security agencies, shedding light on decadent and unserious internal cultures here. So again, this was the full whistleblower testimony report from Senator Josh Hawley, and we appreciate everyone watching along here with us, and we will not stop until we get more of these answers, and we will continue to report on Senator Josh Hawley's whistleblower report. Remember, we read it all out for you, all 22 pages, and when there are more reports, we will continue to do so. Let me know what you think on social media. I'm on X. You see it right there. Page Live now. Would love to hear from you, and we need to get more answers into this because it seems like it is sliding from the public view, and we need more whistleblowers to come forward because it seems right now, according to Senator Josh Hawley, that HSI and other groups are being tight-lipped and telling them to not respond to requests. But because of the whistleblowers, we have documents now saying how inadequate that security was, how incompetent some of those security agents were, and we're not stopping until we find all of the answers. I'm Mike Pace with Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for watching.
When we spoke at the start of the year, I said it was way too close to November to switch anybody out. Turns out I was wrong. Beginner's luck. You said, what are the odds that Joe Biden has a debilitating event between now and November, including death? So he runs a 1 in 20 chance of dying in any given year or above, that I don't think you know whether he's even going to make it to November. Debilitating event could have been a debilitating public event.
I purposely left it vague, and I didn't say the other part of it, which I now feel comfortable saying, which is I don't know whether Donald Trump will be allowed to become president.
What do you mean by that?
I think that there's a remarkable story, and we're in a funny game, which is, are we allowed to say what that story is? Because to say it, to analyze it, to name it, is to bring it into view. I think we don't understand why the censorship is behaving the way it is. We don't understand why it's in the shadows. We don't understand why our news is acting in a bizarre fashion. So let's just set the stage, given that that was in February. There is something that I think Mike Benz has just referred to as the rules-based international order. It's an interlocking series of agreements, tacit understandings, explicit understandings, clandestine understandings about how the most important structures keep the world free of war and keep markets open. And there has been a system in place, whether understood explicitly or behind the scenes or implicitly, it says that the purpose of the two American parties is to prune the field of populist candidates so that whatever two candidates exist in a face-off are both acceptable to that world order. So what you're trying to do from the point of view, let's take it from the point of view of, let's say, the State Department, the intelligence community, the Defense Department, and major corporations that have to do with international issues, from arms trade to, oh, I don't know, food. They have a series of agreements that are fragile and could be overturned if a president entered the Oval Office who didn't agree with them, and the mood of the country was, why do we pay taxes into these structures? Why are we hamstrung? Why aren't we a free people? So what the two parties would do is that they would run primaries. You'd have populist candidates, and you'd pre-commit the populist candidates to support the candidates who won the primaries. As long as that took place and you had two candidates that were both acceptable to the international order, that is, they aren't going to rethink NAFTA or NATO or what have you, we called that democracy. So democracy was the illusion of choice, what's called magician's choice, where the choice is not actually, pick a card, any card, but somehow the magician makes sure that the card that you pick is the one that he knows. In that situation, you have magician's choice in the primaries, and then you'd have the duopoly field, two candidates, either of which was acceptable. And you could actually afford to hold an election, and the populace would vote, and that way the international order wasn't put at risk every 4 years, because you can't have alliances that are subject to the whim of the people in plebiscites. So under that structure, everything was going fine until 2016, and then the first candidate ever to not hold any position in the military nor position in government in the history of the Republic to enter the Oval Office, Donald Trump, broke through the primary structure. So then there was a full court press. Okay, we only have one candidate that's acceptable to the international order. Donald Trump will be under constant pressure that he's a loser, he's a wild man, he's an idiot, and he's under the control of the Russians. And then he was going to be a 20-1 underdog, and then he wins. And there was no precedent for this. They learned their lesson. You cannot afford to have candidates who are not acceptable to the international order and continue to have these alliances. This is an unsolved problem. So I don't have a particular dog in this fight. I, one, believe in democracy. I also believe in international agreements. And it is the job of the State Department, the intelligence community, and the Defense Department to bring this problem in front of the American people and say, we have a problem, you don't know everything that's going on, and if you start voting in populist candidates, you're going to end up knocking out load-bearing walls that you don't understand.
But Trump was in office for 4 years. Did he turn the entire table upside down?
He risked doing that.
Say more.
You remember that there was this uncomfortable accommodation given to the Central Intelligence Agency at the beginning of his actual term. There was a question about was he going to question I have a very different point of view than most of my friends who are also, at least nominally Democrats, which is it was a very immoral thing that was done to him. He was asked the question, will you pre-commit that you will accept the results of an election? Now, if you were going to rig an election, you would ask somebody that to begin with, and that's part of the game. And he says, well, we'll see. So you have this very strange thing going on where democracy is the greatest threat to democracy. Now, how can that be? It's two different concepts of democracy. One concept of democracy is the will of the people. You hold plebiscites, and even if you do it with an electoral college or political parties, the idea is that the people are allowed, by and of and for the people. The other idea of democracy is that democracy is about institutions that sprang from democracy once upon a time, and that those institutions have to be kept strong. Those are two completely different concepts that are overloaded to the same word. Under that circumstance, we have a paradox, which is how do we keep the electorate from overturning the type A democracy from overturning the type B democracy? And that's the unsolved problem that they will not bring in front of the people. So what you have is a situation in which I believe that there are many people in Washington, D.C. who think that Donald Trump cannot become president because he can now go for broke. He's also not going to try to run for re-election. He's relatively unconstrained. He's wealthy. He's learned how to play a lot of these games.
Maybe got a little bit of an axe to grind as well after the last 6 years.
No kidding. And he's a wild card. There are three people who are doing amazing versions of the drunken boxing game. Kanye, who's probably the first one to really fail, Elon, and Donald Trump. And all three of them tried to do something where you couldn't pin them down. You couldn't figure out like what they were going to do next. And that's what the order is keeps trying to do. Like, will you commit to this? Will you say this? Will you mouth these words? And none of these people would play the game. I find this all. You ever see Emmanuel Augustus, this boxer who actually, you know, I think Floyd Mayweather said it was his toughest opponent because he wouldn't fight in a style that anyone could recognize. Probably the most
unpredictable.
Yeah, and the most entertaining boxer I've ever seen in my life. I mean, just check out any highlight reel and you won't even believe this is real. It doesn't seem possible. So that's what Donald Trump is. He's a guy who's got formulas that confuse people like Sam Harris. You know, Sam and I have been debating this for years. I think that Trump is an incredibly intelligent man and that there's incredible method in his tweets of old. You could put them into a data set and you say that there are 5 or 6 different types of tweets and that the left falls for every one of them every time. So in the situation, you have a question. How is it that Donald Trump and RFK Jr. cannot possibly reach the Oval Office, and we have to have a candidate who is pre-subscribed to perpetuating these institutions, these agreements, and these orders? And there's only 1 out of 3 who has that character, and that person has not won a primary. Right now, we have no idea who's running the United States of America. I just came here in a Tesla, and I did not steer once. And I would say America is in full self-driving mode, and we don't know what the AI is that's running the Oval Office, and that's really bizarre, given that we have something like 6 minutes to make a decision about nuclear launches. We have no idea what the United States government in the executive branch actually is, but it can't be Joe Biden.
Every time it seems that an election has happened over the last decade or so, it's always been this one is different, this is the most important, this is the most important. Is there something different about the one that we're about to go into? How should we think about this election?
As World War II unraveled, the order that has produced the illusion of peace for this length of time. Imagine that you were, let's say in the 2000s, that you had this thing called the Great Moderation. There was a story that we had finally banished volatility from the markets. None of that was true. What you were doing was you were going farther and farther into a regime without understanding that sooner or later the Jenga tower has to collapse. The order that was put in place at the end of World War II, none of its architects are still alive. Very few pieces of information were passed down about what it actually is or how it functions because it's secret. And I think what you can say is that we are now living on the fumes built from that victory. That is what is unraveling. You're about to head towards a multipolar world where the game theory in a dyadic game of 2 players doesn't look remotely like the game theory in a 5 or 10 player game. So Kamala is essentially the youngest boomer possible, and she's tied to the last silent generation president we'll ever have, which was a bizarre thing to begin with. And she's pre-committed to trying to continue that order in the guise of a alternatively woke, Wall Street friendly, Indian black, folksy, I don't even know what she is. To quote the great Chris Williamson, she's a meme of a meme of a meme. That was from our last talk. And I would say this is probably the most insane election we've ever seen by a comfortable margin. I would say that there's no one in second place. I can't think of another election that is even close to this bizarre, including the attempted assassination on Donald Trump.
Yeah, there's so many things all coalescing at the same time, from what's happening with the media, to AI, to discontent, to fake news and cheap fakes and constructed.
Fake news was a fake story. If you look at the Google Trends, fake news was a tiny story during the 2016 cycle that blew up immediately afterwards. It was the placeholder as the intelligence community or the blob figured out what it was going to do next to try to take control of the international order. You have to realize that that's the first real surprise in presidential history where they lost control of the process.
Well, I've got a surprise for you. I told you not to watch this before we get to do this.
I actually listened.
Did you?
Well,
I told you not to do it.
I know, it's like pouring sugar on a picnic and keeping it so.
Okay. So, for the people who haven't seen it, we'll just do a quick recap.
MSNBC was exposed today for yet another set of lies. They deceptively edited together this video of different Joe Rogan comments to make it appear that he was singing the praises of Kamala Harris.
She's gonna win. No, she's not. She can win. She is a strong woman. She is a person who served overseas twice. She in a medical unit. So she was a congresswoman for 8 years.
Yeah.
She is a person of color. She's everything you want. She's gonna win. No, she's not. She can win. They just want no Trump, no matter what.
What do you make of that? That's the most brazen cutting together of something that millions of people have seen.
They don't really, whatever it is not really trying to fool you, it's trying to instruct you. You're allowed to see the truth. They can make it difficult to find the truth, but it's hard to shut up Joe Rogan. They've settled for something else, which is, think about MSNBC and CNN, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times, Reuters, AP, etc., as a set of instructions for how to keep your job. You're allowed to disagree. We'll set the boundaries of the disagreement. We'll set the topics of the disagreement. You may not even watch any of these things, but we'll make sure that it filters through to the people that you are watching so that they're outraged. And you're given a choice. You can choose to understand whatever you want, and you can choose to say whatever you want. But if you say what you understand to be true, you can know what the consequences are. You may lose your marriage. You may lose your job. You may lose your friends. And so, in essence, we all know that if you question the war in Ukraine, or if you say, look, I detest Donald Trump, but I'm voting for him because what's going on in the Democratic Party is unholy and insane, you're signing up for whatever Thanksgiving dinner we have planned for you. We're talking to your uncle, we're talking to your spouse. And in essence, this is a lot like Caligula installing his horse as a senator. No one's fooled that the horse is an ordinary human senator. The choice is, do you wish to say something?
In other news, this episode is brought to you by Element. For the last 3 years now, I have started my morning every single day with Element. It is a tasty electrolyte drink mix with everything that you need and nothing that you don't. Each grab and go stick pack contains a science-backed electrolyte ratio of sodium, potassium, and magnesium with no sugar, no coloring, no artificial ingredients, or any other junk. Sodium plays a critical role in reducing muscle cramps and fatigue while optimizing brain health, regulating appetite, and curbing cravings. I keep harping on about it because I can feel the difference. You should give it a try and see how you feel as well. Best of all, there is a no questions asked refund policy with an unlimited duration, so you can buy it for as long as you want. Try it all, and if you do not like it for any reason, they'll give you your money back, and you don't even need to return the box. That's how confident they are that you'll love it. Right now, you can get a free sample pack of all 8 flavors of your first box by going to the link in the description below or heading to drinklmnt.com/modernwisdom. That's drinklmnt.com/modernwisdom. I've been trying to find this term for a while that I learned through film critics online, people like Critical Drinker, who's a sweary Scottish film critic, and retroactive continuity.
Retcon.
Yeah, but I didn't know what retroactive continuity. I didn't know that that's what retconning was. I just knew it as retcon. So, retroactive continuity is a literary device in which facts in the world of a fictional work that has been established through the narrative itself are adjusted, ignored, supplemented, or contradicted by subsequently published work that recontextualizes or breaks continuity with the former. So the question is what we're seeing just the Star Wars cinematic universe
Yeah.
equivalent.
Yeah, this is Sherlock Holmes and Professor Moriarty, where
Falls off a ledge.
and yet here he is again.
It's every episode of South Park when Kenny's died.
So it's very important to understand the back of house in everything that you're doing. So, when you go to a hotel, there's an entirely secondary structure of floors, elevators, entrances, cafes that are necessary to support the front of house, which is the illusion of the hotel that you're staying in. And the same thing is true for screenwriting and the creative arts. I think everyone should, for example, read Save the Cat. It's a book on screenwriting that points out that films aren't broken into scenes so much as they're broken into beats. There are about 40 beats in a film, and the beats have names. And so if you read this book, one is called The Bad Guys Close In, and another beat is called All Hope is Lost. And these are mainstays, and you're programmed client-side at a subliminal level to be able to follow a film based on the idea that your brain is already tooled to absorb this stuff. There's a concept called spackle in Hollywood, where it costs a couple of lines to make something that makes no sense make sense. I think it's referenced in Thank You for Smoking, where they're smoking in space and there's an issue with product placement. How does it make sense to have cigarette smoking in space after sex? And whatever. Oh, it'll cost us 2 lines of spackle. And so every once in a while, the craft pokes through. And so this is retcon is a back of house concept. And the issue, again, really comes back to professional wrestling. The smark is a smart mark. A person who is being duped and agrees to be duped, but has a metacognitive perch from which to watch his or her own deception. So you're both a consumer of the story. Like when you go to a movie, you know it's fictional. You don't sit there saying this is such BS. The old thing I used to say is you don't scream, don't you understand? It's just photons projected on a wall. We are complicit in our own deception. Otherwise, we'll never be seduced, and there's nothing more wonderful than a seduction to which we are willing and eager. This is an unwanted seduction. This is coercive. This is based on a lot of carrot being taken away, and more or less all what you have is stick.
It's strange in a world where everything that everybody does and says on the internet is permanently recorded on some version of a blockchain that's kept in screenshots, even if it then gets deleted from Twitter. It just seems odd to me that there is so much retconning of this. You spoke about managed reality last time. A good example, a nice simple example of this is Kamala Harris was never called the border czar. Like they went back and changed the old articles from 3 years ago.
Here's my question. When did you wake up to this? Because in my situation, Peter Thiel, who I used to work for, said this to me. He's like, Eric, how did you get there earlier? And I said, well, I was in the university system. And academics has a faster glide path into the ground than everything else. You could see it there in the 1980s.
I don't know. I think it has taken a little bit of time. Maybe moving to America, seeing these things closer up has been part of it. I have a strong non-conspiratorial disposition, so I'll always attribute to incompetence or negligence or fear of losing your job, cowardice.
You're running the packet. There's the lefty enervation packet. And it's something that you're sort of obligated to run if you're going to be a member in good standing of the American left. So one part of it would say that correlation does not imply causation. Data is not the plural of anecdote. Never explain by malice what can be understood through incompetence. There's a large sequence of things that you're expected to say if you want the pat on the back from your colleagues. A random walk down Wall Street. Nobody can beat the market. You know that there are rich people 3 doors down who got that way from investing, but they're simply lucky idiots. All of these things you're expected to run if you're part of the expert class, so that the expert class doesn't turn on their masters. And what it is, you see, I was about to do the double copula. I always do that. What it is, in my opinion, I'm gonna have to do it. I can't get out of it. What it is a collection of safeties so that you don't use the tools of data, let's say, on your masters and attempt to convict them.
Give an example.
For example, let's imagine that you have a high number of deaths around a vaccine or injuries. That could lead to questions about under what legal regime the vaccine manufacturers achieved immunity. And so you say, oh, no, that's just correlation does not imply causation. Of course, there are going to be runs in poker. Of course, there are going to be clusters of data. This is what being fooled by randomness is all about. So if you think about what those things, how they function inside of your mind, they tend to keep you from seeking remedies. You're not going to put somebody in jail if you believe all these things. You're not going to go poking into the intelligence community. If a conspiracy theorist makes you think about a lunatic, you're not a lunatic, you're a grown-up. It's first order sophistication. Do you ever see a film called Victor Victoria?
No.
Victor Victoria is I think the tagline on the poster was the story of a woman playing a man playing a woman. And so it was a female impersonator who was actually Julie Andrews.
Right.
Right? Now, if you saw Victor behind Victoria, you certainly saw one level deep. That's one level of counterintuition. And most people, when they get to one level of counterintuition, stop, pat themselves on the back, and at least they're not like the poor fools who only see Victoria. Because Victoria, is the female being impersonated. But what happens if you see Sally? And let's imagine Sally is the person playing Victor playing Victoria. Now you've got a problem, which is you say, that's a woman. So everybody who sees Victor says, you poor bastard, you are a fool. And Reddit is great for this, by the way. The average Reddit post is, I see through that thing that you're taken in by, but have fun with it. It's a superiority contest at first order counterintuition. So at first order counterintuition, conspiracy theorists are losers in their mother's basements who posited a new world order where the flat earth society of lizard people controls the cosmos. And the funny part about it is the Atlantic Council exists.
What's that?
But that would be Sally playing Victor playing Victoria. I mean, in other words, of course there are conspiracies everywhere. We found a million conspiracies. I could tell you, various operations, Operation Condor, Operation Sea Spray, where we sprayed bacteria on all of San Francisco. We all know about the Tuskegee medical experiment, Operation Northwoods, Operation Mockingbird, Operation Ajax in Chile. We know that conspiracies are the lifeblood of the world. Every trade group is a conspiracy. The Twitter files are about conspiracy. So we're living in a world, hopefully you've achieved a point in your life where you've been invited to many conspiracies. And if you haven't, I'm really sorry, but they're everywhere. Now, what is a conspiracy theorist? It's somebody trying to figure out what these things are from outside. That's what you've got to stop. And how do you do this? Well, there are a lot of bad conspiracy theorists. There are a lot of losers and a lot of morons and a lot of idiots who imagine that lizard people are controlling everything. And so you try to make it look like the people who, well, let me give you an example. The moon landing and the JFK assassination are not in the same category. It's quite probable that something funny is going on around the JFK assassination. And it's highly improbable that the moon landings are fake. TWA Flight 800 seems very strange, or what is like 300 missing man pads from the Afghan theater. A bunch of people saw something streaking up to a plane, and the explanation doesn't exactly add up. Now you have a problem. Like, let's, the famous one that I like, which is just so dangerous, it's funny, you can just watch the radioactivity. If you can agree that nothing like Building 7's collapse has ever happened in structural engineering, you can say, well, that is interesting. It's just interesting that no building has ever collapsed like that. No steel building of this height, from playing whatever. And the instant you say that, some member of a group of 10 friends will say, oh yeah, I bet it was a bunch of thermite placed by Israelis, right, Einstein? And you're thinking, wow, gosh, that seems like a really high penalty to pay for just noticing. No building has ever collapsed like that. I'm not saying, I don't believe that.
It's this kind of pattern match of any type of skepticism with a slippery slope down to the most extreme conspiracy.
And yeah, you're just in error. You took first order counterintuition so that you became superior to the Flat Earth Society, but you're not the guy who's going to figure out the Iran-Contra scandal. Because if I told you the Iran-Contra scandal, it doesn't matter how many documents you look at, you'll still never believe that that was true. It's so insane.
This retconning, this mass lighting, gaslighting at global scale, it is mind-blowing to me that this is done on the internet when everything is held together.
Why?
Because the entire internet is obsessed with pointing out hypocrisy.
No. It's not the entire internet.
A large portion, a very vocal.
A large portion of very small accounts, a large portion of right-of-center accounts. Almost no one in what I considered my world does anything remotely like this. In other words, if you walk into a physics department, good luck finding a Republican. And good luck finding anybody who will believe almost anything that you tell them or will do so publicly. I took a tour through the East Coast, the corridor of great universities, from Massachusetts down to Philadelphia. And, I have many friends and colleagues in these departments, and they'd take me to their offices, and they'd all close the door, and they'd say, you have no idea how bad it is. And these are mathematicians and physicists. And they are living in a world in which it is simply too dangerous to dissent, to ask questions.
We'll get back to talking to Eric in 1 minute, but first, I need to tell you about Nomatic. I know what you're thinking. What you're thinking is, what backpack does Eric Weinstein use? Let me tell you. It's the Nomatic 20-liter travel pack, and the reason he uses it is because it's the best backpack on the planet. I use it, all of the team use it, literally everybody that turns up does, because there is nothing better. There are pockets for everything, your sunglasses, your laptop, your phone. It's like the Marie Kondo of luggage, an absolute Swiss Army knife that will make your entire life better. Best of all, their products will literally last you a lifetime with their lifetime guarantee. There's international shipping, free US shipping on any orders over $49. And if you don't love your purchase for any reason, you can return or exchange it within 30 days. Right now, you can get a 20% discount by going to the link in the description below or heading to nomatic.com/modernwisdom and using the code MW20 at checkout. That's nomatic.com/modernwisdom and MW20 at checkout. I did some research.
Yeah.
Tech company employee donations to midterm candidates by party, well over 90% in favor of Democrat. There is a 33% gap between Republicans and Democrats in self-described party affiliations of US journalists in 2022. And there was this recent Google furor, a couple that being popped for monopoly, unfair competition practices, on top of, are they putting their finger on the scale and editorializing? If you search for Donald Trump's name, you get negative stories about Donald Trump and positive stories about Kamala Harris. If you search Kamala Harris's name, you just get positive stories about Kamala Harris.
Okay, but how many?
Let me sure it. Let me keep going. So, I don't think, I'm not saying that Google isn't, but I don't think that Google needs to editorialize the search results if there is such an unbalanced original content pool that they're pulling from. If you have this huge sway in terms of tech, if you have this huge sway in terms of the people that are writing the articles, I don't think you need Google to put their finger on the pulse. It's 90% in one direction. If you take from that pool representatively, it's going to move in that direction.
so that you've now once again evidenced the same basic idea, which is we'll just chalk it up to emergence. These are all emergent effects. That way you never have to posit intent. You never have to say that there's a finger on the scale. Great, you're out of it. Well done. That's insane, Chris.
Hold the ripcord and got out of it. So here's the thing that I thought that was really interesting.
Wait. I want to understand something. How do you think you get to these levels of bias among employees? Do you think that something about being in tech makes you Democrat friendly?
I think my working hypothesis is that it's cowardice. That
Say more.
in order to keep your job, you need to toe the party line, and the party line is somehow dictated top down, not bottom up.
Maybe it's emergent from the Great Society programs of the 1960s. Maybe the idea that the hiring practices, not being allowed to discriminate in various ways, and the interpretation through the courts, means that the HR departments have to do things that make it impossible to be, almost impossible to be a vocal Republican in a large workplace.
So one of the interesting things about that graph, the 33% gap between Democrats and Republicans, if you go to about 1970 is when it really begins to diverge. But what you also see is that self-described independents move at almost the exact same rate as Republicans going down. So you get a bit of a gain for Democrats, a large loss for Republicans, and also a gain for independents. So how many of these people are Republicans masquerading as independents when they do their self-report? What if this gets picked up by my colleagues?
This is Timur Kuran's theory of preference falsification, that you have two sets of preferences. You have the preferences that you keep at home and the preferences that you show the world. And this is the engine of revolution. Because there's always one guy like a James Damore working at Google who's so autistic that he's going to spectrum himself right out of the workplace and say what he actually thinks.
Doesn't see the social mores that he's supposed to adhere to.
And this is why what happened, one of the gifts of the Ceausescus in Romania is that they gave us this amazing footage of their undoing. And Nicolae Ceausescu is at a rally in Bucharest. He's on, whatever balcony, and he's saying his stuff, and there's some noise in the back. I'm like, what's that noise? It keeps going, and somehow the noise starts growing louder, and people are discontent. They're just not willing to lie anymore. And each person emboldens those around them, and you see the revolution spread like a tumor.
Did you read that Uncommon Knowledge article that I mentioned?
The Ben Hunt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was very interesting.
I live this, right? I mean, like if you look at my kayfabe article, it's 2011 because I'm worried that professional wrestling is going to determine the presidency. If you look at my article on the National Science Foundation, the National Academy of Science conspiring against American scientists, that's from the early 2000s. I was canceled in the early 1990s for pointing this out long before being canceled was cool. This is, I don't know what to call it. It's like an ether in which we swim. It's all around. It's water to fish that we can't see. Our entire lives are bathed in this. And, you've always had Howard Zinn types, let's say on the left, who are willing to point to issues, and your parents would say, well, be very careful with that book, because if you do know the truth, you can't participate in polite society if you're not part of the intelligence community or part of the inside group. And the idea is that the truth can be made unfit, so that to understand the world is to remove yourself from the chessboard.
Thinking about whether it's finger on scale editorially, whether it's drawing from a pool which is disproportionately represented from one ideology or another, everybody is saying, I don't know what's going to happen in November, but it's going to be a nail biter. And it does make me think, well, given that we have what appears to be a disproportionate amount of sort of mainstream accessibility to stories leaning in one direction positively as opposed to in another, I wonder what would have happened had that not been the case. It makes a nail biter actually seem kind of like an interesting...
Who are these people who know all this stuff? Why am I out of this club? Everybody knows stuff about what's happening in November. I mean, the last time I was on the program, I said it's a million years. Donald Trump was almost killed by an AR-15. Joe Biden has been suffering with some level of dementia that's been progressing through his entire term in office. When was the last time you saw MSNBC with 5 geriatric neurologists watching his gait, his speech, and telling you their professional opinions from publicly available data? You're in the magic show, baby. And the funny part about it is, the reason I don't want to hybridize with anyone else is that responsible conspiracy theorizing is very much an adult activity. Responsible conspiracy theorizing is not based on saying, well, I've got this certainty over here, and I've lost it because I know I'm being lied to, so I can tell you exactly what is going on. It's the lizard people. Responsible conspiracy theorizing says, I know that the story makes sense, and I know that I don't know how to correct it. But, Naval Ravikant once pushed me to do a Twitter thread called "The Invisible World is First Discovered in the Visible World's Failure to Close." Right? So the idea is we find out that there's a neutrino because a neutron has a certain amount of energy, and a proton and an electron into which it decayed doesn't have that same amount of energy. So something was lost. So, there was a hypothesis due to both Pauli and Fermi that there must be some particle that is diabolically neutral, undetectable by almost any means possible, that is carrying away this extra energy. And so the idea is the visible world, that is the charged particles, or the neutron which you could detect, that world didn't close. Therefore, there had to be something else. Well, when Kamala goes from being incredibly unpopular to the loved candidate with no primary, the visible world just failed to close. The idea that nobody ever convenes a bunch of geriatric neurologists to analyze Joe Biden is the visible world failing to close. This is the origin of anti-interesting. These are all anti-interesting events. And you can measure the control of journalism by its desire to report on what everybody wants reported, and is absolutely pathologically uninteresting, not to the journalists, but to the editors who tell the journalists what can and cannot be featured in print.
How do you think this is being justified to and by the people inside?
Well, I think I tried to come at that as frontally as anyone as you've ever heard. What if, let's just steel man their perspective, rather than making them the evil baddies twirling their mustache. What if the idea is that an outbreak of truth and democracy would destroy NATO and the world order? Let's imagine that would undo the markets, that it would spread nukes. What happens if ending the control of social media would mean that weaponized anthrax plans could be spread frictionlessly? If 4 amino acids lead to worldwide lockdowns, the amount of leverage in the system should frighten you at the same time that the shadowy figures are frightening you. And the problem with the heterodox is, like we mentioned Ben Hunt. I think I've spoken to him once or twice. And what's his famous tagline? Something like, burn it all the F down. Okay, well, this is part of the problem. When you wake up and you realize that your entire life is embedded in a lie.
Managed reality.
Managed reality. You say, I don't want to live in managed reality, man. It's like, are you crazy? I don't want to live in managed reality if it's badly managed, but I can't live in direct reality either, because maybe that's just too dangerous. And so, I highly recommend that everyone learn the lesson of the United States versus the Progressive, which is a court case that would be famous, but for the fact that we're determined to forget it. It was a Streisand effect case where a magazine decided that it would be an excellent idea to point out that there are no nuclear secrets. And they said, why don't we get, I think his name was Howard Borland, a reporter who had no physics background, to figure out the redacted portions of the Stanislav Ulam Edward Teller paper that had been declassified but redacted, that explained how you get a chemical reaction to start a fission reaction as the detonator for a fusion reaction. And so he figured it out. They had sharded the information. It was scattered throughout libraries. Do you know this? You know?
No. This story's great.
Wait, my God.
You need a little bit more power in you. Nuclear.
Next time, tequila.
Dynamite.
There were two cases in the 1970s, one at Princeton and one at the Progressive magazine. I probably should have done the Princeton one first. There was a guy named, I think it was like John Aristotle, he was the Princeton mascot, like the tiger.
Okay, illustrious.
And he was a shitty physics student. And he said, you know what, I'm going to use the fact that I'm a shitty physics student, like below average, at Princeton's like one of the greatest physics departments of all time. And he said, I'm going to approach Freeman Dyson at the Institute for Advanced Study and see whether I can work out how to make a fission bomb that would actually work. So Freeman Dyson said, I will give you no information that is classified, but I will tell you whether whatever you come up with will work or not. The guy did it, and as a result, he turned it in. That is not to be found in the Princeton archives where all the junior theses are kept. And page 20 of it, I believe, is redacted because it was a working design for a fission bomb. And then the much more dangerous one was the Progressive magazine versus the United States, where the United States, do you know about the Atomic Energy Acts of 1946 and 54?
Perhaps surprisingly, no.
Welcome to my world. There's a category called restricted data that is almost never discussed, which is the only place in law where if you and I were to work at a table at a cafe and I were to show you something that could influence nuclear weaponry, the government doesn't need to classify it. It is born secret the instant my pen touches the paper and writes it down.
How is it defined?
Anything that impinges on nuclear weapons, including just like information. So you don't have a Q clearance, I don't have a Q clearance, we don't work for the government. All we're doing is physics.
Wow.
Yeah. And this has been around since, I don't know, 46, 54. It's the only place in law. It's never been tested in courts. And if you couple that to the 1917 espionage, capital punishment, I believe that it is illegal to seek information at a Q level if you don't have an access to it. So there is a question, which is, if you're any good at physics, are you potentially committing a capital crime by advancing the field if it could influence nuclear weapons? We have no idea whether it would be found constitutional. But what happened was when the Progressive magazine showed that at least a reporter, through basically archaeology in like Los Alamos Library and things, could find this and put it together, then the only thing keeping the proliferation of weapons is the difficulty of producing fissile nuclear material. There is no nuclear secret per se. I mean, you can say what it is. You've got a chemical sphere that implodes radioactive material that reaches critical mass. You have a fission explosion. And now the problem is you're using a nuclear bomb, like Hiroshima and Nagasaki level bomb, as just the detonator.
Trigger, yeah.
So it's going to rip apart this casing. How do you keep it from destroying the mechanism that's supposed to do the fusing? Well, the only thing faster than the other particles is light. You've got to use light from this reflector to actually do the fusion in the final stage.
Wow.
And that's what he figured out. Now, the reason you haven't heard about this is that we've been undoing the Streisand effect. We've been making physics boring. Physics isn't interesting. Physics isn't scary. We've got tons of, I don't know, Chinese, Iranians, people from all over the world studying irrelevant theories that aren't going to go boom. How did that happen? We don't know. And I don't know whether you've seen Mark Andreessen and Ben Horvitz video where they're talking about their visit to the White House in AI.
Tell me.
really wish we were doing this over Negronis or old fashions.
I'm sure that we could get one ordered.
No, wait, no, that's too Rogan.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we'll just stick to experimental nootropics and high doses of caffeine.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So they're doing a podcast, and they say that, well, they met with the White House, and there's this question about, should we regulate AI? Now, I don't know if undoubtedly you haven't, but you might have talked to somebody who's really been through the transformer architecture and the attention mechanism. It's basically just linear algebra. And it's not very sophisticated linear algebra. So they said, well, you can't ban math.
Mm-hmm.
And the White House said, oh, yes, we can. We did it. We banned entire regions of theoretical physics. And they said, oh, what? So we don't know what that means. We don't know. The most narrow reading of that is that you've banned some kinds of nuclear physics.
I was going to say, you're the physicist. If you were to make a couple of bets, what do you think that they're talking about?
This is the big question. We don't know whether that we're talking about the stagnation of theoretical physics or just nuclear physics.
You're okay with speculating. Let's speculate.
I'll do the decision tree. One possibility is that they're simply saying that they made nuclear physics very, very difficult to do. And that has to do with not very sexy physics, the physics of protons and neutrons and nuclei. So that branch exists. The other branch says we used string theory to cock block actual progress in theoretical physics and derailed an entire field, at least in public.
I can see where this is going.
Well, I'm trying to say, I didn't put Mark and Ben up to this podcast. You go take a look at that footage and you tell me what they're talking about.
But it draws a very interesting line between what we were talking about last time, which is this seeming theoretical dead end, which everybody has been obsessed by.
But before we get to that, let me point something out. You have never heard the phrase deemed export.
No.
So you've never heard of restricted data. You've never heard of deemed export. You've never heard of United States versus progressive. You've never heard of the Princeton mascot. All of these things can be looked up. These are all in a memory hole. The deemed export is information that is like a sensitive gyroscope for a targeting system for a weapon. You can't give sensitive centrifuges and gyroscopes to rogue regimes like North Korea or Iran. Deemed export is the information equivalent of it. You cannot share that theory or that insight. It's the extension to intellectual matters, to ideas. There are ideas you're not allowed to share with foreigners. And my point is, you don't know about any of this stuff. How is it then that you immediately say, well, surely we're not doing X, surely we're not doing Y? And my point is, do me a favor, research the history of the government attempts to keep the Manhattan Projects secret. Like, you may not know that Harold Urey, the very famous chemist, I believe published false and misleading academic papers. There's an entire complex that you're not supposed to see, which is, how do we keep all of these things from providing advantage to adversaries? And if that structure exists and you've never heard of it and you've never thought about it and you don't know the history, why are you so sure that you know that this is all nonsense?
In other news, this episode is brought to you by AG1. In my quest for the best greens drink on the planet, I went through just about every single option, and after a year of testing, I found AG1. 3 years later, I still use it every single day because it is so much more than just greens. It is the most comprehensive, highly tested, and rigorously formulated supplement I've ever found. With one single scoop of AG1, you're replacing multiple health supplements like multivitamins, digestive aids, immune supports, and more. It is NSF certified, meaning that even Olympic athletes can use it. There is a 90-day money-back guarantee. So if you've heard about AG1, you're thinking about trying it, you can buy it completely risk-free. And if you do not like it, they will give you your money back. Plus, they ship internationally. Right now, you can get a year's free supply, vitamin D3 and K2, 5 5 free AG1 travel packs and that 90-day money-back guarantee by going to the link in the description below or heading to drinkag1.com/modernwisdom. All of this, drinkag1.com/modernwisdom. That's a good point. It's a very good point. I think the implication, which is pretty interesting for me, that you were hinting at there is that there is a potential of the obsession with string theory being a red herring, very tempting, shiny, sparkly red herring, popular one, that has curtailed physicists from looking elsewhere for quite a while. You're giving me that look. You're giving me a look as if I'm close but not close enough.
No.
When I say shiny, what I mean is popular, shown out front, dangled and made to be glitzy and
To the public.
But also internally, it seemed to me. Did Ed Witten? Did you not tell me the last time that you were on here that there are no other theories, just words? Is that not the guy from which everybody else is
That is
downstream?
not shiny. That is saying everything else is crap and dangerous. In other words, string theory can't sell itself as physics. By any telling of the story, string theory is the most failed theory in the history of physics. If you look at the number of papers, the amount of money, the number of people, the number of PhDs, number of conferences, achievements in physics proper per investment or size of effort, it is the most failed theory in the history of physics. And the way in which it survives is by hunting and destroying its enemies and making its enemies dependent on them. We all have a circuit in our brain that we're going to run to the string theorists to talk about the problem with string theory because of peer review. It's like when I want to report the police department for being corrupt, well, you should go to the police with that. Wait, you're not understanding. So that's the problem.
I think we're on the same page.
Okay.
I think we are.
I think I'm just trying to say it's the problem with string theory, not the equations, not the shininess, not the advertising campaign. The problem is look at how they treat everyone else. Everyone who is not a string theorist, who is trying to do stuff that could end up as a deemed export or as restricted data, is covered and splattered in shit.
Lawrence Krauss and Leonard Susskind caused quite a ruckus with this not long ago. I didn't know that it had happened. In my defense, I hadn't seen this podcast and it only came out a few days ago.
Absolutely.
So, this is Lawrence Krauss and Leonard Susskind, Susskind being one of the best theoretical physicists ever.
No.
No? Why is he somebody worth listening to then?
He's very, very smart, and he's one of the most important string theorists ever, and he writes exceptionally clear and correct introductory books.
Okay.
But he is not a leading physicist.
But is somebody at the forefront of string theory?
Absolutely.
And he said, quote, "I can tell you with absolute certainty, string theory is not the theory of the real world. I can tell you that 100%. My strong feelings are exactly that string theory is definitely not the theory of the real world." Is that taking it out of context? Is that him framing it somewhere else? Or does that encapsulate the fact that he thinks string theory is a dead end that doesn't describe the world?
He's playing a game that I would say is logomachy, an argument over words, where he says that big S string theory is not the theory of the real world, which is the theory that was used to destroy all of its competitors, and that little s string theory exists. This is basically the attempt to take a school massacre and plead to a parking ticket. And no, I think that the prosecution should decline the offer from the good Dr. Susskind and say, no, you have 40 years of the destruction of your colleagues to answer for. You've chosen to be, words family, an asshole to just about everyone who came up with a competitor theory. And I've dealt with Leonard directly. He can be charming, he's a great raconteur, he's very brilliant, and he chooses to be a Wolfgang Pauli without achievement. He's taken a massive advance on a future career, which he will never have at age 85. So this is a person who wishes you to think of him as a leading physicist. He absolutely, categorically, by the standards of physics known to our elders is not. And Leonard Susskind is playing a game. He's saying, you saw Kill Bill. One of the great romantic scenes of all time is filmed between Beatrix Kiddo and Bill at the very end of the film. He's absolutely destroyed her life. He's killed her husband, fiance, the father of a child. She forced an abortion. She's been raped. Every indignity on earth has been suffered by this woman. And in the end, she wants to know, how could you do that to me? And what are his words? I overreacted. And you see in the film, if I recall correctly, she leans forward and she says, you overreacted? Is that your explanation? Like, how can that be? That my life has been turned upside down and your offering to me is, I overreacted. So these people, and I want to specifically call out the most aggressive of them, Lubos Model, Michio Kaku, Leonard Susskind, Jeff Harvey, Michael Duff, Andy Strominger, Kumran Vafa, have been on a tear that nothing else exists, destroying 40 years of competitors. And what does the bride say to Bill? She said, you and I have unfinished business. That's where we are right now. Your explanation to me, Eric Weinstein, is you overreacted, Leonard Susskind. You and I have unfinished business.
What happens next?
Oh, that's going to get interesting. You're watching the beginning of the collapse. You're watching people running for the exits. We're not yet at the Lehman Brothers September 15 moment with AIG looming in the background. But right now, all of these guys are trying to plead to, oh, well, it's not string theory proper, we meant, ha 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 ha, we meant something related to string theory. Yeah, that's it. You know, it's like that moment comically when somebody is caught red-handed. We're in the middle of Shaggy's It Wasn't Me.
It's theoretical retconning.
Yeah. And, you know, there's this beautiful offering that Hector makes to Achilles. We will give each other the honor of a proper burial. Achilles isn't interested. Let's do this thing.
What does that mean?
Well, hopefully somebody will come up with some money to hold a conference to get these people in the same room with the people they've tormented, whose careers they've ended, whose funds they've stolen, the stolen valor of actual achievements in real attempts to change physics. And wouldn't it be delicious and fun to see Michio Kaku, Ed Witten, Lenny Susskind, Michael Duff, Jeff Harvey actually have to face people who know what they're talking about and have a discussion of what did we just do for 40 years? Are we protecting the American public from restricted data? I have no idea. But I can tell you this, nobody in their right mind gives a startup 40 years of runway with never a call with investors, nor even a basic MVP, most, you know, minimal viable product. We've been playing weekend at Biden's, and now we're also playing weekend at Lenny's. This is really funny.
Who else would you want to have a chat with the guys on the string theory side of the world?
Well, I think Peter Woit would be fun. He's got two new theories. Again, I don't agree with either of them. I have my own theory, and I'm happy to fight with Peter. But Peter and I have been friends for all these years. I would love to have Nima Arkani Hamed and Ed Frankel and others judge this. People who aren't really string theorists, who appreciate the best parts of string-inspired mathematics, let's say, or string-inspired mechanisms in physics. There is the equations are not without interest or merit. It's the sociology should be hunted and removed with extreme prejudice. It's anti-science.
So I don't know much or anything really about the inner workings of string theory, but Sabine Hossenfeld has been on the show, Brian Greene's been on the show, Sean Carroll's been on the show.
Oh, let's get them. All of them.
And I saw a tweet saying that somebody had been to a string theory convention and had asked the question, what is string theory? And the best string theorists on the planet came up with the answer, we kind of don't know what string theory is.
And the other answer is whatever it is that we're doing. Whatever it is that the string theory community is doing. Even if they did something that had nothing to do with string theory, they've now tried to say, how about this? And I don't know if you remember Maxwell Smart and Get Smart. So he was a comic version of James Bond, an American bumbling secret agent who somehow solved cases and stopped terrible plots, but always by making accidents. And whenever he was caught, he would say, you know, I'm not worried because right now we're surrounded by the 3rd Battalion of the Marine Division. I don't believe that. Would you believe 12 police officers? No, Mr. Smart, I don't believe that either. 2 Cub Scouts with slingshots. So this is a very old pattern.
Yeah. Is this too far gone for string theory now? Is it the mask is beginning to slip to the point where even Ed Dutton's going to have to eat his words within the next decade?
They'll never eat their words. They'll just keep lying. Lying as a way of life. Lying to the public as... I mean, I think Susskind somewhere else in this interview says something like we have to keep interest in physics high. Look, science is fine. What we have now learned to call the science TM is an abomination. And one of the things people don't learn about from regular investing, retail investing, is what's called relative value trades. People say, oh, I'm bullish on tech. I'm staying out of the tech market. If you don't have the ability to go short, you don't know what a relative value trade is. Relative value trade says, I think Microsoft has the right idea over at OpenAI, and Google's Gemini has too much political encumberment. So I'm going to go long Microsoft, and I'm going to fund it by going short Google. And therefore, whatever tech does, they'll both go up or both go down as within the sector, as the sector rises and falls. But you're betting on the
cross-trade hedge, kind of.
Exactly. The right trade at the moment is go long science because it's been beaten up with its association with the science TM. So short the science TM, long science, I think is the multi-billion-dollar trade for smart countries at the moment. You have to hunt out the science TM, which lives inside of the journals, lives inside of the funding agencies, lives inside of the departmental defense mechanisms, lives inside of the CIA, DITRA, all of these sorts of blog-related agencies that get their paws into science. And by the way, I absolutely want the military to pick up the funding of basic research. We have to overturn something called the Mansfield Amendment, which a previous generation was obsessed by, and modern academicians don't even know exists. That was when the military was funding basic research. They were our best friends. They stayed out of our hair. They were just paying a retainer so that they could call on us in times of emergency. And we stupidly gave away that funding source. And it's time to get it back, and it's probably time to allow physicists, mathematicians, biologists, intellectual property rights over basic research, not just technologies. Because right now what we're doing is you're impoverishing the people who provide your safety and your prosperity. You're not letting them participate in the very society that they're funding.
I've been using my 8 Sleep mattress for years, and I absolutely love it. I used to find myself waking up in the middle of the night because it was too hot, and this has been completely neutralized by the magic that is 8 Sleep. It is time to upgrade your sleep game with 8 Sleep's newest generation pod, the Pod 4 Ultra. It can cool down each side of the bed to 20 degrees below room temperature, and for those who snore heavily, it can detect your snoring and automatically lift your head a few degrees to improve airflow and stop it. And it is clinically proven to give you up to 1 hour more of quality sleep every night. Best of all, they have a 30-day sleep trial, so you can buy it, Try it, and if you do not like it, after 30 days, they will give you your money back. Plus, they ship internationally. Right now, you can get $350 off the Pod 4 Ultra by going to the link in the description below or heading to 8sleep.com/modernwisdom and using the code modernwisdom at checkout. That's EIGHT sleep.com/modernwisdom and modern wisdom at checkout. Is this indicative of a broader problem in all of science? Is physics the tip of the spear, or is there anything even further down?
Science used to be dominated by physics and mathematics in a certain sense after the atomic weapons proved their mettle. And then the physicists showed that they could do things that nobody could imagine. For example, molecular biology is basically founded by physicists. World Wide Web comes out of CERN. Semiconductors come out of Stanford and the actual silicon that was in Silicon Valley. So then it became a biology focused. So right now, when you say science, most people think biology, rather than in previous years where most people thought the physicists who could do everything. We need hearings. And we need to basically rid the National Academy of Sciences, the National Science Foundation, the National Science Board, the National Research Council, the journals, Lancet, Nature, Science, publishing houses of all of the science. We've got to get rid of the science. The science is infecting us. We need lawyers, guns, and money. And
it does seem like a fantastically asymmetric trade. You know, I think I hear this all the time in the world of trading. Look for limited downside and unlimited upside.
I think we could make fantastic progress within theoretical physics within 5 years, and I can promise you nobody's interested in funding it. What does it mean when academicians go after Harvard, MIT?
Is it academicians, though?
Yeah, it's trolls with PhDs. There's an entire community of trolls hunting people who dissent. Like, I bet Sabina Hassenfelder has people who are just sitting around trying to destroy her.
Yeah.
And the same was true for...
It's magnified, I think, not just by the dissent, but also by the platform.
Same one.
Exposure. You're jealous of exposure.
And I don't think of that.
Oh, I think that it is very, very obvious that if somebody gets attention and someone else feels that it's undeserving in one form or another, that guy's a phony, and look at all of the whatever they get.
I think there's some of that, but I think to think that that's what it is mistaken.
Not entirely, but I think that it's a really big leverage function on top of it.
I don't think that's true. Right now, we have a country with no president, and we've moved on. And what's Taylor Swift doing? Right? So my claim is that anti-interesting, once you understand what anti-interesting is, like, assume that you actually wanted just to humiliate people. You give them a talk. If you can't play the piano, and I want to humiliate you because you say you're a piano player,
away you go.
I'll get you a grand piano on a stage and an audience.
Yeah.
No, this isn't that. This is something really interesting. And because it's cheap, it's free. Why don't we find out whether somebody has something to say? I'm telling you right now, I believe I can explain where the particle spectrum comes from. I can explain the origin of, this is my claim, the 16 particles that make up the first generation of matter, not coming from particle theory, but coming from general relativity. The most natural thing in the world is to say that's a really bold claim. There's no known explanation for the particle spectrum in terms of general relativity. What is that guy talking about? Let's get him in here. Let's get him on video. We'll humiliate him. This will be fun. We'll take away his audience. Never happens. Instead, what it is that there's this constant sort of whisper campaign against somebody like Sabina. Oh, she's a popularizer. She's not serious. She doesn't know her stuff. Blah, 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 blah.
It's the they sold out of pop musicians. I like their old stuff.
Well, did you see this thing with Sean Carroll and Kurt Jaimungal?
I know Kurt, theories of toe, theories of everything.
Yeah.
I didn't see what him and Sean got into. This is spicy. This is like the Kardashians for physicists. I love it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
So Kurt says, well, what do you think of Elise Smolin Stephen Wolf, from Eric Weinstein, and Peter Woit. And Sean Carroll very definitely says, "Oh, I would put Lee Smolin in with them. The others are amateurs. Lee Smolin is a serious physicist." Peter Woit just wrote one of the greatest books in physics and mathematics I've ever seen. A comprehensive guide to the role of group theory within the quantum, symmetry within the quantum. Nobody knew that this guy had this in him. He was running this blog, and it was an excellent blog. Everybody in the community reads it, and many people pretend that they don't, because it's very critical of string theory, but he's very, very good. Then he writes a book like this. Nobody saw it coming. Then he comes up with two theories, both of which I think are wrong, but are really, really clever about the nature of the strong force, what would be called weaker hypercharge, and what would be called weak isospin, and the origin of the left-right asymmetry of the universe called chirality. And when I ask these critics, they have no idea what these theories are. It took me like 15 to 45 minutes to get the basic idea of both. This is preposterous. For Sean Carroll to claim Peter Woit is considerably better than Sean Carroll. And if you don't believe it, let's have the two of them on stage with each other. It's very funny.
I would love to see Kurtz moderate that conversation.
Yeah.
So I had an idea that I really wanted to teach you about, and I think
I love this part of our interaction.
well, here's something I prepared earlier. So you'll be familiar with the term audience capture, which is when you begin feeding red meat to your audience, you start to say what they want or expect you to say rather than what you truly believe, because you've been positively reinforced to do so by plays and comments and potentially money. There is a...
You know that I brought that up in the article on the intellectual dark web that Barry Weiss...
No, I didn't. So there is a new idea, which I love, called criticism capture.
Tell me about it. I don't know about it.
So this is Ethan Strauss, and I'm relating this to your idea of an accuracy budget as well.
Okay.
And I think this may be pieces together, so let's see what you think. Criticism capture is more dangerous than audience capture. Most people have occupations where they get criticized in private. To have it take place in public, as happens in media, is a different dynamic, especially in this era. I happen to think one's response to criticism is important and almost defining in this field. The game isn't just what you do, it's what you do after what you're doing gets defined by people who hate it. I've contemplated hypothetically ideal replies when getting ripped at scale. Some are cruel, some are nice, some are strategic, some are impulsive. In a way, they're almost all dishonest. Nearly everybody in this situation attempts to seem above the fray they're fighting, like the Wojak of the happy face in front of the rage tears. That's why you see so many public figures on the internet starting off with lol, when what they really mean is fuck you. In most instances, whatever you come up with is only marginally better than I know you are, but what am I? The basic theory is that people are more unhinged when addressing their criticisms, not their compliments.
I call this the Streisand squeeze in a slightly different context. So the idea is that a low-value human becomes obsessed with you because what they get out of it is if you react to them, they want the attention and the portion of your audience that dislikes you to become their audience. And if you answer the criticism, like intellectually, you're fundamentally playing into a gambit. So you try not answering the criticism, and then it becomes, why won't he answer his critics? And then you're saying, well, are you applying this criticism uniformly? Are you... It's an absolutely diabolical situation.
So the point that I find interesting is not, although it is, what is the motivation of the criticizer is interesting to me, but what is the response of the criticized is much more interesting to me.
What are the options? I'm actually just interested. What do you see as the options that are possible? Because I can't, this is a problem that I can't solve.
I understand. I think there's a great point that Ethan makes where he says that the unraveling usually starts as a rebuttal to some criticism, not the embrace of some inspired followers.
Say more about that.
The impact of criticism isn't the impact. Yes, people fear the professional, social, and financial consequences of reputation harm, but often in media, that's not what kills you. Instead, it's your own unforced errors in response to the criticism. Some people change their messaging to avoid the blowback, like a wide receiver shying from necessary contact over the middle. Some disagreeable personalities get their backs up and overcorrect. Their content starts to match the fevered pitch of their most aggressive detractors. They almost mirror the derangement regarding criticism itself as a positive indicator. So I think we've all seen over the last 5 years people lean into almost being a meme of a meme, being a caricature of themselves. And, you know, I know that you had I think you were disheartened by what you didn't see your audience do for you when some criticism came for the portal.
There wasn't criticism. I can handle criticism. You'll notice that I have a very strong civility issue. I have an anti-stalker, anti-troll policy. For example, I really like Michael Malice as an individual. But when Jay Leno had a bunch of hot oil or something scald his face, Michael chose to make a joke and he said, well, Jay Leno hasn't been this hot in years. And it's not like I don't understand the joke, but it's like, I don't know Jay Leno, and the guy just had scald. I just don't do this. I don't like getting energy from hurting people. I just did this Terrence Howard thing with Joe Rogan. And I told Joe, I will not go on a show as a debunker.
I texted you and said how impressed I was with your patience.
It's not just patience. Terrence has a couple things that are really worthwhile.
But still,
wait. It entitles me to say a lot of what you're doing is just very, very low quality. But this thing that you're doing over here, I'll vouch for. I'll put my name behind that. That's really clever and really good. If I can't find one jewel, one gem, one positive thing to say, it's for somebody else. And part of this is I'm trying to indicate this is what criticism actually is. I'm modeling what criticism. I wasn't weak. I didn't shy away from what I considered to be the sort of uninformed or pseudoscientific or historically inaccurate stuff in that. But I also had no desire to hurt Terrence, and in fact, I wanted to elevate him and help him.
To make him feel silly or...
You know, there's a time to hurt somebody. And Terrence hadn't done anything. You know, he's confused about things, and he knows that he has something, and he doesn't know where it comes from, all that kind of stuff. And then to hear some giant portion of the internet say, oh my God, you know, this is the way, this is the genius, and another portion say this guy is an idiot and has nothing. Neither of these things are true. To get back to your point about criticism capture, I can't solve this problem because the critics are mostly stalkers. I'll answer a critic. Anybody who's, the first thing I'm going to do, if you call me like a cult leader, I'm going to say, well, tell me something. What did you call Ed Whitten? What did you call Lenny Susskind? Because that's a cult. You want to talk about a cult? I mean, that's a serious cult. There's no way that you can say, well, you know, this tiny cult down the street, you know, has a problem with pedophilia. You said, well, did you check out the Catholic Church? Well, no, we're not doing that. That's a religion. Oh, okay, I understand. So you're going to go after small fry. As long as you go after everybody evenly and fairly and academically, you're not a troll.
I saw a great quote the other day that said, cult, failed religion, religion, successful cult.
They're interrelated at a very important level. But, you know, like redemption is part of all religions usually. And very often some of these minor cults are just about expulsion and destruction. I think that what we have to realize is that civility wasn't some sort of nicety among 18th century gentlemen. It's absolutely essential to high trust activities like science that have incredible power over our lives. And I am not aware of my critics. I have trolls, I have stalkers, I have people I fear physically and I think about legally and I think about protection from them. But I'm not aware of a single critic of my theories. If you ask anybody who jumps up and says, "Oh, I'm a critic of Eric's theories," I would say, ask that person, has that person tried to hunt down your previous connections and written to your friends and tried to dig up dirt? And if they answer honestly, because I actually have the letters and emails that these people engage in, these people are character assassins posing as critics. And I think that this is actually the big problem. We don't have debates. We have street fights. We have people pulling a knife in a boxing match, or plaster, bandages in their boxing gloves, or whatever is going on. We need fights. We need critics. We need debates that are refereed, that are ethical, where people shake hands at the beginning and hug at the end. Touch gloves. We don't have that, and we're dying from that. You'll notice that, for example, in the string theory and the string theory critics, they basically don't appear on the same stage ever. And this has to do with wrestling versus MMA. You notice that you don't see, if wrestling is so effective, why don't we try it like professional wrestling inside of an MMA thing where you're jumping up on the cage and coming down and all this stuff? It's because one thing is an actual sport and one thing is a simulated sport. And I think that what we need is Queensberry rules. Queensberry rules is how you avoid kayfabe. You have ideas. You can't gouge eyes. You can't use small digit manipulation where you break fingers. You can't go for the throat or the genitals. You put your finger on. I've never heard of this criticism capture, and I love it. And that's why I developed the concept of the Streisand squeeze. Either you allow us to whittle away at you, or you respond to us, you boost us, and you become part of the trap. If you ever watch like David Attenborough, naturalism, you'll see pack animals, whether it's orcas or hyenas, doesn't matter. They do this thing where they nip at their target.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's this weird voiceover, which I don't understand at all, which says, the hyenas are trying to trick the animal into expending its energy to fend off these nips. The nips don't actually do much damage, but they do exhaust the animal, so it won't be able to fight later. Say, okay, so imagine that you don't respond to the nips. Do you live? No, you. Then the hyenas become emboldened, and then you die a different way. So my point is that evolution would certainly have figured out not to respond to the nips if that was a winning strategy.
Everybody's concerned about their social status.
Isn't it interesting that everybody pretends that they aren't? I am. Of course I'm concerned about my social status, because it's my ability to walk into a department and talk to a colleague. I think what we're going to do is we're going to solve this problem, because to not solve this problem is to effectively dead end our most important scientific endeavors, to say nothing of other forms of criticism. But just in science,
Well,
right now the critics don't exist. The stalkers are everywhere, and the lengths to which the stalkers will go, particularly in my case, PhD level stalkers, people who write to my wife's thesis advisor. You're talking about a level of insanity that I think these people are emboldened because what they do in the shadows just isn't known.
Can you see my Kitty's playpen pink fluffy version of your terrorism capture?
Sure.
Can you see the line that I would draw between that and the idea that you have of an accuracy budget, and how one could become perverted by the other?
Oh, sure. Look.
But I love the accuracy budget thing, and I've not heard of it before, which is why I wanted to give
Well,
you
the
the opportunity.
hypocrisy budget, the accuracy budget, all of these budgets to lead a human life, the inconsistency budget.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, can you explain? Because it's one of the coolest things that I've learned.
I really appreciate that.
Recently.
In order to live a life in public, you're going to opine on a million different things. You're not going to be giving full footnotes. You're not going to be giving, bibliographies and counters. And so, in essence, there's sort of a good faith level of hypocrisy and inaccuracy and self-kindness and all of these things that every human being exhibits. And if the idea is that we're going to hold everyone who's expressed inconsistent opinions or who's found a self-serving opinion now and again, and we're going to call that person a hypocrite or a liar or whatever, we're going to torch all of our best people. What if we took Gregor Mendel and his pea pods, where we found out about Mendelian genetics, and we said, well, you faked your data, so everything you did is crap. Because he did fake his data. But he's also a genius who advanced the field.
Newton and his alchemy.
Yeah, for sure. And in order to keep good people in the public sphere, the key question isn't, have you ever exhibited inconsistency? Have you ever been cruel when you shouldn't have been, or self-kind? Like, for example, you made the statement in our last meeting, it's way too close to November for anyone to leave the race. Does that mean that we should never listen to Chris Williamson again? Horseshit. In fact, the most important thing is that you own that in the first part of the interchange. And so my feeling is that not only do you have a budget for making strong statements that turn out not to be true, but we also know that you're like a really good faith actor. And I would listen more to you the next time you say something like, oh, come on, Eric, there's no question that, whatever it is. So how do we get this idea of, no, that was hypocritical, but he's way under budget on hypocrisy. She got that wrong. But on the other hand, she's told us so many things that are right. Her budget doesn't go to zero. Like, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson is really, really wrong on gender. On the other hand, so much of what he says is just true. And there's a move. Like, I'm very critical of Neil. But do you want to cancel a guy who's this good at explaining science? Sean Carroll is an absolute ass when it comes to critics of mainstream theory, in a diabolical one. But he's civil. He's a great explainer. He really knows physics at a very deep level that many people do not currently. And I don't want to see Sean Carroll removed from science explanation. I want to dance with him on a stage. That would be fun. But that is not a person that needs to be removed because he's got a really bad, nasty streak to him when it comes to the criticism of mainstream physics. I just don't understand this desire for personal destruction. There's this
no principle of charity ever.
Well, there are people who don't. No, I should say it differently. I've become aware that in that community, to show any kind of mercy or charity or generosity, let's take the debunking community. The people who are always telling you, don't worry, I will warn you about the bad people on the internet you're consuming. They work at the level of the human, and that's how you know that there's something wrong with them. I can't think of an individual who always gets everything wrong. Donald Trump has done a lot right.
Broken clocks. Yeah.
What? No, it's not broken clocks.
Yeah.
Do you think Adolf Hitler got to be the leader of Germany because he got every single thing 180 degrees wrong? You could set your clock to him how wrong he was. No, he had to get things right. But he's absolutely diabolical. So what do? We put a perimeter around him and say, look, that thing is so dangerous that we are going to act as if everything it says is wrong. And that's what this comes from. It comes from a strategy where you can't afford to do fugu with certain people. Japanese pufferfish served as sushi, where the neurotoxin produces a delightful tingling sensation on the tongue if carved correctly, and if served improperly kills the patron. So you have fugu chefs, and you can't afford to let an unlicensed chef serve fugu. And so in part, the strategy is you say, well, pufferfish is just too dangerous to eat, and therefore pufferfish bad. I think that that's what we do too often. We've just decided that effectively the debunking community wants to go after people wholesale. It's much more efficient to destroy the human.
Well, efficiency was sort of what was front and center there. That we all look for shortcuts, right? We have heuristics, we have a reputation. This person has been wrong X number of times, therefore we can accurately predict that. ... But it seems like any inconsistency, any hypocrisy, any failure is often magnified and scrutinized and blown up out of proportion with the accuracy budget. One of the interesting things that I've been talking about recently is that content creators, like a podcaster or a YouTuber or whatever, will get criticized for the videos that they made or the guests that they brought on.
Yeah.
But they never get complimented for the guests that they didn't bring on.
You mean example? Like you've never had Alex Jones on, have you?
No. So, for instance, the number of guests that get offered to us, get suggested that we should bring them on, that I should bring them on, and I say no to because of me not believing that they're a good actor, that I don't want to speak to them, that I'm not interested in them. But very few people know the people that you said no to. Almost nobody does. So you don't get any bonus points.
Well, because it's very confusing. Like, for example, I might have Alex Jones on my show. I would never do InfoWars. Right? And so the idea is you're trying to figure out the context. Alex Jones says many interesting things, and he's been right about many interesting things, and he's gotten things really dangerously wrong. You have to take it, and by the way, I've talked to Alex Jones, which is interesting. The funniest part about it is he uses Alex Jones as sort of an adjective. Like, that guy is way more Alex Jones than I am, which is really disconcerting, like intellectually. James O'Keefe does some good work, and he does some work that I can't stand, and I had him on. Or, I had the woman who plays Riley Reid, the pornographic actress, as a guest on The Portal. And I'm very disturbed by some of the things that she's engaged in. I find her, absolutely a charming soul, and we talked about things that were not inguinally exciting, because we were talking about the context of the work. So the issue of serving fugu is really important. And I think that it has to do with in what context does it occur? Does the host push back and sort of warn people about some of the issues that are dangerous? And is the host, is that person good enough to serve fugu?
So when we balance criticism capture, how that feels for the creator, the people that people are fans of, that me and you are fans of, we are both. This is the funny thing about content, that Elon Musk's jet is delayed. I imagine he's got lots of things to do, but one of those things will probably be, if he's tired, I'll open up YouTube and I'll see what's on there. Everybody is a fan of somebody on the internet, whether it's writing, reading, hearing, whatever it might be. And when you combine that with this idea of an accuracy budget, and basically the fact that everybody's accuracy budget starts in a deficit, that the principle of charity is very rarely given to anybody on the internet. I had this idea of the peak hate rule, similar to the peak end rule, that every content creator, every sort of public person is known for their biggest and most recent sort of run-in with something that people find reprehensible.
Okay.
So Jordan Peterson, best known for Bill C-16, he's transphobe, and also Jordan Peterson is a Zionist pro-Israel. Maybe that's the most recent thing that he's done. Or he mansplains to Kathy Newton. I don't know whatever his most recent thing is. Lex tweeted recently, I think that neither Trump nor Harris will destroy America if elected president. Call me crazy, but I think that Trump is not a fascist and Harris is not a communist. I think this is a reasonable, rational position, but according to the internet, it's insane. Either way, getting attacked by both sides has been mentally exhausting for me. Perhaps that's the design of the current political climate. Anybody with moderate open-mindedness needs to be pushed out in favor of a battle between dogmatic extremes. This doesn't seem like the right path toward truth. Has been mentally exhausting for me, was the point that I made. And the thing that I've realized now, kind of seeing both sides of the fence, being both a creator and a consumer, is that this lack of principle of charity, this over magnification from the creator side in terms of how it feels from a criticism capture perspective, that your criticisms are more deleterious than your compliments are infusing, and the fact that the accuracy budget doesn't exist, basically means that apart from the most staunch, I don't give a fuck Tim Kennedy, Joe Rogan style, or I don't read the comments style approaches, almost everybody that you like to watch on the internet is on this very slow descent where they begin to run out of fuel. That anybody that decides to play with ideas, that needs to push the accuracy budget,
Right.
anyone that decides to actually push up against, I'm not too sure here, but I'm going to give this a crack.
Okay.
They are going to be disproportionately criticized online. That is going to be deleterious, and it's going to derogate their motivation. And that basically means that everybody is on this sort of and it's essentially a fight against like digital entropy.
Well, look, I'm learning something from our conversation in real time. Like, for example, I don't have a good response to stalking. And what I realized is that my discomfort with the people who are coming after me is a stalking-based discomfort. And now I'm suddenly understanding why Joe Rogan is saying, like, don't read the comments, which is like a don't let the critics live rent-free in your head. That's not my problem.
Mm-hmm.
So in part, if I understand what you just said, I think Kamala has some communism in her appeal. It may not be native to her, but I know that the under 30 crowd is playing with like neo-Marxian ideas, and that I've been told by the Democratic Party, we need their votes. Don't worry. They won't get anywhere inside the party. We just let them mouth off and they don't get any legislation passed. Like, I've been told, here's the plan. We need you to stop coming after us. Of course we're hypocritical. We're courting communists because we need the votes to win. But I guarantee you they won't be able to do any damage if we are elected. So now you say something about Kamala and somebody says, I can see the communism. Equity is communism. It's equality of outcome. That the support for October 7th is revolutionary. It's not, you're not talking about liberalism or progressivism. You're talking about calling the murder of parents in front of their children resistance. These sorts of things are confusing us because we have these very strange amalgams. I can tell you that part of Kamala is the appeal to the Hamptons crowd that she will continue the carried interest exemption in the tax code. That doesn't feel very communistic. Another part of her is speaking to, radical Islamists saying, don't worry, we're going to be portraying this as bigotry and Islamophobia. You're just another religion like any other, and you're being subjected to prejudice. So how do you deal with an amalgam where you can't go long and short? I can tell you that there are parts of Donald Trump that I very much appreciate, and there are parts of Donald Trump that make it impossible for me to imagine voting for him. When he was at a rally and there was a protester being led out, he said, back in the day, we all have our bad Trump. We know how to take care of such people. If anybody wants to rough these people up, I'll pay your legal bills. And I thought, wow, you have no idea what you just unleashed and you're comfortable with it. I don't want that person with a nuclear football. My discomfort with Donald Trump isn't a class issue or whatever. It's that I saw a temperament that shouldn't be anywhere near that. Kamala Harris shouldn't be anywhere near the nuclear football. I have no idea who's on top of the nuclear football because it can't be Joe Biden. I promise you that. And I've been assured, by the way, that what's really going on is that there's a team that is governing because Biden cannot, and that I should feel, if I knew who these people were, I would be pleased as punch because they're far better than Joe Biden. Can you imagine being told that as an American? We're not going to invoke the Constitution to rid ourselves of a president who's incompetent. We've instead installed a great team that you can't see, so don't worry. So in all of these situations, Chris, I think what's happening is we don't have the ability to slice and dice. The average person, I don't know if you've seen this poll that I'm running right at the moment, it's still live. I decided to try to make pro-choice and pro-life the same category. And I asked the question, you want to pull it up on my Twitter feed and read it?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, anytime you do a poll on Twitter, you will always be told, you don't realize that this is biased because it's your audience, and you don't realize that your language is prejudicial. But it's funny that those complaints aren't levied at AP or Harris, or because every poll is subject to something like this. This one's really instructive.
Question: is your position on abortion, whatever it is, exactly the same for the day after conception as it is for the day before full-term birth? Yes, of course, 33%. No, of course not, 67%. 25,507 votes. There's a bit of time left. I don't think it's going to reverse that.
Well, here's my question. First of all, is that already an interesting result? Because pro-life and pro-choice in their most staunch form are now sharing a position that it is either my body, my choice, or this is a life and it's always murder. So both of those are now grouped, and about 1/3 of the respondents hold a pro-life or pro-choice position. The comments are dominated by people saying, of course it's a life, this is a monstrous question, how can you even think about this, I don't believe in murder. So in other words, it's not even the pro-choice people, but the pro-life people who are dominating the comments. And it goes back to Yeats with the idea that the worst are full of passionate intensity and the best lack all conviction. It's not right, but it's the people within a clear ideological position feel very comfortable speaking. And the people who have a nuanced position have learned their lesson to shut up.
The quiet middle.
And this is why mere negative stuff on the internet doesn't have a lot of effect on me. I just say, oh my God, I've learned my lesson about the Chihuahua effect. The Chihuahua effect is that the annoying voices that just yap all day long have time because they're not doing anything productive. They're mean people. They're not that important. So I basically just block on civility. If you start using loaded language about clown, LOL, that stuff, I just block you because I can't afford to have that person in my head. What I don't know what to do with is the fact that people don't realize that neither pro-life nor pro-choice, as an example, captures an average thinking person's response to the complex embryology of pregnancy and cessation.
I've always said that what is a position that that famous Peter question, what is a position that you hold that most people would disagree with? I don't actually know if this is the truth, but it's certainly one that people don't talk about. And mine is that both pro-life and pro-choice sound like the right answer to me. I've got permanent recency bias.
Yeah.
Based on whoever the most, the closest proximity last guy was. If I've just watched Shapiro,
right.
Well, that does make a lot of sense. So on and so on.
I'm exactly the opposite. My feeling is that the only two positions I don't listen to in immigration theory is open borders and closed borders, because they're both exactly, this is my get a room position. Closed borders and open borders people should get a room. Pro-life and pro-choice people should get a room. The rest of us are trying to solve problems. I don't know what you guys are doing. And, it's not like I don't have absolutes in my life. I do. It's just that they're few and far between, and they have to be carefully chosen. And I think this has to do with Schelling points, if you know that concept.
Assume I don't.
So, if you don't believe that conception or birth is the right limit point for interceding in a pregnancy, then you're looking for some point that is much less well defined. Is it a particular Carnegie stage? Is it viability? If it's viability, what happens when the technology changes? What about frozen embryos, et cetera, et cetera? So we have this penchant for clear positions that are wrong over nuanced positions that are right but lack a good Schelling point.
And it's always been the case. I noticed this so long ago that certainty is a proxy for expertise.
It's a good version of it.
It is. The example I use all of the time. I don't know why it's the case, but Peter Zion geopolitics guy.
Yeah.
He has Rogan actually brought this up, and Sam Harris both separately, and it was so funny. It was this thing that I'd had after I'd spoken to him that I then heard Rogan say in an episode and Sam say on the intro to the episode with Peter. This is the most certain man I've ever spoken to in the world. I don't necessarily have the chops or have done the research to be able to work out the veracity of what he's saying, but my God, it's convincing because this isn't caveated. It's not. It seems to be so. The evidence would suggest that, so on and so forth. This is exactly what's going to happen with nitrogen balance in the soil in Russia over the next 5 harvests. This is what we know is going to occur with the Chinese battleships in the South China Sea.
Which is. So I'm exactly the opposite guy. My feeling, and I wish I would love to just push this out, is pay the tax on the way in. So, for example, of all the free speech people, I am the only one I know who says categorically I'm not a free speech absolutist. And I've watched my friends who said they were free speech absolutists fall
Pay the
off.
tax on the way out.
Well, the problem is that you know you're going to meet a situation in which you have to realize that that's simplistic. So the key thing is there are a lot of things that generate applause, you know, and you've got to forego the applause lines, right? Because those applause lines are there because people are saying, finally somebody said it. I appreciate the clarity. There wasn't a lot of wiggle words.
Can I give you a physics term that we've been playing about with me and a couple of my friends?
Love to learn.
Thinking in superpositions.
Yeah.
Before collapsing it down. But there's some people who can't bear the uncertainty.
100%. I mean, I really believe that is probably the one concept of quantum mechanics that actually, like, if you the Heisenberg stuff where people say, well, if you look at the system, you interfere with it, that has nothing to do with Heisenberg. The superposition is actually pretty much a tight pairing between quantum mechanics and what it is that we need to do. Another version of this, by the way, is some giant percentage of the population says, I don't understand your argument when they really mean I don't accept your argument. For example, you could ask me, you could say, Eric, I don't understand anti-Semitism. Jews do so much, they contribute to society. I would say, I understand anti-Semitism. Now there's a question. Wait a second. We're trying to label anti-Semites as lunatics, and you're saying you can actually, yeah, I can run it in emulation. I have a sandbox in my brain. I've got a little anti-Semite in my Jewish brain.
I'm sure he's loving it. He's having a great time up there.
He wants to know why so many of your guests are Jewish. We've got to stop doing that. We've got to stop saying, I can't understand X. When we mean, I understand X, find X very, very dangerous and wrong.
It's almost like a weakness or a fragility to not allow yourself to try and play that other side. What was that? You need to be able to explain the other side's argument better than they can.
Yeah, this is the steel manning thing that I think, I actually forget who I heard it from first. I used it on Sam Harris. And
the first time I ever heard it be used was Sam and Jordan, was how they opened up that Pangburn debate.
So I think he got it. I think you can hear on something called Faith in Reason, where Sam asks me to clarify what that means. And it wasn't original to me, but it's a really important concept.
It's very cool.
And
it's outrageously civil.
Well, thank you. And this is one part of the reason, something I don't know how to deal with is that I coin a lot of acronyms, concepts, etc. And people say, why do you do that? It detracts from your message. It's a lot of clutter. And I don't know how to respond exactly. We're missing a lot of concepts. And one of the things that I know is coming from you is a book in which you take all of the things that you pepper these conversations with, these concepts, which are necessary for modern life but haven't been embedded in our education, right? So like the Streisand effect, before you get to the Streisand squeeze, is actually something that's very important to understand in our media age. And if that wasn't pushed out, it would be very confusing as to why somebody wouldn't respond to something when they do have an answer. Our cognitive toolkit got hit with a lot of stuff having to do with the internet, then the web, then social, search, and mobile. That is so much change that a brain that came before those five things cannot function in the modern world. And what we need to do, of course, and this is why I was suspicious that we're going to be in this criticism issue forever, is we haven't yet invented the concepts that make modern life tolerable. And I think that you and I and a bunch of people in podcasting land are casting about for what are the missing concepts. And I give this example of the word selfie because it was the best example I've ever seen. Why did hot chicks in restaurant bathrooms take pictures of themselves in mirrors? Nobody knew. Didn't make any sense. And at some point, somebody coined the word selfie. And it was instant. We'd all seen this phenomenon, but nobody had a concept.
It was word of the year 1 year.
Yeah. And the reason is that you needed it because it was there everywhere, but until it had some place where it could nucleate around.
This is good. So this has just tied me in to this makes an awful lot of sense. So your idea of an accuracy budget, okay? I think I need to request a mean budget.
Yeah.
Because one of the criticisms that people have for me and a bunch of my friends, like George or whoever, why does everything need a fucking name? Why does everything need to be an analogy?
Well,
why does it have to be a yogurt lid moment as opposed to why can't you say you just saw some? And I'm like, for a few reasons. Firstly,
This is great.
Firstly, remembering concepts is hard, and essentializing something, taking it from this big, long story. The parable of the Mexican fisherman. If you've heard the story a couple of times, you remember what it is. You don't need to hear the story again. You just hear the parable of the Mexican fisherman. Oh yeah, of course, it's the guy that overcomplicates his life and ends up coming back to the place where he began. It's the same stories you get in The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho, etc., etc. Fantastic. Disc, ego. It pick whatever it is of choice, and then it takes this huge, big concept and synthesizes it down.
And if you don't know it, then you can click on that, and the hyper, the phrase, or the fails over to a bumper sticker. The bumper sticker to a summary paragraph in abstract, to a short essay, to a book. And so the idea is that the more you need of these things, you can keep clicking through.
Yep. Yeah, to expand out.
The funny thing is that, have you noticed that canned humor disappeared?
What does that mean?
Nobody. Three guys go into a bar. That thing that your uncle used to do doesn't happen in our world at all. And almost all of the Jewish wisdom that had been in the Talmud, in my experience, my father had 35 jokes, which if you understood all of them was a blueprint for life. And like, I'll just say the punchlines. Knew he had a hat. Keep your goddamn jack. $5,000 plus legal expenses. Now, by killing canned humor, you killed off the encapsulation of thousands of years of Talmudic study about the very difficult trade-offs and constraints that human beings are under. And so you say, yeah, I don't tell corny jokes. You sound like you from the Catskills. Like, well, no shit, Sherlock. You just basically took the human endowment and flushed it down the toilet. Now, something else I want to play with if I can. The stuff that comes back at you on the internet, if you had to pick and choose what you think is fair and what you've learned from versus what you think is just a distraction, I wonder if that would be something we could play with. Like, what have you learned from your critics? Where do you think there's validity? Where do you have an unsolved problem? And where do you just have the idea of, I can't have that in my head, it's the worst thing in the world?
The most accurate, I think, is that my difficulty and discomfort pushing back, my people-pleasing nature is in me everywhere that I go. Actually, apart from when I'm in a restaurant, dealing with waiters, I'm pretty good at making my sort of needs known there. But outside of that, sitting with discomfort, disappointing people, making them upset or angry, I often feel like other people's emotional states are my responsibility. And this is something that I have across the board. And that means that I have a particular vector of weakness when it comes to the podcast, because a lot of the time I need to push back against ideas. I need to stress test. And if you say something, a good example of this, Abigail Schreier wrote a book, Bad Therapy.
Yeah.
And I fundamentally disagreed with a lot of the ideas in it. So I thought, and I messaged a friend before I was going to do it and said, this is my plan for the episode. I want to make my positions known and not step in and throw a life buoy to try and fix the problem. And the perennial recovering people pleasers out there may sort of feel the same, that you say a thing which is going to induce some discomfort or something which is it's stopped, it's got a harsh end to it or whatever. And then you say with it, you sort of bring this thing into land by offering. So how can it be the case that all therapy is bad because it allows you or causes you to focus on yourself and your issues, but you also include in that CBT something which is unbelievably practical and shows up as an evidence-based intervention for lots of people's disorders? Is it that, and then is it that you step in to soften the blow?
Is it?
So throughout that episode in particular, I had to ask these questions, and then as I watch the guest get to this point, which is exactly the reason that you ask a difficult question, as opposed to there is this compulsion inside of me, I'm dragged forward to go, well, what I mean, and throw this sort of life buoy to them, because sitting with that discomfort. So that is by far, I think, the most valid criticism. Now, one of the things that nobody gets to see is how hard it is for people to achieve the things that they achieve. So, apart from in sports, you got a guy that's got the world bench press record with long arms, and you go, oh my God, look at the length of his arms, look at his bench press record. That's phenomenal. The dude that's 5'10" that's in the NBA, oh my God, look at his height, he's in the NBA. You can see there's physical characteristics. But then if you were to see Douglas Murray and Malcolm Gladwell on stage together, or Ben Shapiro and Denny Badie, and you go, they're able to be disagreeable so seamlessly. For me to get even 5% of the way there, I need to do the equivalent of a 1 rep max to ask Abigail Schreier about CBT. And that's, for me, just an obvious area where hypertrophy and noob gains can be accrued most easily. So I think that's the fairest of the criticisms.
Anything else that you think is like something you find in the comments where you feel like you're pointing at something that's true but you're not getting it right, or
certainly. Oh wait, actually, I mean one of the criticisms that comes up relatively frequently is I'm both a misogynist, a red pill right wing misogynist, and also a blue pill left wing cuck at the same time.
superposition.
Absolutely thinking in a superposition. But you'll see the comments on the same video.
Yeah.
You'll see them underneath the same video. And that is one of the things, as somebody who not fears criticism capture, but certainly would be a poster boy for criticism capture being warping. And it's something that I need to account for. I do particularly well with positive reinforcement, with enthusiasm, with excitability.
Can I give you my take on this? Because I think this is one of the most interesting things you just put your finger on. What you're talking about are cognitive clusters. So for example, when I was this is the first time I learned about it, I was on stage with Ben Shapiro and Sam Harris. And if you look at the clusters of comments on that video from the Masonic Theater in San Francisco, they were like, thank God Eric was there, because otherwise we'd be hearing about, is there a God? Yes, no, which is boring as hell. Why is Eric on stage? We're all here just to hear the atheist debate the Orthodox Jew. So what you learn about is that the cognitive clusters have no awareness that they're part of this dyadic relationship of what you are and how they process. So for example, I'm colorblind, as is my brother.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Well,
and
the first thing that everyone says to a colorblind person, what color is that over there? You go,
Yeah.
I don't
Well, it's very interesting being colorblind, because the terminology is bad. You see color, but you don't have the same. It's not like the world is black and white. It's just yellow or green. I can't tell. So depending upon what color blindness you have, you see different numbers in the Pebble tests that they give you. So the question of what is the Pebble, it's basically Mindstorm versus Green Needle or the Dress or any one of these things where people factor themselves out of the equation and they imagine that they are in a universal position as consumers of whatever it is that you just said, right? It's like, why does he spend so much time on the stuff he's discussed on every other podcast? Why does he just jump in as assuming everybody knows exactly what this is about? Your audience is unaware of the fact that they've been cognitively clustered. And so when you read these things, you're not reading about you. You're reading about dyadic relationships with different cognitive clusters, and you'll find the same, like, one of the things that I know is that a lot of people don't agree with the dialectic. They believe that there's a thesis and there's an antithesis, and there's no synthesis. There's just people sitting on the fence who are pussies for not having a position. And so every time I attempt to synthesize things, because things are in a superposition and I'm trying to talk about the nuance, they have an idea of, he never says anything. Because to them, to that person, saying something is to say, Trump is the man. You've got to go with Kamala. Otherwise, you're just, those sorts of people in that poll, for example, the cluster that believes that pregnancy doesn't change in any meaningful way relative to abortion are a meta cluster, including pro-life and pro-choice.
Yeah.
What we need to do more of is to understand what it is that we're reading as feedback. I know, for example, that many people find me overbearing. And it's not that I don't see that in myself, but nobody ever asks me, do you see in yourself that you can be overbearing in conversation? Totally. Well, if you can see it, why do you do it? Interesting question. In general, I find that sometimes I try not to be overbearing at all. And I feel like most conversations end up in a conversation I've already been in. I'm old enough. I'm just bored because I think that humans in general are a large language model.
That's one of the reasons Naval hasn't done another podcast properly since Rogan. He said, I don't want to say the same things twice.
Maybe. But I guess what I find is that people don't ask about other people's levels of self-awareness.
Oh, I love asking that. That's one of the reasons that your question was so interesting. There's a concept familiar or similar to what you were talking about before called tilting at windmills. An online stranger doesn't know you. All they have are a few vague impressions of you, too meager to form anything but a phantasm. So when they attack you, they're really just attacking their own imagination. There is no need to take it personally.
My brother has a version of this that I think is brilliant, where he says that the person who's just cut you off in traffic, all you know about them is that they cut you off in traffic. You don't know about their work in pediatric oncology. And so until you actually have a fuller position, you don't realize that you've cut somebody off in traffic and been cut off in traffic, and the only data point you have represents the entire human.
Of course, yeah. A combination of fundamental attribution error and a bunch of others. There's an equivalent that I learned from Instagram of all places, which I think sort of shows this relativity or our assumption that our position is the correct one. Every guy that fancies girls with bigger boobs than mine is a chubby chaser. Every guy that fancies girls with smaller boobs than mine is a pedophile. That basically you have yourself as the reference point, and then anything outside of that on either side is some perturbment.
Why do you think this is? Why do you think that we don't actually, I'll be honest, almost no conversation in my life moves above the level where I could set a large language model to have it?
Good question. So I think we have these social mores and dynamics typically that we follow by not wanting to look silly or play outside of an area that we know. A lot of the time it causes us to go back to scripts that we've run before that we knew kind of worked. So I think confidence, sort of social confidence, has a lot to do with it. Thinking is expensive and it's hard. Genuinely trying to be generative during a conversation is tough. A lot of the time people are uncomfortable with silence, which causes them to push answers out when sort of sitting back would have maybe allowed them to come up with something new. If you're trying to go quicker, your direction can be less precise and you can move in a less agile way. You're just trying to get the things out as opposed to giving yourself a little bit of a beat. This is why the best definition of a best friend is who can you spend time in silence with without it feeling uncomfortable, and who can you be around with the least filter. I think those two together are a really good example of who are your people.
Present company excluded, just for the reasons for the obvious reasons. Who are the guests who bring out the best version of you as an interviewer?
George Mack, who's one of my best friends, phenomenal writer. Rob Henderson, Gwynder Bogle, Rory Sutherland, Douglas Murray. On the guesting side, Rogan.
So you've interviewed Rogan?
No, on the me as a guest,
guesting
side. I don't do that much, so I don't have a particularly big pool to pull from. But those are the guys that I get to play with ideas, and I know that we're focused on the idea. I know that Tim Ferriss was a really great example of this. Just such a great conversationalist. You know, if I'm imprecise with a question, or if I'm trying to get to something, he takes the best version of the thing that I said as and he infers what I meant to say, and it's absolute best. So he almost, as such a great interviewer, makes you a better interviewer by turning your hopefully quite good question into the best question by his answer. Sometimes reframes it, sometimes moves it in the direction. It's really great. It's like a multiplicative environment.
Do you feel like you know things about Joe Rogan or Lex Friedman or Douglas Murray that most people don't know that make them so successful?
Yes.
In Tim Ferriss and
certainly Rogan, and certainly Douglas. Okay, so
let's take Rogan.
Okay,
because
so
a lot of people are mystified.
All right, so let me open up. The Joe Rogan superpower as a podcaster is that he can ask a question with a statement. Nobody else has landed on this, and I realized this the first time that I got to sit down with him. So
news to me.
It's for a couple of reasons. Joe is able to say a statement in response to a statement. So you, as the guest, or some dusty academic author that's got a new book out, and you're telling him about, you're David Buss talking about evolutionary psychology, and it's all interesting, and these are new concepts. And you finish up explaining about how sex ratio hypothesis works. And Joe says, it's so interesting because in New York, you have this sort of abundance of women. And the guest then goes, so Joe doesn't make a conversation feel like an interview because he answers statements with statements. If you actually listen, a lot of the time, Joe doesn't ask that many questions in his podcast. He's not a big question asker when compared with most other podcasters. He makes statements. And the reason is, if you listen to most conversations, normal conversations between friends, statement, 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 statement. It's back and forth. One of the reasons that Joe's show feels so naturalistic is that he asks questions with statements. It's very rare. Super rare. I've been trying to do it ever since I went on a show 2 years ago for the first time. I've been trying to cultivate that because I think it makes for such a beautiful conversational flow. One of the problems that you have is, as you start to push the guest's expertise, the delta between yours and the guest's expertise, your ability to answer statements with statements becomes lower. You need to say, what do you mean by that? Or how's that the case? Or what would you say is this thing? But that's what makes him, that's one of the reasons that makes him so great. And that's why it's so enjoyable as a guest on the show.
I don't immediately resonate with that because I think that sometimes he has different dynamics with different guests. But it's certainly at a minimum adjacent to something that I experience with him, which is he's really less egoic than just about anyone I deal with. And the way that you see this, like, an interesting thing happened, it's happened a couple of times between you and me, where when you said this thing, like, do you know what audience capture is on? I'm straining because it wasn't much discussed before I brought it up, but I don't want to say, that's mine.
Mm-hmm.
right? I want to let it go, but I don't want to suddenly lose my claim on it. And that has to do with like ego and insecurity and
Yep.
and whatnot.
Wanting to be recognized. Yeah.
Well, just and trauma from having had things taken away from you that you can never get back. Joe could take the shot himself, and instead he serves it up to you.
Right.
And maybe you can't even do as good of a job as he would have done. But his job, like until you piss him off, he's trying to make you the best version of you.
So
And
this is where I come into tension with my people-pleasing nature. That a combination of give someone enough rope and they'll show themselves for who they truly are in any case. That asking questions that sort of it gives people the opportunity and the room to step on the landmines that they're going to lay for themselves in any case. But also, I want a guest that comes on the show to just have a good time.
yeah,
I see it as my job to basically be a trampoline. So they're going to jump up and down, and it's my job to be as springy as possible and make them seem as acrobatic and as great as they can. And a lot of the time, that means taking something that someone said and as opposed to trying to tear it down to, is this what you know? Or how about this? Or that's an interesting idea. Or I've got this. Let's build. Oh, that's so interesting. So on and so forth. And it can seem like pandering. I can see how it could seem sort of sycophantic in some ways. But for me, as far as I can tell, the job of a podcaster is to make the guests' ideas as good as is possible. This is the best light that they could be seen in, and this is how they relate to me, and this is what I think about them, and this is what I thought that you meant, and that's why it's fun. That's what fires me up.
do you know why I do your podcast? It's like 3 in a row when I'm really trying to do less podcasts.
Yeah, I keep bringing you out over time, and yeah,
Well, no, but it has to do with the fact that this is how I get a chance to see you when you're in LA.
sure.
And like we don't go out to a bar. So this is my chance to like hang out with you for a couple of hours. And in a way, it's sort of sad. We have this dynamic where it's like also, oh, save it for the podcast, save it for the podcast. It's frustrating because in part, like I have lots of friends that I don't podcast with, who I have great conversations with. One of the things about Joe, for example, that I don't know how to tell people it. He's obviously like this thing about he's a meathead is a great troll. That meathead reads so much, he knows so much, he's interested in so much that a lot of what's happening is that he's actually infusing the guest with an idea he could take credit for himself, but he would rather that the guest looks good, and it doesn't come across as people pleasing. And I'll be honest, I don't really see this criticism. Maybe it's because I see you principally in your interactions with me. I don't like the gotcha style. You saw this with Don Lemon and Elon Musk, where somebody comes from the gotcha style of interviewing.
Yeah.
It's like, well, just softball after softball. It's like, you idiots. What do you think life is? Do you think it's like you did the gotcha question that fouled the person up on air and you got to see them sweat and break down and lose? That's not what makes great podcasting. You want repeat characters that you keep coming back to and you watch their development. And so I just want to say that from my cognitive cluster, I'm not positive that these criticisms of you are valid. It may be with other guests, but like in general, I feel like you can establish an evolution of thought without going through the sort of competitive nonsense.
I appreciate that,
Yeah.
and it's something I'm working on. So one of the most important personality traits that me and my friends have tried to cultivate in ourselves is agency. It's what we're obsessed by. It's what we talk about. Intentionalism, which is a subset. It is necessary but not sufficient in order to be able to build out agency. Something else that we really love talking about. And upon reflection, I realized that all of us had first learned about the word agency from you. So I wondered whether there is
From my first podcast.
whether there is a tension to navigate between wanting to maximize agency, wanting to have control over the outcomes in your life, basically believing that I will win the video game sort of no matter what's in front of me, and I will also treat life in that sort of playful manner as well, which I think is an element of agency. How do you navigate the tension between wanting to live a hopeful agentic existence and all of the doom and gloom that you're permanently embroiled in?
It's an amazing question, and it's strange to me that it didn't get followed up by almost anybody. High agency is a lifelong commitment for me, and you know the song "Boy Named Sue" by Johnny Cash?
Can you play it on the harmonica?
It's mostly it's a patter song before, it's like rap country.
No, not familiar.
When my daddy left home when I was 3, didn't leave much for me, mom, and me, but this old guitar and an empty bottle of booze. I didn't blame him, he ran and hid, but the meanest thing that he ever did was before he left, he went and named me Sue. The guy, he must have thought it was quite a joke, got a lot of laughs from a lot of folks. It seems I had to find my whole life through. Some gal would giggle and I'd get red, some guy would laugh and I'd bust his head. I tell you, life ain't easy for a boy named Sue. Anyway, it goes on, and basically this guy has to become tough and agentic. And he swears that, he'll search the honky-tonks and saloons until he finds his father and kill him. And finally, he chances upon a saloon, and there at a table deal instead was the dirty, mangy dog who named me Sue. And he gets into a fight with his father. The father cuts off a piece of his ear. And finally, Sue gets the better of his father. And he says, you have the right to kill me, and don't blame me if you do. But before I die, I want you to thank me for the spit in your eye, because I'm the dirty, mangy dog who named you Sue or whatever. And they reconcile. That song, to me, is about dyslexia. It's about dysgraphia. It's about the torture of school for being smart and not even having a high IQ, because one of the 4 components of IQ is something called processing, which I just think is an abomination that somehow gets into intelligence. I was a B- high school student in math, mostly because I was charming, or the grade would have been even lower. And so one of the things that weirdly I'm most proud of in my life, and sort of the origin story that people don't ask enough about because it has to do with dyslexia, is that somehow a B- high school student limps out of high school and 3 years later at 19 has a master's degree in mathematics, headed for arguably the top department in the world as a graduate school at Harvard. And that's not a story about I'm so smart. It's a story about agency. It's about doing the thing that you're not good at, like that you're really, really bad at. And my son, who's currently, he's finished all of his physics courses in the theory portion of his major as a freshman. Many years ago, it broke my heart, and he came to me and he said, "Dad, I know I'm not a good student, but you'd think of all the things I'd at least be good at math," because he was very analytical. And then suddenly, during the pandemic, he wanted to get out of the school he was in because it was a bad fit in the science department. And he was stuck at home between 10th and 11th grade. And he said, "Dad, I want to know if it's okay if I use this time when I'm stuck at home to study for the graduate record exam as if he was a graduating senior in physics." And he says, "I want to take it in the fall." And I said, "Well, let's review this. You've never taken calculus. You've never taken a course in physics. You're struggling in all of your technical subjects. Why do you want to take the GRE in physics?" And he said, "I listened to you very carefully, and you said that we should get around college by using the graduate record exam as a college equivalency degree, just the way we have a high school equivalency degree." And he said, "I've looked at all of the universities as to what their physics requirements are in the top 10, and it's very uniform because they have to be interoperable. I've reduced it to basically 4 books that I have to know. I know what the prerequisites are, and there's a test to see if it works so I can hold myself accountable. I've noticed that the only place holding the GRE in physics is in Arizona. Can we fly to Phoenix and take the GRE in physics as if I'm completing a 4-year college?" And I thought about it. I said, "This means you're going to be ruining your summer. He says, no, for me it's fun. Let me try. Will you back it? So I bought him the books, bought the plane ticket, and the kid sat at the table for like 2.5 months. We fly out, and he takes the exam, but the kid's never taken any relevant class whatsoever, and he proves that he's at least at that level. Life is filled with these opportunities. There are cheat codes everywhere. There are panic rooms where if you know which book to pull, the bookcase just swings open for you. Both my kids graduated a year early because all you have to do is ask your high school, hey, I really want to graduate a year early, and it's possible. I don't know how to teach people that no is the beginning of a conversation. You know, one day I was having a steak dinner, I think with Dave Rubin and Jordan Peterson. And it came to the Big Five personality inventory, which Jordan swears by. And he was discussing, you know, you can read off your Myers-Briggs like that. And he said, but that's not really as good as the Big Five. So he gave Dave his Big Five. I was terrified. I didn't say anything. He says, you, Eric, are particularly interested. I said, why? He said, well, you're very high in trade openness, but what really distinguishes you is you're the most disagreeable person I've ever met, or something close to it. And I think cultivating disagreeability even sounds bad. Well, he's very disagreeable, but it's trait disagreeability rather than that. It has to do with non-acceptance. Somebody says there's nothing we can do. Well, is there really nothing you can do? Are you sure? You know, very often, for example, I can get ChatGPT to tell me things it's not supposed to by figuring out how to do prompt engineering. There's almost always a way to do anything that seems like it should be possible. And cultivating this trait, MacGyvering everything or finding the cheat code, is a way of life. And if you don't have that as a dyslexic, my grandfather was probably the most brilliant of 4 people in his generation, and the 4 families that came west to make mayonnaise that's how we ended up in California. And he wasn't equal to it. Couldn't graduate from college, couldn't get beyond, his intelligence couldn't get beyond the deficit. And one of the podcasts that nobody listens to me on, that I'm proudest of, is a podcast called something like Teach Me Teacher, where I basically go after educators and I say, you guys are the most dangerous, horrible people to the neurodivergent. Every second of my life spent in your classrooms before college, before university, is a second I want back. Is trauma, is pain. All you did is instill in me that I'm an idiot, I'm a moron, I'm not good enough, I should go away, I'm bad, I'm aberrant. It's like, I got it. I really got it. You don't like me, I don't like you, you're bad people to me, you can think that I'm the student who's just disagreeable. But the fact of the matter is, life depends on disagreeable people.
What would you say to the people who feel like they didn't fit in when they were younger, they still don't fit in now? Like, life happens for other people and they're on the outside sort of watching.
It's an interesting question. I don't know how to give everyone advice, but is there something that you're best at? Is there something that you don't suck at that isn't valued by the world? You know, that's kind of the beginning of, you have to make some room for self-esteem. One of the things that, I'm not positive my grandfather ever said it, but I remember it as if he said it, is you owe the world your eyes. Maybe your eyes aren't that good. Maybe what you see isn't true. Maybe you're confused. Maybe you're clouded. Maybe you're egotistical. Maybe you're a narcissist. Blah, 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 blah. But whatever your eyes are, they're yours. And you have a right to process the world and say what you see. And one of the quotes that I like best of myself, which is not oft repeated, is most of us die never having heard our own inner voice even once. It is so shocking to speak with with your voice. The first time I understood anything about male-female romance, something slipped out of my mouth that clearly was a lack of impulse control, and it worked. It was charming. And it shouldn't have worked. It should have been crash and burn. But at some point, you'll have an accident where something will sort of work out better. Do you know the Tom Petty song, Even the Losers? Oh, if I ever get invited on The Tonight Show, that's what I want to come out to. So it's the song, well, it was near, it's sort of like a Bob Dylan, but it was nearly summer and we sat on your roof and we smoked cigarettes and we stared at the moon. And I showed you stars you never could see. Couldn't have been that easy to forget about me. And it goes into the story in which a guy who clearly is a lower status guy is on a roof. And in my mind, you know, he says, I showed you stars you never could see. Like maybe he's an astronomy geek. And somehow he's got the hot chick on a roof. And they're smoking cigarettes and he seems cooler than he is. And he says, you know, something about you kissed like fire. So it doesn't tell us about sex, doesn't get into like the notch on his cane. And I love songs that talk about kisses as proxy for whatever happens. And in that story, he has an accident where he's above his station in the world as he perceives it. Somewhere you have an accident where you had your best day ever. Even the person who's the most shit out of luck has their best days ever. And they have to ask themselves, well, what happened on that day? What was it that you did? Start building on that. And by, you also have to realize that certain kinds of criticism has to be ignored. You can't process all criticism because a lot of criticism is designed to hold you back as opposed to help you get better. And your obligation is only to process constructive criticism. Now you can turn negative criticism and destructive criticism into something you can do. But stop processing the criticism that's actually poison so that the other person can get ahead of you in the world. And I think that thing about high agency is try to find the cheat codes. The one I've given before that I love because I don't need it anymore is that in Penn Station in New York, you're intermediate between Washington, D.C. and Boston. So you're not guaranteed a seat on the train. And there's a giant board which says which track you should meet your train, whichever direction you're going. That means everybody runs to try to get a seat on that train. But there's a much smaller screen that says arrivals for people meeting trains, since mostly trains are never met. And there's a tiny number of people who crowded around that screen, and they always knew what platform the train was coming in 10 minutes earlier than everybody else. And you'd go to that platform, and you'd see everyone else who figured out that cheat code. And so my claim is that somebody's winning. Try to figure out what it is that they're doing. You can even pay them. Like, just give me half an hour of your time. Tell me what you do. Let me watch you. If you're not good in a bar, whether you're male or female, meeting people, somebody's good. Befriend that person. Buy them a drink. Do something kind.
Breaking the fourth wall, the exact solution that I found to be able to punch above my own weight when we wanted to start this cinema series for the show was I realized that really big name guests, like the sort of top flight ones that are in the most demand, you can get them to be more likely to come on the show if you just go to them. If you find out where they are and you often send a car for them and you show up there, because the likelihood of catching Jordan or you or Jocko or Goggins when they're through Austin is essentially zero. But say, look, I'm going to remove all of the different bits of friction. I'm going to come to you. Can we make it work? That was one of the things that worked. So again, George has this question he uses to work out who is the highest agency person in your entire life.
Tell me.
You're trapped in a South American prison. You know what?
What is?
It's absolute. It's one of those awful. 5,000 people in there. It's 100 people per room. There's half the number of bunk beds. Everyone's got a skinhead. You have 24 hours to get out. You've got one phone call. Who'd you ring?
It's hard in my case.
Why?
I happen to be the brother of Brett Weinstein. I happen to have worked for Peter Thiel. My wife is a total supermind. I've got no shortage of these people.
You only get one phone call.
I know, I can't figure out who. Most people, the thing that I worry about is that most people have no one.
Yep.
But, you know, it has to do with people who are extremely generative and high trust and can readjust their thinking because no solution is clear. But yeah, I think a different version of that question is your problem which call to place or that you have no one you can even think of? And then another version of the question would be, if you could call anyone and you don't happen to know them personally, is there anyone that you would think would be the best person?
And another insight for this would be, for how many people would you be that phone call?
It's an interesting question.
You know, we want to cultivate agency in ourselves, and every time that I've asked this question at dinner or on a podcast.
So what's the most impossible situation you've MacGyvered your way out of?
I've managed to prepare myself pretty well, typically. It's not much MacGyvering, but I came off a moped in Bali and managed to lose the skin on basically the entire left-hand side of my body. Balinese road versus me in a tiny pair of swim shorts, and I lost. First round TKO. And I needed to come up with a solution to be able to get myself looked after while I was out there in terms of sort of healthcare. I needed to kind of manage my own the protocol that I was going through, and then I also needed to make the call about when to come home, and it wasn't like I had a ton of money to be able to get myself back. So did that, spent a week laid up trying to get better, realized I wasn't going to get better, also realized that Indonesia versus the NHS, for all the problems the NHS has, I'd rather be in the UK, so managed to do that. But that involved, actually that was an interesting one. On the way back, one of the things I didn't want to do was not be able to have my foot elevated, but I had nowhere near enough money to be able to fly business class. So flooded my eyelashes at the male flight attendant, and they took pity on me and put me in premium economy and a couple of other things. So that's one that comes to mind. But no South American prisons or anything like that yet. How about you? Is there anything that comes to mind?
Yeah, not all of which I can discuss. But
not at liberty to say publicly.
Well, no, I mean some of it is. I also have 2 children to shepherd through this world, and there's a lot of technology, just in terms of problem solving, that I love sharing with my audience. But there's some that I reserve for my family alone, and you know, I would say there are lots of things that I'm not good at. To have Jordan Peterson come after you on conscientiousness, I think it's because he's asked me several times to do his show, and I've never really gotten back to him. I don't know if that's so, Jordan. I totally apologize. Love you. I think that in general, the thing that I'm most valued for in my family is when you need an elephant or two pulled out of a hat. That's what I'm really good at. Pulling rabbits out of the hat, not so much.
Yeah, very much so. I hope that I'm the same, too.
But you know, actually, probably geometric unity is. I have only 2 claims. No, sorry, I should say it differently. I have only 3 claims on immortality. My children is my first. Geometric marginalism, which I did with my wife, which is rebasing economics on the differential calculus, not of ordinary calculus, but of gauge theory, is the second. And that is dwarfed by geometric unity. And the image I have when I think about this is of a person cradling a flame in a hurricane for 40 years against all odds. Like, it is without question the most brilliant thing I've ever done, ever will do, whether it is right or wrong, whether it is fool's gold or real gold, has not been determined by the outside world. I'll be stunned if it's fool's gold. But I cannot believe, I don't even know how to live with it. It's so outside of ordinary. I can't answer questions. People's like, hey, what are you up to? What are you thinking about? What are you doing? And it's like, if I told you, why does the conversation will always go south? And I think, Lex asked me this, like, what are you proudest of? I said, trying, not giving up, not listening to every voice in the world which says, let go of that thing. It's like, now I'm betting that 10,000 of you are wrong and I'm right. And I'm pretty sure I will win in the end and you will lose. But I will probably have to wait for this generation of humans to die or retire.
What did you bring? What's that?
Which one?
The little things. What are those?
Well, I mentioned this woman when I was on Joe Rogan, Bathsheba Grossman, and she's a national treasure. What you're holding in your hand is a three-dimensional projection of the four-dimensional Platonic solid corresponding to the dodecahedron. I think that's called the 120 cell. So that's a four-dimensional object projected in three dimensions, and it's the analog of the dodecahedron. There are 5 Platonic solids. In dimension 4, you'll give me that one. This is the thing that is called the 24 cell. It is a Platonic solid projected into dimension 3 that has absolutely no analog, that was only discovered in the end of the 1800s, I think, by Shapley. Almost no human knows it exists. And because of the fact that you and I have been able to do millions of views, more people are going to know about Bathsheba Grossman. And we're going to take care of our mathematical artists who are able to transmit the most profoundly bizarre features of the world. This has to do with something called an exceptional Lie group called F4. It's 52 dimensional. It has its next analog is 78 dimensions called E6. E7 has 133, and the granddaddy of them all, E8, has 248 dimensions. Nobody knows why they're there. It's like a mathematical platypus from outer space with no context. And I brought them sort of for no reason, because I didn't know where we were going. When I did the Terrence Howard thing at Joe's request, it generated a lot of interest, a lot of heat. I got a ton of criticism. Why would you sit down with a pseudoscientist? You're normalizing this behavior. Terrence Howard is actually playing with all sorts of geometric shapes and dualities between geometric shapes that even professional mathematicians couldn't figure out. Neil deGrasse Tyson says, I don't know where these come from. I didn't know where the conversation would head. You always throw curveballs, and so I brought a couple of toys and things in case they came up.
Have you ever read Escaping Flatland?
Oh, how can I not even know about this?
So it's a book from the 1800s, and it is about a sphere that goes to visit a two-dimensional world, a flatland. So in the two-dimensional world, you have different shapes, and the shapes denote the class.
Well, this is Abbott's book, Flatland.
Yes.
Is this beyond that?
No, but it's also referred to as Escaping Flatland.
I see, I didn't
Sorry,
understand.
so yes, Abbott's book. But I always think about that. I still really don't understand tesseracts and those, what are those vases that loop back on themselves? What are they?
Klein bottles.
Yeah, like I still...
Hey, shout out to Clifford Stoll in Berkeley, California, who produces them at Acme Klein Bottle. Somebody I did a commercial for who never asked for it. Just we have to help these businesses so people are aware. You can order a Klein bottle. Go on. Sorry about that.
It's just cool. But Interstellar is my favorite ever movie, and they try to sort of represent a 4D tesseract in three-dimensional shape, in three-dimensional space, and that's kind of hard to wrap my head around. But Flatland is an interesting equivalent, just one down into a place that we can. So for the people that haven't read it, this sphere is able to make itself shrink and grow at will in front of, and it amazes the inhabitants of Flatland, because obviously as it moves up and down through its third dimension, it just grows and shrinks in the two dimension.
So you have a sphere passing through a plane, you're seeing the cross section.
Correct, yeah, and it gets bigger and it gets smaller, and the Flatland inhabitants are absolutely amazed at this ability that it has to do, and it's just great. It's a really, really cool way to think about, and I also think about, you know, the challenges that people have of orthogonal thinking. You know, if you are trying to play with ideas that break against whatever the sort of the current flow is, maybe it's with subtlety or complexity or nuance or charitability, and yeah, I like thinking about that sphere. I like thinking about it.
It's a very odd thing that you bring up, because that example, when you said the title, Escaping Flatland, I was goosebumps. I've not gotten back to Sam Altman, who asked me for a proposal, because I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to help Sam. Now, Sam is a friend of mine, and I think very, very highly of Sam Altman, despite all the machinations and whatnot. I know him to be a person deeply concerned with humanity who will not be understood. Even maybe he has to do Machiavellian things in order to take care of humanity. It's a very confusing situation. In a certain sense, large language models are flatland. All it can do is read what we've already done and extrapolate. And so to the extent that we haven't extrapolated everything from what we've already, can connect things that we didn't connect. Example I like to give is Guns, Germs, and Steel may have been one of the great books of all time, but it was Jared Diamond taking things that were in the literature scattered, and without doing real original research, he came up with a thesis that was spellbinding. The key question is, how do you break out of flatland? And there's a tool that is not understood, because you learn about it in, I don't know, middle school, and you don't realize what it is, and it's the square root operation. The square root is how you escape flatland. You ask for the square root of 2, which is an integer, and you wind up in algebraic numbers that are irrational. You ask for the square root of -1, and you end up in purely imaginary numbers that you learn in school, and you don't know why they're there. Even mathematicians don't really fully understand how to apply them in everyday life. Reasons we can get into in another podcast. You can apply it to the determinant of a matrix if it's anti-symmetric, and get something called the Pfaffian that nobody who's taken ordinary linear algebra has even heard of. It's sort of reserved for the priests of mathematics. The square root is an example of a question that you can ask inside of the reality that you're aware of. So, for example, the light between you and I is photons, and those are examples of bosons, but the matter here is sort of the square root of the light, if you will. And this is what we would call fermionic. Once you understand that the square root is the psychedelic of mathematics that breaks you into the panic room that you did not know was even present in the house that you bought. I mean, it's your house. At some point I realized that there was a space behind a wall in our house, and I said, break it open. And the contractor broke it open and found all sorts of things that had been like hidden there since the 1970s in a compartment that could be opened up. And people had lived in the house, they had no idea that this thing existed.
That's what therapy's like. That's what therapy's like. Therapy is inviting somebody into a house that you've lived in your entire life and them showing you rooms that you didn't know were there.
It's also the case that most of the really important programs in your brain have never run. Like, I don't know if you've ever experienced real hunger. I don't know whether I've only once in my life gotten to a level of hygiene that was so low that my risk-taking suddenly changed. It's an emergency program that says you cannot afford to not take massive risks if you're this dirty. I was in the Himalayas in the north of India, and I cannot even believe the risks I took when I was that dirty. It's an astounding thing that we live in our own bodies and have no idea what's internal to us, and in particular in our own mind. The issue about tesseracts, like, I could teach you to see 4 dimensions. If you take that Klein bottle, and for people who don't know what it is, they can Google it. Imagine that in clear glass, you take an ordinary bottle with a punt, that little thing at the bottom that goes up, and you pull the punt through the wall, and you bend the neck, and you fuse the two. Now, okay, you say, well, it has to go through the wall of the bottle. But if the bottle is clear, and you make the neck increasingly blue as it goes into the punt, and then it goes back into the clear, if the amount of blueness is a 4th dimension, you can see that it's not actually intersecting itself because the wall of the bottle is clear, but the neck is highly blue. So you are actually literally seeing 4 dimensions. Now I can increase that to 5 dimensions by changing the texture, 6 dimensions with respect to the opacity, and you can more or less see 6 dimensions visually once you train your mind. I mean, it's not a particular trick. Above that, you really don't have the benefit of, like, the entire back of your head is your visual cortex, and you can't use it directly. Then you have to start doing incredible things where you allow low-dimensional sort of sketches to stand for higher dimensional objects, and you have to lean on the crutches of algebra. But if the question is that before you shuffle off this mortal coil, you want to see 4 dimensions, it's entirely possible.
We've got an even more intense couple of months coming up than the last time that we spoke. You kind of hinted at it earlier on, this velocity of stories and forgetfulness, either done on purpose, done by accident, done due to sheer random access memory limitations. How do you, well, first off, is the speed of meme and news velocity that we're seeing now just classic election year, and I've not been here seeing this up close before? No.
No, I want you to think about the number of times you've seen a Mona Lisa meme. The Mona Lisa had to be the Mona Lisa for many years before it was worthy of so many memes. That Trump photograph, where he's pumping the air with blood on his face, had about 4 seconds before it was a meme. The concept of the sacred and the archival is being lost because of the novel environment provided by the internet. The tools of editing, the distracted boyfriend meme, or hawk tua, right? These things are so fast that they are robbing us of the sacred. And you don't need to believe in God. The reverence. If you've ever been to Florence and seen Michelangelo's David,
I'm going in a week and a half.
Oh boy. The Botticelli room at the Uffizi Gallery, the David in particular, because you see the studies when you go to the Academy, you're walking through the studies for the David, and then you actually see this thing, you've seen it a million times before, and you still can't believe it. It's so different. It's so different than everything else. Like, you know, I was just playing Jules Holland and Jeff Beck doing Drown in My Own Tears, and I was thinking, I am the same species as Jeff Beck. I'm the same species as Michelangelo. I'm the same species as Gaudi and his ceiling of La Sagrada Familia. These are things that are just beyond anything. How did I get onto this? Oh, the sacred, the reverential.
Speed of means.
The speed of memes. We can't afford it. We too are entitled to the archival. We too are entitled to something that isn't a joke. You know, the cringification of everything. Everything is being performative. Everything has been done.
Yeah, yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. The exhaustion that you have with it, I feel as well. I like earnest people.
I like cringe. You want to talk about something really contrarian? Like I was just listening to Tim McGraw's something like that. Do you know the song? Had a barbecue stain on my white t-shirt. She was killing me with that mini skirt. You know, never heard this? The whole song it's cringe. You know, like Shania Twain's Man, I Feel Like a Woman is a bit cringe. I like it a lot. The Tim McGraw song is the setup for a heterosexual romance between what must have been a 16-year-old girl and a 17-year-old boy who meet at a county fair. And it's perfectly constructed. And the reason that it's cringe is because it's so clearly perfectly constructed. It introduces the boy buying gasoline and a Coke. He drives to the county fair. He sees a girl in line. Instant attraction. They skip stones together, so it's not just animalistic. There's a sweetness. And whoever wrote that song, I'm assuming it's Tim McGraw, but maybe it was somebody else, realizes that every woman has this question. Why aren't you going to leave me as I age? What is so special about me? Right? And so they're singing along about she's got red lipstick and a mini skirt and all this stuff. Like she's above, he's below. I worked so hard for that first kiss. Not about sex. You don't know whether anything went beyond that kiss. You probably don't remember me, so you think that they don't have sex. It's very well constructed. And it's basically a song for men and women at the same time. We used to know how to do this. And part of the reason it's emotional is that we really blew it with LGBTQ. I really appreciate that we screwed up with gay men. We did not do a good job by them. Being gay and being male is a very strange, different thing from the point of view of heterosexuality. It's a huge evolutionary puzzle. And we needed to make accommodations, particularly for that community. But it is also true that heterosexual families are, as flawed as they are with the fighting, with the recrimination, et cetera, are the mainstay of a society that will last. And I have an enormous number of gay friends. It's not some of my best friends are gay, it's like way too many of them are gay. So I spend a lot of time in gay space. And what I've learned from that is that you can go about 85% of the distance talking about relationships, sex in the abstract, hopes, dreams for the future, attraction. And then the last 15% is really different. And I don't want to be in your business at all. And it's constructed that way because we freak each other out. We don't really want the specifics of the details beyond a certain point. And I think that last 15% can't be shared between straights and gays. We can go 85% of the distance. But the heterosexual community is now much more in need of help than it ever has been before. And the idea that as soon as you say something about boys and girls and falling in love and all, and just these assumptions about masculinity and femininity, that you immediately have to acknowledge every other type is one of the things that I think is absolute poison for a society. There's special stuff about men and women that isn't shared with the rest of the rainbow. And boy meets girl, boy loses girl, boy gets girl in this song is about rekindling the ability to say, I have a right to sing about boys and girls without bringing in every other thing that can happen. We've got to get back to romance. If you think about songs that mention marriage, right? There are all sorts of songs where men and women sing along together, old songs, that appeal equally to both groups. And if you think about this, the concept of a man putting a woman on a pedestal and a woman looking up to a man, both of these things have to happen for the magic to occur. I think we've stopped instructing our young as to what this is and why it's worth working for and why being single and racking up spectacular body counts is not an answer the way you think it's going to be when you start out. You know? It's important not to keep changing everything every 4 seconds. There are novels. Think about when The Sopranos came out and the length of those storylines. Think about the development of Tony Soprano versus, let's say, a beautifully drawn character like Michael in The Godfather. Tony Soprano is drawn at some level that puts a great film like Michael Corleone's Odyssey to shame. How do we come up with something that's archival? And one of the things that I say that I don't think anybody's picked up on it. I have a line that great art is the reflection of our time in real time for all time. You have to accept that if you're Shakespeare, you're writing in England in a particular era. You can't try to write universally. It has to be performed in that time to feed back to the people who are living it with you. And it has to be archival so that, nobody says, wherefore art thou in our modern context, but we're gonna work our asses off so that we can go back. I can still recite the first lines of Chaucer because my high school knew that it was important to know something in Middle English. Where is that? How do we stop this memification? I get it, everything's a joke, but now the idea is that the guys throwing spitballs in the back of the class are the professors, and the class is not functioning. At some level, cringe, earnest. The hardest thing to say is, I believe in this person. Douglas Murray is a mutual friend of ours. I don't know everything Douglas has said. I don't know that he hasn't said some really horrible things, nor does he know whether I've said those things. But I saw him attacked online. That's an archival friendship. I want to be friends with Douglas forever. I really admire that guy. And I think it's important for us in the podcasting universe to be earnest and to say, I care. You want to talk about something radical? It's not Reddit. The average Reddit post that I read has one point, and it's, wow, you fell for that thing that I saw right through? Really? You're going to use your time on planet Earth to convince people that you see through everything and that everybody who fell for something? There's this brilliant moment that Bret Easton Ellis had when I was podcasting with him, where he started talking. We were talking about seduction. I was like, can you imagine never falling for a seduction? Like, never being seduced your whole life? Man, are you missing out? How do we get people to be able to hold the illusion? So with respect to the next couple of months, I don't know that anything crazy is going to happen. It's still a million years. Kamala was not elected through a normal primary system that we've had since 1968, when everything fell apart in Chicago for the Democrats. Donald Trump, the assassination story is a very, very bizarre one. I don't think Donald Trump is acceptable to the international order. I'm not saying that they will take him out with a bullet, but they will certainly take him out with memes, tweets, data analytics, skullduggery. And I'm actually most interested in this other campaign of Bobby Kennedy, but more importantly at the moment, Nicole Shanahan. I was just up with Nicole Shanahan in the Bay Area, and I haven't endorsed her, and she hasn't asked for an endorsement. What she wants to work on is incredible. I wrote a paper on Kosian labor markets and immigration and how to actually redo immigration properly. And Nicole was thinking about AI and Ronald Coase and his very deep theories of economics. Do you know about Coase?
I listened to the episode you did with her, so I know that much.
To take Kamala, who is currently vice president, and the ridiculous things that she says that make no sense at all, and to talk to somebody who wants to talk about protecting the labor market the way Andrew Yang, Sam Altman, and now Nicole Shanahan are thinking about. You're talking about people who don't even seem to be like the same species.
I need to ask you this. Can you please try and explain to me what you interpret by what can be unburdened by what has been? What does that mean?
I don't know if I should say. There's a line in Marx where sometimes you hear certain phrases like a world to win. AOC uses the phrase, we have a world to win, which comes from the end of the Communist Manifesto, originally written in German. It was the name. I used to hang out in the Revolutionary Bookstore in Cambridge, Massachusetts with the communists because they print everything in every language. So if you're trying to learn multiple languages, they'll print the same text in all of these languages and you can compare. It basically says you have to wipe out what has been to arrive in the new.
Where's it from? What can be unburdened by what has been?
It's not a direct translation, but it occurs in Karl Marx. Now, I wasn't expecting this. I could find you the exact reference. If you think about what Mao had to do to wipe out Chinese history, what Pol Pot had to do, you're trying to wipe out memory because the memory has all of this burden. Why is it important to go after doctors and lawyers and teachers and professors? Because in some sense they are going to resist the new order that you're about to impose. You're looking for a blank slate.
So like a tether to the past.
Okay, I'm going to tell a story I don't know that I've ever told anyone. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. Can't promise it's original to you. But I was in Hoi An in Vietnam. Now I'm going to lose this one. Hoi An is one of the only beautiful places that I found, you know, like Hue and Hoi An. A lot of things were really ripped up in that war. And there is an unbelievable and difficult instrument, which the Vietnamese language is very hard, so I'm going to say it wrong, it would be written as Dan Bao. It's one string and a giant lever, and you pluck the harmonics. And it's supposed to be an intimate instrument, I think sometimes played by the blind, where only the person who is intended is the recipient of the music. Okay. I see this in a window in Hoi An, and I become transfixed by it. And a woman says, I see you looking at this in English. Would you like to come in? And I said, I don't want to impose. She says, no, it's not mine. So she invites me in. And there's this guy who appears to be brain dead. He's like deformed. I'm not going to get through this. And he's speaking very haltingly, and I don't know who he is. And something about music, something about journalism, something about a professional. I can't really make out what's happening. I'm asking about the instrument. And this woman brings him a guitar. And this deformed man starts playing some transcript, like Chopin or some piano concerto on the guitar at some incredible level. And I can't even imagine that his body can do it. And so I have no idea where I am or what's happening. And then he motions for like a book. And she brings a book. And it has all of these articles about this man tortured for his principled stand against communism. This man has been destroyed, mind, body, to the point where it's just painful to watch him. And I realized that basically do you know what a nail house is? If you Google nail house under Google Images, do it. But you can't do it or you're off the internet.
No, I can do it.
Tell me what you see.
It's a tall building, an individual standalone structure in the middle of a road.
There are these people who will not give up their homes when a shopping mall goes in or a road is put. And for some reason, they'll build a highway to screw over the person who stands up and says, I will not move. And the idea is that that road is the future, unburdened by what has been, and then there's some holdout who won't go along with the program.
If Kamala Harris is as unsophisticated as we think she is, do we really believe that she is quoting from the dark depths of...
Why do you believe she is as unsophisticated as you have just claimed? What did her father do?
I don't know.
Look it up. And by the way, I am assuming that I will end up on the Open Skies watch list as a result of this podcast.
That is crazy, by the way, what happened to Tulsi. The quadess on her boarding pass. Donald J. Harris, the father of Kamala Harris, Jamaican-American economist, professor emeritus at Stanford University, originally from St. Anne's Bay, Jamaica.
What kind of economics?
Known for applying post-Keynesian ideas to development economics. What's post-Keynesian?
I don't know.
Post-Keynesian economics is a school of economic thought with its origins in the general theory of John Maynard Keynes, subsequent development influenced to a large degree by a name I can't pronounce.
I think that there was a lot of Marxist thought. And as a man of whose family comes from the far left, you recognize certain sorts of commonalities. I'm sure she would see them in me. The Democratic Party is not communist. I don't think that's right. That's the critique of many of my right-wing friends. But it is welcomed in a lot of neo-Marxian thought. I would say AOC is straight up Marxist. I don't know. I think Kamala is everywhere between crony finance and Marxism. You're talking about things for which you do not have language.
So the reason that I said I don't think that Kamala can be as sophisticated as perhaps this obscure reference said 100 times, apparently, according to the archive.
Who's Charles Mingus?
I don't know.
Kamala's a lot smarter than you're giving her credit for.
I mean, this is your point about how many levels through it do you go. This is the first one, this is the second one, this is the third one.
Yeah.
But in order to be able to do the Ukraine is a country, it is a small country, Russia is a big country, they are a bigger country, this is bad, time is all around us. In order to be able to do that self-referentially, with agency, knowing what you're doing, the metacognition to be able to do that and play a role, to me seems, that's like 200 IQ stuff, to be able to do that.
I don't think so. I think it's 130 IQ stuff. I think you could do it better than you think. We could have a pretend, all right, I'm going to talk to you in a way you haven't heard before. Son, I'm going to school you on a few things. You can stop that silly grin and wipe it right off your face. We can sound like however we want. I could affect some sort of Oxbridge accent, or I could do Cockney. It doesn't matter. You're looking at characters. This is why I wrote the 2011 kayfabe essay, because you're looking at professional. Do you imagine that the Iron Sheik, who is the Iron Sheik? Who is Triple H? Who is the Undertaker? Do you think he actually works in a mortuary? these are characters. George W. Bush, as a debater in Texas for the governorship, was really, really smart. And suddenly he got real dumb and folksy. And do you imagine he actually says nuclear? He knows it's nuclear. You know, I would learn to say nuclear. I could say nuclear. Yeah, got to be careful with that nuclear physics. And I can get Democrats to correct me and look like assholes every time. There's an old FDR line, which is nothing in politics happens by accident. Don't get taken in at level one. Look, you know, a friend of mine, Dan Barkay, has a beautiful thing where he says, when someone looks at the window and one person sees the reflection and the other person is looking through the window and what's on the other side, they don't realize that they're seeing different things. I believe that in part, this is a superposition of signals to Wall Street, to Antifa, to organized labor, to women in the workforce worried that they're never going to find mates and have children. These are ridiculous things crafted to appeal to many different people and to be decoded by different groups. Kamala really is scary for very reasons, for very different reasons than Donald Trump is scary. And it's a weird election for me because I know three of these people. I know J.D. Vance, and I know Bobby Kennedy a little bit, and Nicole Shanahan a little bit better. And I don't at all know the Democratic ticket, nor do I know Donald Trump. But Donald Trump isn't who he seems to be. Donald Trump is much more methodical, much better at business, and very shady techniques at that. You know, I think I remember hearing a story about how he bought a bunch of pianos for his hotel and didn't want to pay full price and then explained, well, I don't know if the story is true, so I'm going to be very clear about that. Allegedly. And I talked to people who are in business with him, and one of whom did serious business with him said to me, he's a very good businessman who you wouldn't want to do a second deal with. These are complex life forms. And I don't know what I'm watching. I do know that I had a meeting sort of by accident with a person in the Democratic Party who really tried to explain to me, Eric, can you hold off on the anti-Democratic Party tweeting? You need a higher level briefing about how we're actually conducting ourselves. I just don't think that the surface is worth very much. We're in a lot of danger. And one of the things that I don't love about myself in podcasting space is that I don't get to talk about why I'm so worried about existential risk. It doesn't come out of needing gloom and doom to energize me. I am so head over heels with this planet, with all of its wonder and beauty, that I can't imagine that people who've never been to Glacier National Park, who've never been to a Hindustani classical music concert, who've never had great durian, are cavalierly putting it all at risk because it's fun to posture on issues like Ukraine or Iran. And that's like a major distortion about who I am. Most of what I am is about just waking up every morning and saying, my God, I'm still here on this wonderful spinning orb. And what are all these completely empty suits doing just to maximize profit that is putting everything at risk? And that's why I think this election is a catastrophe. I have no idea what Donald Trump or Kamala Harris represent. I have a very good idea about what Nicole Shanahan represents, and I have a pretty good idea about what Bobby Kennedy wants to represent, whether he does it the job, he's a complicated guy with a complicated past, and I'm not signing on for, but he's got a real pure heart, and he listens, and he's unafraid to take on, and look, the man is willing to die. I want to just be very clear about this. Bobby Kennedy is willing to die to take on the intelligence community like his uncle. This is a person of extraordinary courage, of extraordinary intelligence and ability, who's had a very complicated life. And yeah, there's, like with anybody, there's a lot of stuff that I don't want to sign on for. But I'm definitely working with that campaign, which is not asking me to endorse it. And I'm parking my interest with them. And I want to explain what the calculation is, because usually the question is, who are you for? Who are you against? It's not that. If more people will answer Kennedy Shanahan until November 1st, you will get the maximum amount of leverage over the other two campaigns at a bare minimum. But if you throw your lot in with Donald Trump or Kamala, the duopoly has won every election since Millard Fillmore. That's 42 straight elections. If we do not break the duopoly, it will break us. And the Kennedy Shanahan ticket is sophisticated in realizing that campaigning could be something different. It's trying to figure out, what should campaigning be? But it's crazy to be an all-day session trying to figure out how to save the labor market from AI. And I also want to say something about J.D. Vance. Without naming names, and I hope J.D. doesn't get angry at me for this one, J.D. invited me out years ago to Ohio to a room in which I was the only Democrat. The only person probably ever voted Democrat, or lots of prominent people. And we sat in an oak paneled room for 3 days in the middle of Ohio. And I swear to God, it was like talking to progressives who were worried about coal miners. It was people talking about the working poor. And unless you're going to believe that all of these luminaries in the Republican Party were there to fool Eric Weinstein so that he would leak something from this meeting, these people actually cared about shit out of luck Americans who were hurt by NAFTA, who have been betrayed by the Democratic Party. And watching JD, like, he's campaigning however he's campaigning. I don't totally recognize that person. But I can tell you this, that in his off moments where he's just dealing with me human to human, there is no question in my mind that he cares about the working poor and middle Americans and people under his squeeze. And he cares about hillbillies, and it's not a joke. Black Americans are famous for contributing culture to the United States of America, whether it's dance or music or oratory or writing. Hillbillies are much more invisible. But hillbillies have been central to providing culture for our country. One of the most generative populations out there in West Virginia and Kentucky. And I think people forget that we had slavery in the 20th century. Lots of it white. You had alternate money like Bitcoin, except it was script issued by companies. People lived in towns that were owned by companies. They had private armies that were called detectives, like Pinkerton. There was war. Look at the Battle of Blair Mountain or the Harlan County Coal Wars. J.D. Vance is an heir to, like, listen to you know the song Which Side Are You On? Oh my God. Pete Seeger, there was a union organizer. Sorry, I come from very left, like far, far left. There was a union organizer whose house, I think, was shot up by a detective agency to intimidate him into not organizing the workers. And his wife stayed in the house and penned this song Which side are you on, boys? Which side are you on? They say in Harlan County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or thug for J.H. Blair. Pete Seeger took that song and made it almost like an anthem. The Democratic Party abandoned these people. If you look at the statistics for voting, it's Democrat and blue right up until Al Gore. And then it goes hard red. These people were hurt bad. And while Hillary was calling them deplorables, people like J.D. Vance and the right were saying, what do they need? We're not afraid of their Bible thumping. We recognize the culture, the endowment, the contribution to American society. And I wish the Democratic Party were doing this. They're right there. Go speak to them. Stop spitting on them and shitting on them and pissing on them. But somehow we've got this sort of NAFTA, coked up on NAFTA intellectual elite that says, hey, we helped people in Mexico. So some coal miners got hurt. Boo-hoo. Look at the suicide statistics. If you look at suicide statistics, the group that you think is on top, middle-aged white men, are killing themselves at a level that nobody else is. And that's a very clear marker of who's actually in distress. Young black women are not in the amount of distress that middle-aged white men are. And I think that that's one of the things that's going on in these campaigns that's so confusing, which is that I can tell you for sure that J.D. Vance, Nicole Shanahan, and Bobby Kennedy are 100% sincere, no matter how they're campaigning or what you're upset about. In their off moments, and I've been with all of them, these people deeply care about the shit out of luck. They're interested in taking on real power. I don't know Trump. Look, you can tell it's not. There's no allegiance. I can't imagine voting for Trump. J.D. Vance is not the person being portrayed as weird. You want to talk about weird? Take one look at the Democratic Party and the bizarre stuff that's going on with, I don't know, gender-affirming care where you're cutting off penises and breasts, giving it new names for radical mastectomies or reproductive mutilation. That's weird. To try to do that at scale, a tiny number of people need that in their lives. And by the way, you and I talked about this last time. This Olympics was a real wake-up call for me. The number of people who can't deal with the idea that there are people who've been raised female who may have XY chromosomes, and this is treating this as if it's trans or if it's weird behavior. I mean, I was just sickened by the Republicans. I was sickened by the conservatives who are so adamant about trans that they don't have decency and compassion for a soul who might be in an ambiguous category. Now, that said, I also think that if you're XY karyotype, you should never be entering a boxing competition and using that leverage against somebody else. It's also the case that even if you're shit out of luck, you have responsibilities in something like a combat sport. And I felt like we tried to have a complex discussion, and I got hit with all of these people on the conservative side. We're like, you're making this out to be so complicated, it's a tiny category. Well, show me the love in your soul first, and then we'll have a discussion.
Yeah, it was an incorrect pattern matching.
Don't you think?
I thought it was a real foot in mouth moment for a lot of people on the right. I thought that they could have all of the talking points that were being used about trans people were being applied to this, which just made it sound like people on the right are the bigots to somebody that doesn't fit into one category that everybody had always accused them of being. But it's another superposition, right? How can you hold need some care, especially for an athlete? Oh my God. But how do you also say to this person, guess what? I know that your love for boxing is this thing and it's your pursuit that's carrying you through life. I just, unfortunately for you, this is maybe a sport that
you can't do it. If that's what's going on. And there's a lot of, there's also a question if you take like Mike Tyson, if you take Mike Tyson's fast twitch muscle, somebody had to ask the question, is that great athleticism, or is that just too much power to be firing at a human head? I don't know the answers to these things. Joe invited me to combat sports to see UFC. It's remarkable how, like, I think nobody's been killed in the UFC ever, right? It's very important to actually ask these really tough questions. And I think that, and you know, part of the reason that I wouldn't take the question about bread is that the last time we had a discussion, I found myself being discussed on my brother's podcast. And I don't want to be pitted against Brett and Heather. I love them. I think the world of them. They're brilliant. Their hearts are in the right place. But if we get into an argument about ovotestes, they're going to lose as two biologists and I'm going to win. It's not all about motility of gametes. The world will keep throwing curveballs at you, and you have to begin from a heart-open place to say some of us are shit out of luck because we fall in edge categories. And so I stand by everything that you and I did last time. It's a difficult place to be. If you have to simplify it as to boys are boys, women are women, you're not getting it. On the other hand, we have to stop normalizing what is effectively a reproductive holocaust against children who we trusted to schools where people are allowed in to recruit into reproductive mutilation. And you've got to combine these in a superposition or you're just not getting it.
Eric Weinstein, ladies and gentlemen. Eric, I really appreciate you. Every time that we get to sit down, it gets easier and more fun and appears to go for longer as well.
Chris, you're one of the best out here, and I really appreciate it. Maybe next time we just get a beer. We don't have to have too much.
I tried to do it. I tried to get the line of cocaine you said you didn't want when we went to the bathroom. I'm trying to embody my old club promoter world. But dude, I really do appreciate you. I look forward to making sense of what happens over the next couple of months at some point next year.
We'll look forward to doing it soon with you.
Thank you very much for tuning in. If you enjoyed that episode with Eric, you will love my full-length conversation with Tulsi Gabbard right here. Go on. Press it.
Welcome to the Huberman Lab podcast, where we discuss science and science-based tools for everyday life. I'm Andrew Huberman, and I'm a professor of neurobiology and ophthalmology at Stanford School of Medicine. My guest today is Dr. Mark Brackett. Dr. Mark Brackett is a professor of psychology at Yale University and the director of the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence. He is one of the world's foremost experts on emotions, meaning what emotions are and how they regulate our relationship to ourselves and others. Today's discussion gets heavily into how we should think about our emotions and the emotional expressions of others, and when and how we should regulate those emotions. This is a very important aspect of our life because, as we all know, emotions are present with us from the moment we are born until the moment we die. So much like having a body, we need to learn how to work with our emotions in order to have the best quality of life. We all know that we are supposed to pay attention to our emotions, but at the same time, we are often told that we shouldn't take all of our emotions seriously, nor should we react to all of our emotions with behaviors. And indeed, that is true. What's been lacking, however, and what Dr. Mark Brackett finally delivers to us, is a roadmap to think about our emotions in a very structured way, and thereby to engage with our emotions, sometimes shift our emotions, and certainly to understand the emotional expressions of others in ways that best serve our quality of life. So today's discussion centers very heavily on scientific data that plays out in the real world that we can all use. We talk about conflict resolution, we talk about how to think about and work with emotions, we talk about bullying, both in children and in adults, how to deal with that sort of thing effectively, and we talk about emotional intelligence, which it turns out can be increased at any stage of life. So by the end of today's discussion, you will be armed with a tremendous amount of new knowledge and many new tools, many new protocols that you can immediately apply in your life in order to improve your relationship to yourself and to others. Before we begin, I'd like to emphasize that this podcast is separate from my teaching and research roles at Stanford. It is, however, part of my desire and effort to bring zero cost to consumer information about science and science-related tools to the general public. In keeping with that theme, I'd like to thank the sponsors of today's podcast. Our first sponsor is BetterHelp. BetterHelp offers professional therapy with a licensed therapist carried out entirely online. I've been doing weekly therapy for well over 30 years. I consider doing regular therapy just as important as getting regular exercise. Now, there are essentially three things that great therapy provides. First of all, it provides good rapport with somebody that you can trust and talk to about the issues that are most critical to you. Second of all, it can provide support in the form of emotional support or directed guidance. And third, expert therapy should provide insights that are useful in allowing you not just to feel better in your emotional life and your relationship life, but of course, to be better in terms of the relationship to yourself, your professional life, and to others, and of course, to things like your career goals. With BetterHelp, they make it very easy for you to find an expert therapist with whom you have these critical components of therapy. Also, because BetterHelp allows for therapy to be done entirely online, it's very time efficient and easy to fit into your busy schedule with no commuting to a therapist's office or looking for parking or sitting in a waiting room. If you'd like to try BetterHelp, go to betterhelp.com/Huberman to get 10% off your first month. Again, that's betterhelp.com/Huberman. Today's episode is also brought to us by 8 Sleep. 8 Sleep makes smart mattress covers with cooling, heating, and sleep tracking capacity. Now, I've spoken many times before on this podcast about the critical need for us to get adequate amounts of quality sleep each night. One of the best ways to ensure a great night's sleep is to control the temperature of your sleeping environment. And that's because in order to fall and stay deeply asleep, your body temperature actually has to drop by about 1 to 3 degrees. And in order to wake up feeling refreshed and energized, your body temperature actually has to increase by about 1 to 3 degrees. 8 Sleep makes it incredibly easy to control the temperature of your sleeping environment by allowing you to program the temperature of your mattress cover at the beginning, middle, and end of the night. I've been sleeping on an 8 Sleep mattress cover for well over 3 years now, and it has completely transformed my sleep for the better. 8 Sleep recently launched their newest generation pod cover, the Pod 4 Ultra. The Pod 4 Ultra has improved cooling and heating capacity, higher fidelity sleep tracking technology, and it also has snoring detection that remarkably will automatically lift your head a few degrees to improve your airflow and stop your snoring. If you'd like to try an 8 Sleep mattress cover, you can go to 8sleep.com/Huberman to save $350 off their Pod 4 Ultra. 8 Sleep currently ships to the USA, Canada, UK, select countries in the EU, and Australia. Again, that's 8sleep.com/Huberman. I'm excited to share that I'll be speaking at a health summit called Eudaimonia, taking place in West Palm Beach, Florida, this November 1st, 2024, through the 3rd of November, 2024. Eudaimonia is an in-person event that offers science-backed tools, live fitness classes, and a range of treatments and protocols to optimize your physical and your mental health. I'll be giving a keynote talk with none other than Dr. Gabrielle Lyon on Saturday. As some of you may know, she's a former guest on the Huberman Lab podcast, and that's a terrific podcast of her own. That's going to be on November 2nd, and we will discuss all things neuroscience and neuroplasticity. We'll talk about some of the benefits and protocols related to cognition and mood, and much more. Also presenting at Eudaimonia are other excellent scientists and clinicians who've appeared on the Huberman Lab podcast, including Dr. Sarah Gottfried, Dr. Zachary Knight, and Dr. Robin Carhart-Harris, along with nearly 70 other experts. To see the full lineup of speakers and topics, and to register, visit eudaimonia.net, spelled EUDEMONIA.net. It's sure to be a terrific gathering, and I hope to see you there. And now for my discussion with Dr. Mark Brackett. Dr. Mark Brackett, welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here.
I'm excited to talk to you today about many things related to emotions. We hear the word emotions, and we have all sorts of ideas about what they are, what they aren't. We also hear about emotional intelligence quite a lot these days, and I have a feeling that the way it's discussed is often not the way it really is. So to just kick things off, could you clarify for me, for everyone, what is emotional intelligence? What does it pertain to? And then maybe we can use that as a way to drill into the deeper question of what are emotions.
Sure. I think, at the simplest level, it's how we reason with and about our emotions and feelings. That's like the simple definition. The way I talk about it is as a set of skills. And we use the acronym RULER to describe those skills. The first is recognizing emotions. So I'm trying to read your facial expression right now. Right? Are you interested or are you bored already? I'm trying to understand emotions, where they're coming from. Like, why am I feeling this way? What's the consequence of that feeling? The third is labeling emotions, so being precise with the words that we use to describe our feelings. The fourth is expressing emotions, knowing how and when to express emotions with different people across context and culture. And then the big one is the final R, which is regulating emotions. What are the strategies we use to help us deal with everyday emotions?
So if I were to take an emotional intelligence test, would it have me looking at pictures of facial expressions? Would it have me reading paragraphs about emotional exchanges and gauging who felt what and why and how? That sort of thing.
If you were to take a test from like 20 years ago, yes. We try to be a little bit more innovative now in our measurement of the skills. So, for example, I just finished with a bunch of colleagues publishing a test of emotion perception, but it's not static images. It's video clips that are around 3 to 4 seconds that show subtle emotions. It's about vocal tone. It's about body language, and we're trying to get people to accurately kind of label these emotions in faces, body, and voice.
When I think about most uses of the words emotional intelligence, it seems to correlate, again, in a very non-scientific way, seems to correlate with one's ability to tolerate others' emotions and make sense of the emotions of others. For instance, I've heard it said before, not about me, that so-and-so has high emotional intelligence because in the presence of their child or someone else's kid reacting in a certain way, they were able to see, they just feel blank, and therefore they are screaming, as opposed to defaulting to a broad binning of what they were observing and saying, oh my goodness, that kid is a brat, for instance. You're describing emotional intelligence as a self-perception as well.
Yes.
And so is our task, therefore, to do the equivalent of what, in my little anecdote, this other person was doing, to be able to parse one's own emotions in a fine enough way to understand the experience in kind of a third-person way that one can regulate their behavior, what they say, how they act. How much is recognition of others' emotions and understanding of those, as opposed to one's recognition and understanding of their own emotions, factoring into this thing that we call emotional intelligence?
So the whole set of skills are intra and interpersonal. That's really important. It's about self and others always. For example, right now we are co-regulating each other's emotions, right? Our facial expressions, our vocal tones, we're influencing how we feel. When you think about the recognition piece, we'll just start there. Right there's self-awareness. Like, Mark, how are you feeling right now? And I'm having mixed emotions, right? This is a great podcast. I want to be articulate. I'm excited, but I'm a little, overwhelmed because I got so much I want to share, but I don't know how much I'm going to share. So there's like all that awareness of my emotion. Sometimes I have language for it, sometimes I don't, like any of us. And that's why it starts off with kind of just a general awareness. Like, am I pleasant? Am I unpleasant? Do I have a lot of energy? Or do I feel depleted? And we call that, your core affect. And then I can start asking myself questions like, well, what are you doing right now, Mark? Well, I'm sitting across from Andrew being interviewed. Oh, okay, well, how does that, what comes up for you with that? And then I try to label that feeling. So that's like the R, the U, and the L of emotional intelligence for the self. And I'm doing the same thing for you. I'm looking at your facial expressions, your body language. I'm listening to you. I'm trying to understand if I say something, do you shift? And I'm trying to put language to it. So it's self and other.
So given that we're both scientists interested in emotions, you're the expert. I'm also just the student today. I think it's worth pointing out to people that there isn't one location in the brain that governs this complex process that you just described. It's a network-wide phenomenon. But you did mention the body. You mentioned feeling, how is one feeling both in brain and body? To what extent does somebody who has high emotional intelligence have more or less body awareness or somatic awareness as opposed to somebody who's quote-unquote in their head? Put differently, can somebody who's very much in their head, who has very poor body awareness, have high emotional intelligence?
Well, I think another big deal about emotional intelligence is that we like to think of it as, or people think of it as, this construct. I don't think that's the best way to look at it. I think it's much more interesting to look at it as a set of discrete skills that come together. They're not that highly correlated. And so, I really like to think of it as emotion skills. And that within the R, the U, the L, the E, and the R that I described, there are sub-skills. And so part of what you're talking about is the body awareness. Some people are more cognitive, they're just very language oriented. Some people, a lot of therapists, talking about somatosensory things, all good. I think at the end though, this is why I teach this stuff, is that we have to know how we feel. We got to know what we want to do with those feelings, and we have to know how the people we live with and love and work with and teach, how they feel too. And so we need language in the end.
Some years ago, I went to this course. It was, broadly could be described as personal development. It was interesting. It was grounded in science and psychology, and each day would start with going around the circle, as typically is done at these things, and you'd have to say how you feel. But you couldn't use a valuation. You couldn't say good or bad or so-so. And I found it very difficult. I found it difficult for a number of reasons. First of all, I don't think I was ever trained to use specific language for my feelings. In fact, I don't think I was ever trained to understand what feelings were. In fact, I know neuroscientists and psychologists are still trying to figure out what feelings and emotions really are. So, a couple of questions. When it comes to using language to describe our emotions, how important do you feel it is to have a broad buffet of options? A previous guest on this podcast, Lisa Feldman-Barrett, and I talked about this a bit, and she mentioned that in some cultures, there's very specific language for specific emotions. In fact, there's even a word to describe the feeling of sadness one has in a particular culture after getting a really bad haircut.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which is incredible when one thinks about
We
it.
all know what that feels like.
Right, we know what it feels like, right? But there isn't, to my knowledge,
we don't have a
word for that in the English language. I mean, I'm sure there's a curse word for it in the English language, but not necessarily for that specific feeling, or unique to that specific feeling. So, what is the relationship between language labels and emotion? And I ask that as a way to kind of wedge into the ruler approach,
sure.
Right? Because as you pointed out, that one recognizes, understands labels, but the label is central, literally, to the ruler approach.
It is. Yeah, so I'm very similar to Lisa in terms of there are emotion concepts or categories. Well, let's use the anger category. If you only have one word for anger, that means all you know is there's one form of anger. But if you start teaching people, well, there are other words that we could use, like peeved, irritated, angry, enraged, livid. And you have rich conversations, which is what I do in schools with kids and teachers themselves. Like, what is, when you're feeling peeved, like, what are the things that make you feel peeved versus the things that make you feel enraged? What does it feel like in your body when you're feeling that way? Granted that everybody feels things differently in their bodies. That really doesn't matter. What matters is that we have a common language and a common understanding of what these emotions are, because otherwise we can't communicate. I'm really, this is a big deal for me in terms of having a common language within a community to talk about emotion, because right now, we're in a crisis of anxiety. I'm not 100% bought into that. I think that people use the word anxiety improperly. Anxiety is about uncertainty about the future, if we're going to define it. It's different than stress. There's different forms of stress, as you know. But the distress, right, is usually when you have too many demands and not enough resources, which is different than when you're overwhelmed, right, which is my emotion of the year, which is I'm just saturated, I can't even figure out what's going on anymore, which is also different from fear. And we call that emotion differentiation or granularity. People call it, they're slightly different. The differentiation is like between emotions, and the granularity might be within the emotion. But from my work, just to go on about this for a moment, the best example I have is I do a lot of corporate training. And so I'm in a room filled with lawyers or executives, and ask them how they're feeling. Nobody's really sure how they're feeling, like you were saying. And then I'll do these little kind of quizzes with them. Tell me the difference. You got 3 minutes in a group. Anxiety, stress, pressure, fear, overwhelmed. And they come back, and the number one response is they're all the same. And I'm like, really? Take another few minutes. Just try try to define them. They can't even define them. They say things like, one is internal, one is external, one is higher energy and lower energy. I'm like, I get that, but how do you, what do these concepts mean to you? What do they mean to you? Anyhow, finally we get to like the definitions, and then I say, who cares? Like, why am I asking you to like understand these differences? Go back to your groups and talk about it. And then after this is like a 45-minute, I thought this was gonna be like a 2-minute activity. It turns into like a 45-minute to an hour exercise, because they finally realize, oh yeah, so if I'm anxious because I'm worrying about the future, maybe the breathing exercise is not gonna be as helpful, because maybe I need a cognitive strategy to say, Mark, stop worrying about the stock market. Mark, stop worrying about the university closed down because of the pandemic. You got no control over the university's decisions. And so helping people make connections between the feeling and the reason for the feeling, from my perspective, has been very helpful to help them learn how to regulate the emotion.
So connecting the feeling and the reason for the feeling.
Correct.
As opposed to just labeling the feeling.
Yeah, you need to know why. It's the why that you really have to deal with.
How do you feel about emojis? From everything you're saying, they seem like more than benign to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I could imagine that the emojification of culture, as I refer to it, I don't think that's a real word.
It's all right.
It is now. Set up a Wikipedia page tomorrow. Emojification is a serious problem, because it's what we call in science too much lumping. In science,
Exactly.
lumpers and splitters.
Yeah.
Right? And both can have fabulous careers, but if you lump too much or split too much, you create more confusion and you often create problems. And I just see emojis as lumping this incredible set of different continuums within us that we call emotions.
Exactly.
Into literally a small icon. And I can imagine this would lead to all sorts of problems, not just in communication, but in understanding our own emotions. Put differently, do you think that the use of emojis has degraded our level of emotional intelligence and processing?
I mean, I haven't done the research, but from my perspective, it's not helpful, because the goal is to get granular. Think about the difference. I'm not going to quiz you right now, but anger and disappointment. Do you know that 95% of the people that I asked to define those two things cannot do it?
I mean, right off the cuff, I'll just say, I'm familiar with both of those feelings. I know they're different, sense their difference. I mean, but the disappointment piece, it could be directed outward or inward. I'd have to work systematically through until I found a violation of one or the other. So where an example applied to one and not the other, and it would take me a few minutes, longer than I want this audience to have to wait.
There you go.
Yeah.
So we should
So I got enough.
But you have a growth mindset, so you're okay.
There you go. Yeah.
But so disappointment, unmet expectations. Everything was legit. It just didn't work out. Anger, perceived injustice. And that's a really important distinction. Because if you're a parent or someone at work and someone is like yelling and screaming, first we grossly, make mistakes in terms of labeling emotion from behavior. We gotta just throw that out. There's no correlation really between behavior and emotion. I can stomp my feet, as a boy because I'm feeling sad, just because it's more culturally acceptable for me to stomp than to cry. And so, why are you so angry? Well, maybe I'm feeling shame, which is my experience. I was yelling and screaming as a kid because I was being bullied so much. And then my mother would be like, who do you think you are talking to me that way? And then my father would say, go to your room. And I'd be like, is anybody reading my, emotions properly, or asking me how I'm feeling? Because you would know that I'm acting out because of fear and shame. Never happened because of a variety of reasons of, triggering my parents, and they didn't have such high emotional intelligence. They loved me, just didn't have high emotional intelligence. And so going back to the anger disappointment one, unmet expectations versus perceived injustice. And so when you think about it in terms of the strategy, like for example, my other career, was as a martial arts teacher. So I have a 5th degree black belt in a Korean martial art called Hapkido. So if this podcast doesn't go so well, you know, I was an awkward kid, had a, very insecure, low self-esteem, got into the martial arts. I thought, I'm gonna get my yellow belt and I'm gonna feel tough and proud. Failed my freaking yellow belt test. I mean, at 13 years old, you couldn't imagine, like, there's nothing worse for a 13-year-old kid who's feeling shame and being bullied to fail a yellow belt test. So what do? I go home, I hate karate, I'm never going back to karate. Everybody's in an uproar. I'm getting yelled at, I'm paying for your karate, you're going back to, whatever. And the truth was, like, let's think about that for a minute. So I go to take the test, and I've got to do my blocks and my kicks, my punches. I know there's 5 kicks, there's 5 punches. And let's say I do them the best I can, but the sensei just says, Mark, just not good enough. You're not ready yet. That's legitimate disappointment. I expected to pass. I didn't pass. I'm feeling disappointed. So the strategy for that is what? Like, tutor, help, show me what I have to do better. On the other hand, let's say, which was true for me, that some of the kids who were the bullies in my middle school also took karate. And let's imagine they're watching me take my test. And they're giving me some dirty looks because they're going to, threaten me, and which did happen, getting changed, going, wait till you see what it's going to be like for you tomorrow on the way to school. Now how am I feeling? Terrorized, fearful. And I failed my test because of that. So you can see how I could show up with a particular behavior. People are attributing emotion to me. They're labeling my emotions for me because they don't have the skill to deactivate as a parent or a teacher or a partner, to be present, to help me understand my experience and then label my experience, understand where it's coming from, and then strategize accordingly.
I'd like to take a quick break and acknowledge our sponsor, AG1. AG1 is a vitamin mineral probiotic drink that also includes prebiotics and adaptogens. AG1 is designed to cover all of your foundational nutritional needs, and it tastes great. Now, I've been drinking AG1 since 2012, and I started doing that at a time when my budget for supplements was really limited. In fact, I only had enough money back then to purchase one supplement, and I'm so glad that I made that supplement AG1. The reason for that is, even though I strive to eat most of my foods from whole foods and minimally processed foods, it's very difficult for me to get enough fruits, vegetables, vitamins and minerals, micronutrients, and adaptogens from food alone. And I need to do that in order to ensure that I have enough energy throughout the day, I sleep well at night, and keep my immune system strong. But when I take AG1 daily, I find that all aspects of my health, my physical health, my mental health, and my performance, both cognitive and physical, are better. I know that because I've had lapses when I didn't take AG1, and I certainly felt the difference. I also notice, and this makes perfect sense given the relationship between the gut microbiome and the brain, that when I regularly take AG1, which for me means a serving in the morning or mid-morning, and again later in the afternoon or evening, that I have more mental clarity and more mental energy. If you'd like to try AG1, you can go to drinkag1.com/Huberman to claim a special offer. Right now, they're giving away 5 free travel packs and a year's supply of vitamin D3 K2. Again, that's drinkag1.com/Huberman to claim that special offer.
You said that disappointment is when one does everything essentially correctly, meaning gave as much effort as they could, etc., and it didn't work out.
Correct.
Versus anger, which is perceived injustice.
Yeah.
Would you say that your response to not getting your yellow belt then, because as a 5th degree black belt now, clearly you got that yellow belt eventually. I want to hear that part of the story too. That you were experiencing anger, in this case, could we even call it inappropriate anger? Simply inappropriate because what you really needed to understand was this notion of disappointment, but no one had taught it to you.
I think what you're getting at, though, is this, like, not knowing how you're feeling, because I was never taught language, right? And having an experience that is, could be many feelings at once, which could be disappointment, could be anger, could be embarrassment. But you got to unpack the situation. What was the real event that happened? What really happened in that moment? And so if it were legitimate, like legitimate test, and I just, I blocked the punch and I just didn't have the strength to block it, like to really stand firm, it's disappointment. It's like, it's like you thought your blocks were strong. Unfortunately, you need some work. Let's practice every day after school together. We're going to get these blocks down so you can get that yellow belt test. There's no other reason. If it's because the bullies are staring at me and I'm not capable of dealing with those piercing eyes that are at me, and I'm feeling so anxious and overwhelmed that I can't block because I'm just freaked out, that's a whole nother story. You see how like a parent or a teacher would have to really differentiate their support, but you have to really get at the experience, which means we have to have relationships that are trustworthy, loving, caring with all people, because otherwise we don't build that connection to really understand how people are feeling. We just take the kind of behavior, we're like, why are you behaving that way? Go to your room, or just practice. It's like, no, like, I've been bullied at school and now the bully is threatening me. Like, that's serious stuff that needs to be taken care of.
Online emojis and downward facing thumbs versus upward facing thumbs and this kind of thing, and vomit emojis and things like that. Mind blown. That I'm starting to realize that these may be doing far more harm than we realize.
I think it's fun. And maybe it's just, if you want to just use it for fun, not a problem. If we're going to use it to really communicate, not so great.
I'm thinking of instances where people are just using these with the intention of expressing their dislike of something, but that the people on the receiving end experience a lot of self-criticism as a consequence. Mostly kids, but adults too. I know some adults that really can't handle somebody commenting on their Instagram post like big L or something like that.
It's devastating for people.
Nope, or this kind of thing. It's also interesting because I see it even in the academic community, especially on Twitter, X, where I know that, sure, people reject each other's papers, critique each other's papers, but they do that with a degree of intellectual nuance that transmits a sense of care, right? If scientists really care, then they're going to do a careful review, as much as we would all love this is a perfect paper, that's it, no critique. When somebody critiques something that we do with an attention to detail, provided it's fair, we feel cared for.
Totally.
Right? They care for the work and we care for the work, and so there's a relationship there, even if it's an anonymous review. But I'm shocked to see how scientific colleagues I've known for decades, really how they comport themselves online. Like they'll swear, they'll come out, they won't bother to punctuate things. They'll just sort of behave in a very what seems to be a very activated way. Not all of them, of course, but it's been very interesting. The words that come to mind are, I feel like online, especially on social media, the kids are acting like adults and the adults are acting like children. And so there seems to be a kind of regression toward what I'm calling the emojification, or the kind of high amplitude expression with blunt tools. And I don't know what that is, because I know these people. The reason I'm using the academic community as an example, by the way, it's cost some of these people their jobs, chairs of departments, not at Stanford or Yale, fortunately. But it's kind of striking to me the way that when we remove the face-to-face connection, when people will behave that way, and I use the parallel example of anonymous review because it's anonymous. So in theory, they could behave however they want, but there's an etiquette. So it seems like online etiquette is very deprived of many of the important features that you're starting to lay out for us here.
Anonymity, causes challenges. It's funny because I gave a speech at Twitter, now known as X, about 5 years ago, and had analyzed quite a lot of data. It was actually the year that Mariah Carey sang, and it got messed up. And it was like the week before I was going in January, it was like New Year's Eve, and I just was curious, and because it really was a mess up. And I said, how are people going to respond? And it was 99.99% ripping this amazing diva to shreds.
So I don't recall this incident. So she's obviously phenomenally talented, but she made an error.
There was something with the mic.
She made an error.
There was something with the mic.
Oh goodness.
And she just basically, like, the mic wasn't working the way she wanted it to work, and she's like, I'm out of here. I'm not singing. And you should have seen how people millions and millions and millions of it's like, this must really sting for you. Maybe one post like that. And so it does make you wonder about the type of person who is interested in commenting. Like, we may have a bias there. I do think we have a bias there. You know, people who, you know, they feel protected by, you know, something. If it's, you know, a more famous person in politics, obviously people are very clear how they feel.
Politicians sort of open themselves up to it.
Yeah, they do.
Public-facing people in general, I've heard, open themselves up
Yeah.
to it. But politicians in particular, I think we sort of give the general public a pass to say almost anything about them. But it's not pretty.
It's not pretty, and it's not emotionally intelligent, to go back to the concept, right? It's like, what's your goal here? Like, I always ask people that, like, what are you getting at it being nasty?
I perceive it as evacuative. I look at that and I think, gosh, what they must feel inside to be able to say those things can't be good. But maybe it feels good to them. I don't know. I don't think I've ever made a negative comment. If I have, someone could call me out on it. Hopefully it was in sarcasm with a friend as the target, and they were okay with it or happy with it. But I don't know what internal, emotional, or psychological state it would take to go say something cruel to somebody online.
In my earlier research with Facebook, we analyzed millions and millions of posts, and you know, people can be intentionally mean and hurtful. Just people want to rip people to shreds, and they want to instill fear. And you know, it's very hard to disentangle that too, just to be honest. So like, what we found in our research was that I could say, if you like, Andrew's wearing a black shirt, you'll see that. I could say like, nice shirt, and it might mean nice shirt, or it might mean I'm making fun of your shirt, and it's just hard. Like, that's the problem, you know, with social media in terms of posts. We don't really know, because the person who's receiving it has a story, right? That was one challenge we found around like getting posts taken down, was that it was hard to have that objective criterion of what was, you know, painful to a person. Which is why what we tried to do was help the person who was receiving the content communicate in a way with the person who posted the content to get them to take it down. And what we found was that it actually worked really well. If you taught a teenager, for example, to say, hey, you know, hey Andrew, like, that comment you made really was hurtful, would you please take it down? We were more likely to get people to take it down. And what we found in experimental research was that if we just let people go, you know, on their own devices, it tended to be more retaliatory. Like, who the heck do you think you are? You know, you want to fight back, you know, and that did not motivate the person to take it down. So even meeting gross behavior with compassion can be helpful.
Can we provide a counter example for the anger versus disappointment that's on the positive valence side? What's a positive set of feelings that people often conflate?
Like happiness and contentment.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm getting F's all around. Good thing I became a biologist.
Ecstatic and elated. Yeah, this is why I do what I do.
Yeah.
So I'm good at this.
Yeah, yes, you are.
You know, when you think about happiness, you know, it's usually about, you know, when you're achieving something, right? I'm gonna be happy when, you know, this will bring me happiness. Contentment is the opposite. Contentment is everything is just great as it is. I feel complete. I have enough. And part of my argument against the happiness research is that we don't spend enough time helping people strive for contentment, and we push people to strive for happiness, which there's research to show, you know, backfires. You know, if you're waking up every day saying, what am I going to do to be happy? What am I going to do to be happy? Chances are, you know, it's not going to work out a lot. And that kind of backfires to create more despair.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but as soon as you describe contentment that way, and thank you for parsing those two, very useful to me. As soon as you describe contentment that way, I imagine waking up and rather than thinking about what needs to be done and the things I want to achieve, which I want to achieve, they bring me joy.
Yeah.
Throw in a third word there just to confuse myself. This notion of contentment, the way that you described, I could see might lead me to pay attention to how good it feels to have gotten some sleep, to I sleep well most nights, but what a privilege that is. And to, maybe feel the comfort of the comforter and the mattress for a moment before barging into the day.
Yeah.
And to chase happiness, as it were.
Exactly. I think, the idea that we have to be happy all the time is also ridiculous. I mean, I'm a neurotic professor. Like, I'm never happy. It's tough. And so, and also, like, I don't know about you, but given that my dispositional affect, another term, is more on the lower energy, kind of contented, little anxiety. When I'm around the people who are like high energy and pleasant all the time, I have a difficult time. It's like,
Because you somehow feel like you're not living up to some standard.
no, I just feel like overwhelmed and smothered by it. It's like, stop being so happy all the time.
Here's where I get to appropriately make a joke about, because before we started, we were talking about East Coast schools versus West Coast
Yeah.
schools. I was like, maybe you come west and that'll change, or maybe you're right where you belong there at the also phenomenal university that is Yale. But anyway, that's kind of inside ball stuff. East Coast University is amazing. Midwest University is amazing. West Coast University is amazing. Different perceived temperaments, but
For sure.
And styles. Just look at the walking speeds, for instance, not just the weather. But yeah, you raise a very important point. We have a member of our podcast team that is like always in a great mood.
Mm-hmm.
He's always in a great mood, and it is for me a reminder to be in a better mood. I'm not somebody that I would say I'm not moody. I don't change moods quickly, but I wouldn't say that my disposition is to be like Tigger-like and just happy
Right.
all the time. But his energy around that doesn't drain me. But it makes me wish I was him.
That's good. That's okay. That's you. You know what I mean? Like part of being emotionally intelligent with colleagues, romantic partners, with children, whoever, is picking up on that. Like now that I know that about you, it makes me think differently about you in terms of what your needs are. That's emotional intelligence. And for me, I wake up every morning like having an existential crisis. I'm like, what am I doing with my life? And what am I doing this today for? And then I gotta publish this paper, I gotta finish my book, I gotta run my team. Like, what do I wanna do? And then I'm doing it, and then I'm like, when I'm doing one thing, I think I should be doing the other thing. This is just who I am, and I've tried everything, and that's my operating system. I'm more aware, I'm working on another book, and as I was working on it, I'm in a chapter, and all I could think about is the next chapter. And then I started like, Mark, give yourself permission to be with this freaking chapter. It's okay. Like, you can focus on one thing and not worry about the future. And I had to literally kind of do that for myself. That's how I am, And so knowing that about myself is useful because it helps me find the strategies that work for me. And going back to the happiness thing, it's because I'm also introverted. And so when I'm around extroverts a lot, I'm drained. I just like after something like this is an intense conversation. I'm not going to go to a sports bar, like have a beer and like watch the game. I would never do that anyway. But anyway, that's just not my thing. Like that would make me. My brain would be burnt. Like my dream would be to leave here, go take a hot yoga class, and take a walk, have a glass of wine, maybe by myself or with a friend, and then end the day.
All those things are readily available within less than a mile of here. We can point you in the right direction. It sounds lovely. The introversion, extroversion bit is going to prick up people's ears. It certainly did mine. I like time alone. I also like time alone in the presence of many people. In fact, I get my best work done always either alone in nature or in Manhattan, where there are people around me, but I'm completely isolated.
I love that too.
So, how should we think about introversion and extroversion? These things get thrown around so much in popular culture. Are there some solid scientific studies that support that introversion can best be defined as blank and extroversion as blank? And I'm guessing there's a range there. It's got to be on a continuum. It can't be two bins.
I mean, for some people, it's very clear. They are a clear traded introvert, and for some people, they're just like endlessly extrovert. No matter they wake up wanting to be with people, at the end of the day, they want to go out with people more. And so, what research shows, for example, with creative people is they tend to be both. They tend to be high introverts and high extroverts, which is interesting, right? They're introverts when they're doing their art, and then they're extroverts when they're out there selling their art, which is hard for some artists, right? Because a lot of artists are kind of introspective and they're creative types, but they really struggle with getting out there and being that extroverted, like, look at my art. And so you're the lucky artist if you are treated in both directions. I think the easiest way to think about it is just this, it's a proclivity, right? It's a proclivity to how you want to use your energy. And the introvert is more a container, wants to contain their energy. They want to, be in small groups. They want kind of less frenetic environments. And the extrovert just has a proclivity for, more sensation seeking, larger social groups. And again, it's a preference. I always say I'm an introvert with pretty good social skills. Like I can appear to be extroverted. Most people think I'm outgoing. And I always tell like, I don't even like people that much.
You seem very outgoing.
Yeah, I'm not. It's just not, it's not my natural, like if I'm at a party, I struggle with like what am I going to do here?
When you say you don't necessarily like people
I'm
that
joking,
much,
but-
I realize you're joking, but and I was just going to make sure to ask, because I can't presume, that doesn't mean that you dislike people. It's just that being in the presence of a lot of people doesn't draw you out to want to be closer to or get to know all these people simply because they're there. Whereas an extrovert seems to really like forming and engaging in new relationships, old relationships, all relationships, relating.
Exactly. If you're like running a campaign to run for, mayor of your town, like you want to hire an extroverted PR person, right? An extroverted person do marketing because they're like going to be out there like banging on the doors, not very comfortable talking to people, right? The introvert is going to be better at doing the accounting, and doing the planning. And we've done this research actually. It's been fun with my students. I would have them take measures of their valid measures of introversion and extroversion. I would score them into groups, like it's a really extroverted group and a really introverted group, and I'd have them plan a party. Just go plan a party. And the group of extroverts is bonfires, there's beer, there's loud music on the beach, and the introverts are like, we have to make sure we have good napkins. We want to, we're going to have 4 people, it's going to be quiet music. That's just, how we're built.
Interesting. When I think of throwing a great party, I've thrown a few, what I like to think were great parties. It involves inviting a bunch of people over and then being able to stand back from a lot of it and not have to participate in all of it. I just like seeing friends that didn't know each other start to interact.
That's cool.
That's fun for me. And then if I have to communicate directly with too many people in the party, I would definitely feel drained. I'm known to retreat to a room and take a nap.
Yeah, so maybe you are more introverted.
Yeah, I think so. Rick Rubin, who's world renowned for his creative insights and creativity, for being Rick, I think once said on a podcast perhaps, or maybe he said this to me, that Tom Petty was the sort of person that basically didn't do anything besides write music and read books and interact with the small number of people in his inner circle. And the idea of leaving the house was just completely overwhelming to him. Now, of course, people were always approaching him, but like really, really extreme introvert. Whereas Rick has described, and I won't name names here, other famous people, musicians and otherwise, that go out specifically to try and get the attention of fame.
Yeah.
And if they don't, they feel absolutely isolated.
Makes sense.
Even though they have people in their private life, it's sort of like it becomes a kind of extroversion requirement. I would imagine life is much harder for the extrovert in the long run because there's
the research
so
shows that
much
the
need there.
extroverts tend to have a little bit more success because they're more willing to get out there and ask for it. They get raises more quickly.
I see.
And in my work in schools, I always ask teachers to pay attention to the personality of their students because the introvert has a lot of great ideas. They're just not dying to raise their hand and get the attention. So don't just call on the kids who are raising their hands because you're missing out on getting some great information.
In that case, do you cold call on people? Whenever I'm teaching, I somewhat reluctant to cold call on people because I recall it can be terrifying when suddenly you're sitting there taking notes, trying to organize your thoughts around the material, and then suddenly, the whole room's looking at you.
I set expectations, around that, because I'm really particular about that because, it drives me crazy when the talkative extrovert is always, getting their thing said. I think there's good instructional practices that can help with that. One thing I'm thinking about though is this intersection of personality and emotional intelligence. You just kind of brought that up for me, and people confuse those a lot. So for example, I even confused it when I was younger before I studied it, because I'm high also in neuroticism, meaning I am more mercurial in terms of I worry about things and I'm fine, then I worry again. That's who I am. And I just always assumed that someone who is high in neuroticism or, more, as I said, kind of volatile emotionally, that was just low emotional intelligence. Because how could you be emotionally intelligent if you're emotionally volatile? And then I did all this research and found there's pretty much no correlation between personality traits and emotional intelligence. And why is that? Well, think about it. If you're someone who is more even-keeled, maybe you don't even have that much of an opportunity to regulate your emotions, right? But then if you get triggered, you've never had experience, so it's actually harder for you. Someone like me, I'm practicing it all the time, right? I'm always I'm in a bad mood, I gotta give a meeting, I'm irritable, I gotta give a presentation. So I'm constantly figuring out how to deal with my emotions. And that's why they're separate concepts. And in addition to it, just to build on this, knowing your personality traits can be extraordinarily helpful for choosing the best strategies to regulate your emotions. Why is that? I was traveling in Australia recently, and I gave this speech to a group of people. The person who was the person in charge of the speech, it was about an hour from Melbourne. And I took the train, because I preferred to stay in the city. Took the train, I had bought my train ticket back. The convener said, Mark, I just really would love to be with you, and can we just, can I drive you back to your hotel? And I'm thinking to myself, that is the worst thing you could ever ask me.
Then on the wrong side of the road.
Yeah. And I had my train ticket. It was a full day of presentations and stuff. I really wanted to be by myself to decompress. But I felt bad, and I said, sure. The guy talked to me for an hour, he just non-stop talked to me. I got back to my hotel, I was like, I am going to have a nervous breakdown. I need another day to recover and it annoyed me about myself, not practicing, what I teach, which was, Mark, know thyself, you're drained, be polite. It was my insecurity of just saying, I really appreciate you wanting to drive me back, but, I really have a lot to do tomorrow. I need to rest my voice. I need to, do some prep. Instead, I just sat there shaking and having just went crazy. So do you see what I'm getting at? Really knowing yourself in terms of what drives you and what your personality traits, just introversion, extroversion alone, and how that relates to your selection of strategies is so important.
Super important. And by the way, my joke about driving on the wrong side of the road, I do realize that we drive on the wrong side of the road for Australians and those in the UK. So I'll do the touche for you.
I'd like to take a brief break to thank one of our sponsors, Element. Element is an electrolyte drink that has everything you need and nothing you don't. That means the electrolytes, sodium, magnesium, and potassium, in the correct ratios, but no sugar. Now, I and others on the podcast have talked a lot about the critical importance of hydration for proper brain and bodily function. Research shows that even a slight degree of dehydration can really diminish cognitive and physical performance. It's also important that you get adequate electrolytes in order for your body and brain to function at their best. The electrolytes, sodium, magnesium, and potassium, are critical for the functioning of all the cells in your body, especially your neurons or nerve cells. To make sure that I'm getting proper amounts of hydration and electrolytes, I dissolve 1 packet of Element in about 16 to 32 ounces of water when I wake up in the morning, and I drink that basically first thing in the morning. I also drink Element dissolved in water during any kind of physical exercise I'm doing, especially on hot days if I'm sweating a lot and losing water and electrolytes. If you'd like to try Element, you can go to drinkelement.com/Huberman, spelled drinklmnt.com/Huberman, to to claim a free Element sample pack with the purchase of any Element drink mix. Again, that's drinkelement.com/Huberman to claim a free sample pack.
Text messaging is an interesting example of communication that nowadays, depending on how many people have access to your phone number, can either feel like a wonderful source of filling the gaps, on trains and while in transit and while walking to the car, perhaps, hopefully not while driving, although people seem to do that. And yet for the introvert, I can imagine that it might feel inundating. It might feel overwhelming. How do you feel about text messages? Because it's just yet another form of communication. I asked this for a very particular reason. I could imagine that extroverts love to text message. They love to receive and send text messages, that they can't stand a moment of downtime before boarding a plane. They're excited that there's yet another form of communication at all hours of the day and night, whereas introverts would be less excited to text message. I also asked this in part because I want to protect the variable latency to respond to text option that I've tried to exercise in my life, but that seems to doesn't really seem to work. I think most people assume, if I walk up to you and I say hello, and you wait 10 minutes to say hello back, I'll first think you're a little bit rude and then think you're a little strange. Whereas if I text you hello and I don't hear back right away, I might think you're busy. There's some wiggle room for interpretation, but I think what I'm really getting at here is, do we tend to project the same latency expectation on text that we ourselves embrace? This seems like an important source of potential miscommunication, misunderstanding, and maybe worse.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. You could imagine also, though, that the introvert might be more comfortable texting because it's less stimulation. So it could work. I think it could work in both directions. I think the problem with text messaging is that it's decreasing emotional intelligence, because you really can't communicate the same way through a text message.
Thank you. Can you repeat both those things
I'm
again?
happy to say it 100 times.
No, because I feel this wash of like relief, and now I'm looking for the appropriate word because I'm talking to you, so I feel like I have to use the exact appropriate word. I feel emancipated.
There you go.
Because I also feel that as texting has become more routine and has crossed a number of different lines of formality and informality, right? Not just with family members, but with coworkers and people we do and don't know and just met and have known for ages. The jargon that we use with one group is different than the jargon we use with another.
Yeah.
But I feel that texting in general has really degraded our ability to communicate verbally and in writing elsewhere.
There's good research on even like teens right now prefer to text than to be face to face, which is not helpful to building like good relationships.
I shouldn't have, forgive me. I'm going to interrupt you too. I have no idea what it's like to be a teenager in 2024. So I caught myself. I have no place saying weird, because there were things that I was doing as a teenager that I'm sure adults were like, that's weird. So I take that back.
But if you think about how disconnected and alienated and lonely people feel these days, that's not necessarily going to help make things better. I have an example. When my father passed away a number of years ago, I got all these text messages. I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm so sorry for your loss. From people who I thought were really good friends of mine, like 20, 30-year friends. I'm like, you're not going to pick up the phone and like listen to my voice and ask me like, what can I do to support you right now? And it's so strange. And actually, one of my closest friends, didn't even text me. She texted my assistant and said, please go into Mark's office and tell him that I love him. I'm like, this is really weird. Like, we need to, like, I picked up the phone. I'm like, what is happening? What is happening right now? And, people have preconceived notions. Maybe she thought I was overwhelmed and devastated and needed space. But at the same time, like, make a phone call, leave me a voice message, and give me, some options. I had one friend, she's like, Mark, I know you're going through a lot right now. I just want you to know, like, if you want to talk, anytime you want to call me, call me. If you want to text. If you want me to come out and stay with you for a couple of days, I'm there.
That's an awesome friend.
Yeah, that was exactly what I needed to hear. I wanted, someone to offer, provide options, or just do. But we're so hesitant these days. It's kind of scary to me, and it makes me fearful about the future of our relationships in general.
I think this is such an important topic. I think because texting is so common and has been used to, communicate so many different forms of human emotion in this broad bin format. I mean, how much can you really put into a text? I have some friends and
voice text,
you can voice text,
which is like, then it's like,
right. As long as sometimes, there are issues with that too. I feel like it's enriched compared to texting, unless the text is carefully written out, punctuated. I mean, we can see the care that people put into certain texts or emails that they tip, and most people, including myself, don't. Right? Texting is a short form communication. Audio notes, voice memos seem like a step up. I think what this has probably done is that it's made the phone call or the handwritten card or letter. It's kind of raised that to the pinnacle of care and of expression.
Completely. And by the way, text messaging, it's fine. I always, I'll be home in a little while, like, can you please pick this up? Whatever. Great. There's nothing wrong with text messaging. But when it replaces intimacy, when it replaces building, strong bonds, that's where I see the largest problem.
Yeah. I didn't outright set this rule in my relationships, but I would say with my coworkers, family members, and in other kinds of relationships, there's a rule, which is that we don't argue over text.
Yeah, it's not cool.
But people do it a lot.
It's easier because you don't have to feel the feelings. That's what it is. It's I can be psychologically distant from that person and say what I want to say. Where if I have to say it face to face, I'm going to have to face a response, and that response may be very uncomfortable for me, and I probably don't have the strategies to deal with it because I never learned them.
I mean, you and I are both aware that there is neural real estate specifically dedicated to the processing of faces, and specifically to the processing of human faces, and specifically to the processing of the emotions carried in human facial expressions. So, this is a hardwired aspect to our species.
Which is diminishing. There was a study done about kids in camps, and they randomly assigned them to be with their phones, not with their phones, and showed that after a couple of weeks of camp, kids who had their phones decreased in their emotion perception skills. So it makes a difference. We need to give children and adults more face-to-face time.
Wild. Can we talk about the energy pleasantness axes?
Sure.
And create a mental picture for people of what this is. I found this to be incredibly useful. If listeners or viewers have a pen or pencil and paper, you could map this out, but it's very easy to imagine in your mind. So maybe you could just tell us on the vertical axis.
Yeah, so we have, horizontal, we'll call that pleasantness. And this is going back to something else that we talked about earlier. It's called pleasantness, not goodness or badness. It's in this moment, am I feeling highly pleasant or am I feeling unpleasant? Do I feel like approaching my day, my colleagues? Do I feel like avoiding my colleagues? Do I feel safe and comfortable? Do I feel uncomfortable? That's the x-axis. And the way I like to think about it is that from the moment we wake up in the morning till the time we go to bed, that is activated. We're just, you wake up in the morning and you're all of a sudden the thought process like, yes, I want to get out of bed. No, I want to pull the covers over my head. On the y-axis is energy or activation.
Okay, so vertical axis is energy.
The technical term is arousal or activation, but I think energy is a better term. And so it's either you're highly energized or you're deactivated or low in energy. And that's mental energy, it's physical energy. It's like kind of like how much fuel you have. And then we cross those two axes to create what we call, in our work, the mood meter. And there are 4 quadrants. We got high pleasant, high energy, yellow. So think about emotions there. Happy, excited, elated, ecstatic, optimistic. We got the green, so it's low energy and pleasant still. That's the calm, content, tranquil, peaceful, relaxed quadrant. And And then we have the unpleasant side, and I'm going to repeat myself. It's not the bad emotions or the negative emotions. We're going to call them unpleasant because it's not generally pleasant to be sad or down or disappointed or hopeless or feeling despair, which is the blue or that low energy unpleasant. And we got our red quadrant on the mood meter, which we'll call the high energy, highly unpleasant emotions, which are feelings of anger and anxiety. So it's very helpful for people because, you know, when you're, like you even said this yourself, like you're not really sure how you're feeling. And we know our inner lives are complex. So to be able to have a tool that has 4 quadrants where you're like, I don't know, am I pleasant? I guess I'm kind of pleasant, but my energy's low. All right, I'm in the green. All right, now what are my options there? No, I'm feeling quite energized and pleasant. Oh, what are my options there? Etc. We find that for both preschoolers and CEOs, very helpful, extremely helpful. And then, you know, going back to ruler for a minute, we might as being the R for self-awareness, right? Recognizing, like, where am I in emotion space? And then you might ask yourself, like, all right, well, what's going on? You know, why am I thinking that I'm in the yellow or red or blue or green? What just happened? What might be happening? Oh, I'm about to be on a podcast. Oh, I'm about to take a test. Oh, I'm about to go into a difficult meeting with a colleague. Oh, I'm about to go home and my partner's going to be mad. Okay, now I understand why I'm feeling the way I'm feeling. I put a word to it. I'm more precise. I'm not enraged. I'm irritable. I'm not blissful. I'm just content. I'm not depressed. I'm just feeling down. I'm not overwhelmed. I'm just feeling a little uneasy. That's helpful because that helps you go into the E and the R of ruler, which is, all right, is this an emotion I need to express? Or do I keep it to myself? Does this emotion need help? Do I need support right now? Or am I okay with what I'm feeling? I have a great story about this, actually. You know, we're born to be fixers, I think, you know, especially in my role, like as a teacher, or if you're a parent, you know, with a kid or a teacher, partners, right? And so I go to visit this school where my program is. It's called Ruler also. And we're in about 5,000 schools now across the United States. And I'm visiting this school, kindergarten. And I do this check-in, and the little boy says he's in the blue, which means unpleasant, low in energy. And of course, my little 5-year-old, he's in the blue. I feel terrible. And then my fixer, like, I want to fix this kid. I don't want this kid to be in the blue. And so I know I can't do that because it's part of it's like the rules of ruler. You don't fix people's feelings. You don't fix people's feelings. So I just said to the boy, I'm just curious, you know, you need a strategy. And he goes, no. And I'm like, no? I said, I'm just curious, you know, why don't you need a strategy? He goes, because I know it's impermanent.
Wow. Maybe the next generations coming up are far more emotionally intelligent.
He's like,
ours, if I may.
If they get direct instruction, that's my vision for the world, is that everyone gets an emotion education. And the boy says, no, you know, I know it's going to go away. I'm fine. I'm like, okay, I was bad at this kid, like, you're my teacher. You know, it was amazing. And to think that 5-year-old had that insight, that he had an unpleasant feeling that didn't need to be fixed, that it was okay, that he just knew he was in a little funkin', but he has already experienced that emotions are ephemeral, you know, and he can just let it go and he'll be in the green a little later or the red or whatever else. It was really kind of mind-blowing.
I was going to ask, how do we resolve the contradiction between the message to feel our feelings versus to just recognize that the feelings are moving through us, as this 5-year-old, wasn't as able to do? Because I feel like it gets to the heart of a lot of what we hear in the psychological and wellness space, which is, you know, feelings are just feelings. They're transient. They represent all sorts of things, and we can get to the biological underpinnings or the you know, childhood trauma root cause underpinnings, all sorts of things, genetics for that matter. Should we feel our feelings in order to best recognize them? I would imagine yes. Is there any value to suppressing our feelings, or does that tend to just grow the feeling? What is known about this from the research literature? Because you see a lot of different opinions about this, but I'd like to know, have there been any experiments where people are placed into a negative or positive emotion or are experiencing a negative or positive emotion, and then intentionally try to suppress it. Has there been any brain imaging and
Yeah, there is.
measurement of galvanic skin response? Like, does the emotion grow or does the emotion shrink?
It tends to grow. There are cultural differences, just to be frank, but in Western culture, suppression tends not to have great outcomes. Finding ways to reappraise tends to be more helpful. This really gets into, though, for me, the core of my work, because for 20 years of my life, I was running a Center for Emotional Intelligence and teaching skills. And I would go around and I would see a lot of resistance, whether it was, the hedge fund manager or the superintendent of schools or a parent. I've had fathers come up to me, say things like, Mark, you're so vulnerable. Like, you shared your whole story about being bullied. Like, I would never in my wildest dream ever share with my own son that I was bullied as a kid. And I'm like, tell me more, of course. I'm a psychologist. And in the end, the guy was afraid that his son would think he was weak. And so we have a mindset about feelings that we have to talk about. People have feelings about their feelings. Sometimes we call those meta emotions or meta feelings. Sometimes it's just that happy is good, anger is bad. That's simple. My whole recent research is focused on something I call permission to feel. You know a little bit about my own story. I had a pretty rough childhood that included abuse. It included a lot of bullying. And I had two parents who loved me. But, my mother was a very anxious woman who never had strategies. So, she was always saying, I'm having a nervous breakdown. And she'd lock herself in her room and she wouldn't come out for a few hours. My father was, as we might call today, the tough guy who was kind of toxically masculine. Son, you go toughen up. He even said to me once, he's gone now, and we had a good relationship. But I'll never forget, he said, son, I used to beat kids up like you.
He said that.
He did. And he thought that was the message that I needed to hear to toughen up. Right? He was doing that through love. It was not emotionally intelligent parenting. But that was the way he thought. And, he did love me. He just didn't know how to be a parent in that way. And so think about that. Bullied, shame, fear, abused, all kinds of stuff going on in my head. Mom having nervous breakdowns, father toughen up. What happens? You suppress. You deny. You ignore. You eat. You do all kinds of weird behaviors because you have nowhere to go with your feelings. And I fear that way too many people feel that way right now. And I have good research to show that. You've read my book. I had an Uncle Marvin. He was a middle school teacher who, by some wave of a magic wand, was staying with my family one summer when I was 12. And he noticed something in my facial expression, my body language. He knew something was off. And he was the first adult who sat with me and said, hey, Mark, how are you feeling? And I don't know if it was his facial expression, his body language, his vocal tone, but that was the opener for me. I'm not doing so well. I don't really like life very much. I'm scared. And he didn't say, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown or toughen up. He said, we're going to get through this. I got you. I'm with you. And it's really interesting to me because, I feel like we're so focused on skill building, which is really important. But I want to take a step back and say, are we giving ourselves, are we giving our colleagues, our partners, our children the permission to feel? And I feel like a lot of people don't have that permission. Now, my research shows with tens of thousands of people across cultures that only about a third of adults felt that they had someone when they were young who created the conditions for them to have permission to feel. 70% of the people walking around here right now, in our corporations, in our schools, in our homes, 30% felt like they had that. And then you wonder, what do you think the characteristics are of these people? The characteristics of the Uncle Marvins or Aunt Marias, or the colleague at work, by the way. This also works in the adult workforce. You can have an emotion mentor or a feelings coach at work. There's three characteristics. Do you want to take a guess?
I'm guessing empathically attuned.
Okay.
Although for those that know, empathy involves a bunch of subcategories, so I want to acknowledge that. Empathically attuned. I'm guessing that they have themselves some high emotional intelligence. And the third is, my hope is that there be a high situational awareness.
Yeah.
Right, because your uncle needed to see something subtle in your facial expression, or maybe not so subtle, but everyone else was missing it. But to be able to detect that there was something that really it was like a silent cry for help.
Yeah. You're getting at, like, you're really nuanced, that's why you're a scientist too. The three broad characteristics. The first one that shows up cross-culturally, non-judgmental. Like, when we think about the people who gave us permission to feel, they just had no judgment. They let me be who I can be, or who I am. The second is empathic, and kind of coupled with compassionate, which is kind of the different form of empathy. The third, primarily, is active listening. People want to be around people who don't judge them, who listen actively, and show that they care. It's that simple. And I'll tell you, it's really interesting to me because, I do a lot of public speaking, and often my new strategy is I do surveys where I'm going to be presenting, so I can present the audience themselves with their data. And so I'm giving this speech to a bunch of adult parents, high school parents, and I'm showing the data from them. They fill out the survey. Non-judgmental, active listening, empathy, compassion. And I show, just like my national study, a third of you said yes, 2/3 of you said no. So this mom, and she's like, just like impulsively jumps out of her seat. She's like, I'm having an epiphany. I'm like, okay. And she's like, I'm certain that my daughter has an Uncle Marvin. I know it. And I'm also certain that my son doesn't. And you know something, Mark? I am leaving your presentation today, and I am finding my son is Uncle Marvin. And I'm like, lady, it could be you. And it was like,
sort of interesting. It's kind of going right by her.
It's like outsourcing.
Right.
Like, there's your karate teacher, there's your feelings mentor. And it's interesting to me, and I push on this in my research now. What is the resistance? Like, what are people so afraid of? I mean, they're so afraid of feelings, their own and their children's or their partners. And so I ask, I push on this. And what's really interesting and sad to me is that adults today, the two barriers, I'm gonna push you again. What do you think the two things that get in the way of giving other people permission to feel?
This is actually where my next question was going, so I'll just ask the question in the form of an answer.
Okay.
Is this like Jeopardy?
There you
That's
go.
what you do, or no, it's the other way around in Jeopardy. Sorry, you can see how many episodes of Jeopardy I've watched. That if people don't have adequate emotional boundaries, and they are maybe even too empathically attuned, that someone they care about experiencing anger or sadness or frustration, maybe even with them, would shift their own emotions and not make them able to be available with the three qualities that you listed off before. In particular, non-judgment, because now it's personal, and so it would undermine the process.
You're right there. The first one, though, is just a really interesting one, just time. People, I don't have the time. You don't have the time to be non-judgmental. Like, can you talk to me about that one, please?
It's actually the case that we don't have the time to be judgmental. It's far too energetically costly.
Yeah, I agree. The second really goes back to the skills. So I've had parents say things like, I'm afraid to ask my child how they're feeling because I'm not going to be able to handle it. I mean, think about that for a minute. I'm not going to be able to handle it. So you'd rather your son or daughter suppress their fears or their whatever they're feeling because you haven't developed the skills that you need to help co-regulate and support them. This is again going back to my mission vision, is that we need a world where everyone gets an emotion education, preschool to high school, and it's got to continue in college, and it's got to continue in the workforce, and it's got to continue as we grow older, because as a 54-year-old person right now who leads a large group of people, COVID hits, like I had a complete meltdown. I didn't know how to like lead during COVID. I was trying to figure it out, doing Zoom meetings and, you know, crazy stuff. And then my mother-in-law got stuck with me, and that was a real kind of wake-up call in terms of like relationship building. It was really rough for me, actually. She came for a wedding. One of my colleagues got married on March 3rd of 2020. Well, my mother-in-law is from Panama. And so, just so you know, all flights to Panama got canceled by March 13th. And they didn't open until September. So we had this 81-year-old, lovely, lovely woman. But, like, you know, it's a lot for your mother-in-law to live with you for 8 months. One little quick side story for this. I think it's relevant. So, like, it was getting really, I'm working from home. My mother-in-law was there. She wants me to make her a cappuccino every morning, which I like to do for the first week. But, like, after the 4th month, like, learn how to use the machine. And I don't want to do it myself. I'm afraid of the machine. I'm like,
sorry, I didn't mean to laugh out loud.
That's all right.
Yeah, those cappuccino machines can be scary.
They can be, but like growth mindset, right? Like, watch me, I'll help you do it. No, I want you to make the coffee. I'm like, you got to make your own coffee. I told you, I don't like people in the morning. You got to make your own coffee. Anyhow, one night we're at dinner, and she looks at me in Spanish. She speaks Spanish. I speak Spanish. And so she said, in Spanish, are you really the director of the Center for Emotional Intelligence? And I looked at him like, not tonight. Not tonight. Like, we're going down. And it was a mess.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
No, it's all right.
I laughed before you said it was a mess. I just, your impression of the question, it's maybe it drew to mind some experiences of mine.
Yeah, I mean, and there it was. Like, yes, my day job is I run a Center for Emotional Intelligence, but like I'm a human being who had strong emotions and I didn't have the strategies. And I needed to cultivate a whole new set of regulation strategies to deal with that new aspect of my life.
In thinking about people that can really help us by asking us the right questions, or in thinking about how we can ask people the right questions to really help them and us gain an understanding of what they're experiencing. Recalling numerous instances in my life where there seemed to be the requirement for an excuse, like an activity excuse.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I currently have a very good relationship with my father, but I remember when there was a time where we had to talk about science or watches as an entry point to any conversation, let alone about emotions, right? And he's done a lot of work, I've done a lot of work, and I like to think we are much further down the road.
Great.
We enjoy a very close relationship as a consequence of that work, in part. But I think what you're describing really makes me realize that no matter who anybody is, or what their age, or what their background, that as human beings, we don't just need permission, but we really should think about just having a conversation about how others feel.
100%.
As opposed to making an activity a prerequisite for that conversation. And as I say this, I realize some people are probably thinking, oh boy, okay, so we're just gonna sit around and talk about our feelings. But my short response to that is yes. Because when you don't do that, then I can say from experience that pretty soon you're not participating in those activities with that person.
Exactly.
And potentially with anybody. I mean, I'm not saying that people become so unpleasant to themselves and others that they don't have any friends. I mean, okay, that's an extreme case. But what I hear in the backdrop of everything you're saying is that it's not just about an education, it's really about a practice of giving ourselves and others permission to simply have a conversation about what one is feeling as an exercise for both people to be able to explore that in the correct way. And there is a correct way. You described the ruler approach as one.
Yeah, there are strategies. Correctness is a tricky term. It's a game. It's no matter what, it's going to be a game because you can't predict how people will respond. But I couldn't agree with you more. I'll give you another example. My father, who, like you, we ended up having an excellent relationship. My mom died when I was young, and he remarried, and he had moved to upstate New York. And he had this lovely wife, and she called me about 2 years after they were married, and she's like, Mark, I can't take it anymore. Your father is driving me out of my mind. I'm like, what do you mean? He's angry all the time. He's just really making me miserable. she's like, I think, I might have to leave him. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my goodness, like, he's older, and if she leaves him, he's going to want to move in with me. So, like, road trip. And so I went on a road trip, took my father out to the local coffee shop. We're sitting down. I can't take it anymore. This is what he's telling me. I can't take it anymore. I'm like, Dad, like, tell me more. I can't take it anymore. I'm like, that's not enough information, Dad. Like, what can't you take anymore? In the end, what I learned was that my father has 3 sons. All of us have doctorates. We're all independent. We're all successful. Her children were having struggles. And she was needing to babysit her grandchildren. My father didn't like that. My sons are all taking care of themselves. I want, he's not realizing this, but what he's saying is, I don't like the idea of you spending so much time with these grandkids because I want your attention. Now, why do I tell you that? Because after my father and I spoke for about a half hour about this, I said, Dad, it sounds like you're jealous. He said, what do you mean I'm jealous? I said, well, you're upset that Jane, your wife, wants to spend more time with the grandkids, and that's not time with you. In my emotion lexicon, I didn't use that term, that's jealousy. I can't believe you're telling me I'm jealous. I'm like, I'm not telling you you're jealous. You're telling me you're jealous. I'm just giving you the concept. Starts crying, hysterical crying, because he had awareness for the first time of his emotional experience. He was so emotionally illiterate. He just didn't know what he was feeling, and he was just acting out. Once he sat down and understood the experience of, like, wife wants to be with child because they need support. I'm not happy with that because I don't know what to do with myself when she's spending time with the grandkids. It's jealousy. All of a sudden, we had a pathway to helping him regulate. Now, I'll finish the story by saying about 2 months later, Jane, she calls me. She's like, Mark, I don't know what you did at that coffee shop, but, like, your father's a changed man. And, I don't take all the credit, take some credit, but it just shows you the power of emotional self-awareness. Like, once you really know how you're feeling, it can be liberating, and then you can figure out what you need to do with those feelings.
I'm letting that really sink in because, I think these days we hear a lot about therapy. Fortunately, in my opinion, I think, and I'm going to get the numbers only crudely right, but they're certainly in the right direction and amplitude. There was a survey done, I believe, at Stanford, asking students how willing they would be to seek therapy if they were dealing with an emotionally trying time. And this was in the, I think, early mid-90s, and the numbers that came back were very low, somewhere in the teens or 20% of students polled, whereas nowadays it's in excess of 80 or 90%.
Very high.
Yeah, and I think that's representative of
Actually,
a lot of.
can I give you another example of
Please.
this? So here I am, a professor at Yale, teaching courses on emotional intelligence. Now, I should just let you know there's resistance oftentimes, and my students are fantastic in general, but there's a resistance to wanting to learn about emotional intelligence. What they want to do in general is get an A in my course, but they don't, and they want to memorize, like, oh, so the theory was written in 1990 by Mayer and Salovey.
This is a pre-med course.
No, this
Okay.
is general.
That was a joke.
Undergrad,
Pre-meds.
yeah.
Love the pre-meds, but they
Well, I have
are very
stories
grade conscious.
I have stories about that too, but and so I say, no, this is about you developing the skills. Like, this is going to be, you're going to think really critically about, and part of the essays you're going to write are going to be your action plans for building your own emotional intelligence. I don't want to do that. I want to, get the test and get the A. After a month, I get them bought in. Interestingly though, because I make my courses into research, and I ask them to fill out surveys, how they're feeling, every class. Number one emotion, stressed. Everybody's stressed. I'm thinking to myself, like, stressed out? Like, you got a good life here. But nevertheless, stressed, I have to have empathy, I get it. But I decided that I really had a hard time. Remember, I defined stress as having too many demands and not enough resources. I didn't feel like that was the actual feeling. Now, who am I to judge? But one way to get better at it was to have my students do journaling. When you're stressed, write about it. What's on your mind? What are you thinking about? Take a guess what the number one emotion was after we did the qualitative analysis.
of journaling about stress.
Yeah, what they were really feeling.
Fear.
Okay. Envy.
Oh, interesting.
Envy.
Envy.
Your father is richer than my father. Your mother is more connected than my mother. You've got better hips. You've got better lips. It was endless social comparisons, right? And so envy, right, is wanting what someone else has. Anxiety is about uncertainty. Stress is about too many demands, not enough resources. And so here I was, having deeper knowledge of what was the underlying feeling or emotion that they were having, which was envy, not stress. And so I had a conversation with the counseling department, and I made a joke about it, and I was like, what's our university's envy reduction program? It wasn't, the most popular, conversation. And I just think it's interesting to think about it in terms of helping people to learn what to do with their emotions. Right now, there's a mindfulness craze. Everyone's doing mindfulness, and I do mindfulness, and I appreciate mindfulness. But let me tell you, when you're feeling chronic envy, doing breathing exercises is not going to decrease the envy. You're going to have to work on your construction in your mind of your relationships with people. And so I just feel so strongly that we help people pause a little bit, reflect a little bit, think about how they're feeling as a pathway to just having well-being.
Your joke about envy reduction is something I take very seriously. We did a 4-episode series with Dr. Paul Conti, who's a world expert in he's a psychiatrist and among the very, very best psychiatrists in the world by many accounts. And he discussed during that series, but also on other podcasts he's appeared in, such as my friend Lex Friedman's podcast, that envy is actually at the root of much of the evil in the world. Small-scale evil, large-scale evil,
Yeah.
and a lot of the despair that people feel. And I think it's a word that isn't discussed enough because the sound of it is it's kind of gross, right? Envious, envy.
Right.
Nobody wants to be associated with it, but fortunately, Dr. Conti described it as a natural human emotion in some cases. But I had no idea, and I don't know if he knows, but maybe he does through his clinical work, but I'll certainly pass along what you just said to him, that so much of the stress that I have to imagine good people, and these students are, after all, I imagine they're not evil.
Very few.
Not characterologically evil, let's hope, are experiencing envy, the wish to have more of what somebody else has, maybe something specific, which of course gets to these more common phrases of people feeling that they are not enough.
Yeah. Which is going back to contentment.
Right. I actually, I didn't draw the arrow. Now I thought I drew the arrow between contentment and envy. Right. So if one wants to combat envy, you can imagine that a program to combat envy might be perceived, if one didn't understand it, as a calling for people to just be content with less, which is not what we want, right? I mean, we want ambitious people in the world. We want people aspiring. We want people to have growth mindset. And yet, we don't want people to be stressed and have a pervasive feeling of envy inside either. So how would you make inroads into envy?
Well, I think, again, like all emotions, envy is not a bad emotion. The way I think about emotions as being, when we need to get help with our emotions is when, if it's an unpleasant one, it's intense and long duration. Right? Momentary envy. I get envious all the time. I get envy. I watch TED Talks. I'm like, that timing was amazing. And I'm like, I'm gonna try that out. So I use that envy of someone else's skill, as a way to grow.
How does that differ? Sorry to turn your own work back on.
That's okay.
You from admiration or inspiration. Like, wow, they, like the.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between, the envy that leans toward admiration versus the envy, like what you're referring to, that leads to resentment. Right? It's if I hate you because you have, what I want. Now we're talking, pathological envy, potentially. And so that's the self-awareness piece. That's the part of really getting that differentiation of emotion, that granularity. Because again, it's like anger. It's not a bad emotion. Anger's okay. There's reasons to be angry in the world. When we get treated unfairly, we should be angry. Doesn't mean that we have to be dysregulated, right? There's an assumption that we make that when we experience unpleasant, strong emotions like anxiety or anger, that we're going to be dysregulated. I have a whole new relationship with my anxiety. Very different relationship. I spent years working on it. I notice it, and I'm like, hi, anxiety, how you doing today? And then it's okay. I can even be giving it, here with you or giving a speech or teaching, have that anxiety come in and not allow it to have power over me. Because I can observe it, I can welcome it, and then if it's in the way, I can say, anxiety, you're going to go back there for a little while. Or, Mark, sometimes, when I give speeches, like it's the same speech, right? It's redundant. And it's like, I can't believe I have to talk about this again. And then I'll look at the audience and it's their first time. It's like, all of a sudden, my despair turns into optimism and hope. That's all regulation.
Conflict resolution is something that I think a lot about in any situation where emotions are discussed. And it brings me back to this earlier situation you were talking about where this woman said that she was going to find her child somebody to help him intervene. And you were thinking, well, why not you?
His feelings meant she was going to go, buy his feelings mentor.
Right, exactly. And now there's a whole field of feelings mentors cropping up. That actually wouldn't be such a bad thing.
Hey, that's another one of my goals.
That wouldn't be such a bad thing.
Say it louder.
I like that goal. So when we were talking about that, one of the things that surfaced was this notion that some people have a natural empathic attunement, or the emotion that the other person is feeling is a negative one, and it's about us, about them. And as a consequence, we're not able to really be present to help the person the way that you helped your dad. Like he was frustrated with his wife.
Yes.
Had he been frustrated with you, it might be a little bit more challenging to say, hey, well, Dad, maybe what you're experiencing in terms of your frustration with me is actually blank.
Yeah,
because
for sure.
You're now in a tether with them. So to what extent is empathic attunement positive trait? Are there people who are better at turning it off or directing it in appropriate ways than others? In a previous podcast that I did recently, somebody sitting right there in that chair told me, and I believe them, that I am codependent. It's the first time anyone's ever called me that. Codependent. She defined it, she spelled it out, and it in a very parsimonious way explained a huge array of challenges that I've experienced, to the point where I've been learning more about codependency.
All right.
Okay. Not easy for me to say.
We're all
even now.
interdependent.
Interdependent, yeah. Certainly depending on others is important, but certain patterns fall well under the umbrella of codependency. So and even now I'm uncomfortable talking about it, which is part of the reason I'm trying to desensitize myself to the word itself, let alone drill into the process of getting through it. So the point being that if our emotions are so strongly tethered to others, we see that as empathy, we label that typically as positive, but it really diminishes our ability to be there for people if their emotions are negative and about us.
I disagree.
Okay, great. That's fantastic.
Because that's empathy without emotional intelligence. And so I work with a lot of doctors. I've done quite a bit of work with the cancer hospital at Yale. It's called Smilo. And, the doctors have been taught from early on, leave your empathy at the door. And I challenge that. When you're a patient with cancer, knowing that you may pass, the last thing you want is an unempathic doctor. Right? You want a relationship with someone who's treating you. And the assumption is that you get lost in your empathy. And people have written about that. And it's true, there is overzealous empathy. You have compassion fatigue. But again, it's in the absence of, emotional intelligence. What do I mean? Well, part of emotional intelligence is regulation. And so if I see my work as a cancer doctor as, helping people have the best last few months of their lives, that's a really interesting way to think about it. So as I'm in relationship with my patient, my mindset is I've come to the understanding that my job, people pass. go down a rabbit hole of despair because everyone potentially may pass. Or I can see this as I'm giving someone a gift. I'm giving them a gift of my presence. I'm giving them a gift of them, feeling held and cared for. And so to me, it's all about the framing, of empathy. Yes, of course, if you can lose yourself in someone else's shoes, but that's not emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence saying, you know what? I'm noticing myself. I'm getting lost in your feelings. I need to pull back a little bit.
Do we know where in the brain empathy resides? We hear so much about mirror neurons, but I think for those of us that have been in neuroscience and psychology long enough, we acknowledge, yes, there are appropriate conversations that include the words mirror neurons, but that they've been made out to be much more than perhaps they are in terms of empathy, and they become sort of the default description for all forms of empathy and understanding, and it's not just that. So what do we know about the brain science of empathy?
I don't know much about that, to be honest. What I know more about is the kind of psychological experience of empathy, and that there are multiple forms of it. So, for example, there's the cognitive empathy piece, where I've never had your experience, but intellectually I get that you've suffered, or intellectually I get your experience. There's the emotional empathy, which is, when I meet other survivors of abuse who have felt shame, I understand what that means because I've lived there. And not that our experience was the same, but our feeling was the same. We have a shared emotional experience. And then on top of that, that compassionate kind of form of empathy is what I think is what we need much more of in our society, which is we don't just cognitively understand where someone is or relate to their experience, but we feel compelled to be in relationship with that person and be supportive. I'm thinking about something else that you spoke about earlier, which is this idea that and this is a misconstrual of my work and others' work, that the goal of this is to talk about feelings all day long. The last thing I want to do is talk about feelings all day long. That is not helpful, actually. And I've had some experiences in my life, where just to be blunt, shit happens, and I call everybody I know, my best friends, my family. Can you believe this happened? I can't take it anymore. And then I hang up the phone, I do the same thing, and they all listen to me. And then I spent 2 hours on the phone telling the same thing over and over again, talking about my feelings, and I feel worse because I've rehearsed it 15 times. That's not emotional intelligence. Right? When we're emotionally intelligent, we recognize and we know that just talking about it is actually not helpful. We need to be with someone who's that active listener, who's not judgmental, who shows compassion. But when you're compassionate, you actually are bringing you back to the person, saying, is this, the right thing right now for you? What else might you think about? I know when I've had really difficult experiences, the person who says things like, maybe, could you just jump in the hot air balloon for a minute, Mark, and look down at your life? And besides this one thing that you feel like is the worst thing that's ever happened to you in your whole life, anything else going right? Yeah, my partner loves me, my dogs love me unconditionally, I got great friends, oh yeah. All of a sudden, that little thing that's activating you is not so big anymore. That's emotional intelligence, right? Is not getting lost in the empathy, not just endlessly talking about feelings to the point where there's no strategies. And I think that's really interesting, because it goes back to something important, which is the permission to feel characteristics of non-judgment, active listening, and empathy, compassion. Never, and I'm talking, I have tens of thousands of people who've done this, does anyone say fixer, problem solver? I don't even get smart or wise. When we think about the people who create the conditions for us to be our true selves, we don't think about the wisest, smartest fixer, problem solver. We think about the non-judgmental listener who shows compassion. And I think that has to be reinforced, that some of the fear that we have is that we're going to get lost in all these feelings, but no one's asking you to get lost in their feelings. What they're asking for is support. They're asking you to just listen and to maybe ask me a few questions to help me clarify my experience, and then help me on a path towards
figuring that the way to do this properly is to ask questions as opposed to telling people what they need to do. Your friend or this person who was an effective source of support in that moment said, you know, can you get in the hot air balloon and look down on your life? I noticed that they didn't say, get in the hot air balloon for a second and then do this. As a former partner of mine said, who I'm still on great terms with, no one likes to be shifted.
Yeah, no one's to be told what to do.
Right. No one wants to be shifted. No one, no matter what state they're in, high or low, wants somebody to come along and try and shift them.
Or just tell them, like, go for a walk. Okay, well, why am I, like, to do what?
Or meditate.
Yeah.
That one's become equally grating, when it's probably a great thing to do, but perhaps there's a different way posed in the form of a question that would be more effective. I think the hot air balloon example also brings to mind something. I'll try and keep this as succinct as possible for your sake and for the audience's sake. But, having studied stress a bit in my laboratory and experienced a lot of stress, as most people have in their lifetime, it's very clear that when we stress, our mental aperture, our visual aperture, our auditory aperture, everything shrinks, right? It contracts. And we know that getting a different spatial perspective gives us a different temporal perspective. We can start thinking about our life binned in larger pieces and get that perspective of the things that in life that are going well. There's a meditation that, I guess it's a meditation, I don't know what to call it, that I started doing years ago when I was a junior professor because life was so stressful. Tenure, and little did I know that it just continues to be stressful, but a pleasure to do the work. That involves basically doing a standard type meditation for a few breaths of closing my eyes and focusing on my body and what's going on internally, but then opening my eyes and focusing on something external like my hand or the room, and then going to the pale blue dot.
Sure.
It's a very wide aperture. So effectively the hot air balloon looking down.
It's distancing.
Distancing. Right, and making this a practice not in a moment of stress, but each morning as I start the day, as a kind of reminder that our brains, our cognition and our emotions go through tremendous state differentiation, like we're kind of different people under these different space-time references. And that when we're in stress, we tend to get locked into one space-time reference. And I'm not trying to be, cosmic about this, but
it's true.
The nature of stress is to have us anchor to the stressor.
Correct.
And to put up mental walls to break out of that, and physical walls. So sounds like great supporters, and we can help ourselves through the more unpleasant portions of the emotion scale if we want to, by taking ourselves into this different perspectives, using spatial tools, hot air balloon, pale blue dot.
Questions to yourself. Say things like, Mark, I travel a lot, and I was just in Washington State for some presentations before this. Flight delays, then my flight got canceled. I missed a dinner, and I used to get really worked up about it. And I just take a seat at the airport, take a nice long inhale. I'm like, Mark, is this really going to be something that's going to bother you next week? I'm working on a book. I'm like, I got another night in a hotel to work. I actually reframed it as an opportunity to have some space and write. And so you can use these techniques a lot. Going back to my dad. So my dad, as he got older, his anger did come back. And he was I remember this one, time where we're at a family dinner, and I had already been, in my position for a while. And there was a little bit of resentment with my father because, he was a blue-collar worker and a very, very talented air conditioning repairman and had a good career. But all of a sudden, went to graduate school and got PhDs, and that was, it was a little bit difficult for my father at some time. And so when I got a job at Yale, in particular, he got there was some emotions about that. And I remember we were at this one dinner, and basically I'm not going to repeat what he said because it's really gross, but he said something like, Mark, you think your blank doesn't stink anymore. And I was like, yeesh. And then he just kind of went on and on and on. And I had to make a choice. Do I start crying, in the middle of this dinner because I feel so violated by my father? Do I like tell him to go blank himself and walk out of the room? And I decided to use a distancing technique. I decided to make him into a movie. I decided that he was now a TV show. And that TV show was something I was observing and not feeling. And that has proven to be one of the most powerful strategies for me, is when I'm in a position with someone who has a lot of negative energy. And as a kid who was bullied, I'm more affected by these things, I think. I create that psychological distance by just putting that picture frame up there, and I just observe it. And I kind of ask myself questions about it. I'm like, wow. Or I say things like, wow, that's really interesting. I wonder where I get curious about it. Like, I wonder where that's coming from. Or, what was his childhood like that he's so angry? And it really is helpful. So these are very powerful techniques.
That can be used in real time, as you just
Very real time. I use them all the time. At the grocery store, I'm not going to get into my issues, but, I'm like, and I grew up with, I would say lower middle class. We didn't have a lot of money. Everything was on a budget. And, I'm fortunate to be in a different circumstance now, but I'm still cheap. And so my partner, I'm like, I don't understand. Like, we're not buying that. Like, that is ridiculous. Like, we're not spending $7 on a bottle of organic almond milk. Like, I'm not doing it. We're not doing it. And then I have to, like, move away from the aisle, take a little walk. I'm like, Mark, is this worth your relationship? The almond milk? Like, really? Is this what you're going to do? And so, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just the only one who needs regulation, like, 300 times a day. But I find that different strategies, like the picture frame works when I'm angry or someone is angry with me. My anxiety, I get into the hot air balloon and I look down. When I'm like irritated with someone, I just walk away and I ask myself, is this really that important? And that's what I hope people will learn, is that there's so many amazing strategies out there and that we use them interchangeably with different emotions and different contexts.
While a lot of the stereotypes dating back to the, let's just say the 1930s through to the end of the 1970s seem to couch people as more stoic, less emotionally expressive, especially in public or with people that they weren't very close with. There was also a tendency, at least in movies about that time, for people who were passionate to be rewarded for expressions of their passion. So it's kind of two ends of the spectrum, right? We always think of the kind of the real stoic thing, both for male and female phenotypes, right? You look at movies from the 30s and 40s, you see that, but you also saw intense expression, passionate expression, and now I suppose we're in a bit of a new place where I think there's an invitation. I like to think there's an invitation for a broader range of emotional expressions and phenotypes, let's call them. I'm a biologist after all. It's also a safe word to use still, I think. You can use the word phenotypes. Stereotypes is a bit loaded, a lot loaded. But emotionality and the notion of people being overly emotional has unfortunately a bit of a negative hinge to it. Whereas somebody being passionate, that sounds like a pretty good thing.
Well, emotional is like historically like you're hysterical. It means that you are not in control of your emotions. I don't like to use that term ever. I just find it a useless term. And because that's when oftentimes when people think about emotions, they think of people being emotional, and I just don't even know what that means. It has like just connotations from the past that I don't think are helpful.
Maybe that's why my graduate advisor said, instead of telling you to be careful, I'll tell you to be mindful, because the opposite of mindful is mindless, and then you'll remember.
Yeah, and also exactly. And but going back, like you'll hear people say, "Why are you so emotional?" And again, that's a place of judgment. What they're saying is that you're experiencing a strong emotion that's making me uncomfortable. I don't know what to do with that feeling. So by me labeling you as emotional, I can alienate you. Where's that going to lead to? Not good communication, right? Not healthy relationships.
And yet we reward people still for being passionate, even if it's tinged with some anger. Like if somebody has a cause that they're really passionate about, we don't necessarily say they're being emotional. We say they're really passionate about this. There seems to be a subtle difference.
There is.
That maybe it's rooted in a kind of a trajectory of like trying to achieve a specific outcome, whereas just anger or sadness kind of just, geysering out of us it doesn't seem like it's directed towards
It's less
an end
personal.
point, right? It's
Right,
more
the
evaluative.
emotional is the judgment. Right? When I say, Andrew, you're so emotional, right? It's also can be a form of gaslighting, right? Which is I'm trying to get you to believe something about yourself that I want you to believe, which may not be a reality at all, which is usually problematic in our society. I think most of our low self-esteem comes from gaslighting in our childhoods. Where
People gaslighting each other.
Yeah, I think that's the beginning of bullying, which is that, Mark, you're too skinny, Mark, you're too overweight, Mark, your nose is too big, Mark, your nose is too small, Mark, you're too feminine, Mark, you're too masculine. And then all of a sudden, there's no feelings mentors, there's no education, and I just start believing it. And then it becomes my reality. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And it's awful. I mean, you see it all the time. We're not born being self-critics. We're born being experience dependent, right? We depend on relationships. And if those relationships are mean and cruel and people are gaslighters, well, guess what? That's going to end up being how we think about ourselves.
In your book, you include a number of really wonderful quotes, but one of them that I anchor to very quickly is the following: all learning has an emotional base. And it was none other than Plato that said that. What is the relationship between emotions and learning and decision making?
Let's think about right now, right? Our interaction, right? As a teacher, right? I mean, how many of you have ever been, meaning your listeners and you, like how many of us have ever been in a situation in a classroom where it's like, all right, everybody, let's turn to page 357. All right, Mark, you're going to read paragraph 1, and Andrew, you're going to read paragraph 2. And your brain is immediately gone. So emotions drive our attention. It's so clear, right? If we're not feeling engaged or curious, we're going to be bored. And again, boredom, not a bad emotion. It just means like what's being presented to me and the way it's being presented is not meeting my needs. It's not engaging me. So my brain needs to do something. I'm just going to go doodle. I'm going to go push the kid here. I'm going to get on my phone. It's just where we want it. Our brains are wanting to do things. When we're in environments where there's a lot of curiosity, where there's high engagement, attention is much better. So that's the simplest thing to think about. In my work, my whole career has been about building curriculum to help educators integrate emotions into their everyday classroom. And part of what we help them understand, going back to that mood meter, think about that for a minute. A lot of us, because of our dispositions, we tend to speak with a certain cadence, we tend to present in a certain way. And if you're someone who lives in the green, where you're just calm and content and tranquil and peaceful.
The spa people.
All right. Some of the yoga teachers, right? Let's all turn our attentions to ourselves. They're great. I love yoga. But my point is, if you're always in that green quadrant, like for me, even though I'm living there a lot, it's like, give me some energy, please. And then there's I have a friend who is a principal of a middle school in San Francisco, and she's a former tennis coach, and she walks into the school, hey, let's go, go, every day. It's like, Heather, come on, you're overwhelming me. And then you've got people who might be in that kind of, blue quadrant. It's like, we've done some education work in the past, and let's be real, how much education reform really matters? Why, Mark, you do all this research, but who's reading it? Is anybody really reading it?
Such a downer.
Yeah. Or that person who's always in the red, right? That's activated, it's caustic, And so my point here is that, we're going to default in many ways to being in one of these quadrants, maybe all day long, maybe part of the day. But as someone who is leading, because I consider leadership teaching, someone who's managing a team, as a teacher in a classroom, as a parent, couple, whatever, I've got to be aware of kind of where I live emotionally, and I've got to be aware that not everybody wants to be with me where I'm at, and my job is to create an emotional roller coaster ride for people, to bring people on an emotional journey, because that's what's going to keep them interested. And believe it or not, for from our research and others' research, we know that certain emotions are better for certain things. So, for example, if I want my high school students to be like really brainstorming ideas, I'm not going to put on like a Gregorian chant. You know, da, 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 da. It's like, ugh. I'm going to put on, go back to Lady Gaga, I'm on the edge of glory, and like, let's get pumped up, and like, everybody, let's get the Post-its out there. And everybody's excited and just brainstorming. But then, which one are we, like, what's going to be the project? You can't be all hyped up, because then your brain is not in a very kind of a building consensus kind of mode. So when we bring our energy level down, it's like, oh, let me think about it for a minute. You're more thoughtful, you're more careful, you're more like, I don't know. Then like people would say, well, why would unpleasant, low energy be helpful? Well, believe it or not, oftentimes we can be much more detail oriented when we're in that low energy, unpleasant place. It's like I do a lot of grant writing, right? It's like, I think it's great. Not a great idea. Mark, like, put on the classical music, like, zone everybody out, get into that place where you are going to look for every I to dot, every comma that should be a semicolon, every dash that should be this, paragraph matching. You can't do that when you're really super excited. It just doesn't, your brain doesn't operate that way. And then people say red. Like, why would red be great? The best story I have for that is, so I actually did a collaboration with Lady Gaga and her foundation, Born This Way Foundation, many years ago. And we did a study of thousands of high school students across America. And we looked at how do they feel when they're in school. And what we found was 77% of feelings, and I repeat that, 77% of their emotions at school were unpleasant. Tired, bored, and stressed were the top three back then. So we did this study. We were working on it as a big project called the Emotion Revolution. And we ended up going to the White House to present our findings. I had to make a decision. Like, I had the Secretary of Education at that time in front of me. I'm presenting this big study on the emotional lives of teenagers. Do I want to go in there like, I've got an amazing study to share with you? I'm like, not so great. Do I want to go in there like, Secretary, let's just take a nice long inhale and an exhale? That's not going to go over so well. Do I want to go in the blue? Like, it's pretty bad out there. No. I decided that red was my quadrant. I wanted the people in the education department to be fired up by this research. I want them to feel the passion that I had and the anger that I had, that it is an injustice for kids to feel that way in our nation's schools. We need to figure out what to do to create a more engaging learning environment. And so I decided to really present that in that way. I didn't present the findings and like, look at the data. I'm like, I want you to really take a look at these data, please. 77% of I'm saying 77% of the emotions, tired, bored, and stressed. How is that going to lead to a nation filled with people who are innovative and creative and making a difference in the world? Think about it. We know how emotions drive the way we behave. If you're tired, bored, and stressed all day long, what's the result? And so I presented it that way. And, I did the best I could. And I think that's the magic of understanding emotion. Does this resonate? That we're gonna be intentional about the emotions that we feel, and that the emotions that we create in environments, whether they're at home or at school or in the workplace, because certain emotions work better for certain things.
Your examples bring me back to your earlier mention of this brilliant 5-year-old kid who realized that his current emotional state was like the weather. It's going to change. In order to have that perspective, my guess is that he had to have already at some point moved from the blue quadrant, so low energy, low pleasantness, to the green quadrant, high pleasantness, low energy, to the yellow quadrant, perhaps not in this order. And yes, I'm using this to remind people about the quadrants. Higher energy, higher pleasantness, and then red, high energy, low pleasantness.
Yes. Well, because he's checking in daily. Right. So in this school, which we call a ruler school, that's what they do. Kids check in the morning and other times throughout the day, and they start to recognize that I I can feel this way at one point of the day, and I can feel this way at another point of the day. And if I'm feeling this way and I'm about to do something where that feeling is not great, I can shift out of that feeling, or I can still feel that feeling and still be a good learner. I mean, that's incredible to me that we can do that. And I see it in thousands of schools, and it's done remarkably well.
And you've developed an app that's freely available that allows people to essentially press the screen. Is that right?
Yes.
And to know where they are on this energy versus pleasantness
That's correct.
scale at numerous times throughout the day and night if they choose. We'll provide a link to this app in the show note captions.
It's called How We Feel.
Yeah, I've used it before, and a previous version I need to update and get the new version, and I will. I found it to be immensely useful just to start thinking about emotions along this energy versus pleasantness axis.
Yeah.
After one does this for a few days or weeks, maybe checking in and touching the app, I don't know, a couple times a day, maybe again in the evening upon waking. What sort of data or information does one get back that can be informative toward being a healthier, happier person? A healthier person.
More contented.
More content.
Well, what's really cool about the app, and the reason why we have an app, is that technology can be super helpful, in this instance, for building self-awareness. So if I set reminders, which you can do on the app, to check in the morning, maybe after lunch or right before I go home, you pick whatever works for you, or you can do it randomly. And then you aggregate your data across time. Right now you have instances of your emotions over time. But what's also cool about it is that you can disaggregate your data by things like who you're with, or where you're at, or what you're doing. And then you can analyze that, so you get your little mood meters that are all different colors because, wow, I thought I was more in the yellow at work, but I'm actually more in the blue at work. Or I thought when I'm with this person, I'm actually feeling calm. Actually, when I look at my data, I'm always anxious with that person.
So it runs a reverse correlation.
Yes. Yeah.
Fantastic.
And then you can just look at your report, and then it asks you questions to get more insights. And also, importantly, we've embedded a lot of the strategies that I've been talking about. So like these distancing strategies, or the breathing exercises, or the mindfulness exercises, or gratitude exercises, which, by the way, I was thinking in the back of my head as we were speaking about the envy reduction program. I think the number one thing is gratitude. That, like, if our brains are just endlessly searching for what's better that's out there than what I have, we're not experiencing any gratitude for what we have. And so I spend a lot of time helping people really understand, like, take a look, look where you're at as a student. Think about what you have the opportunity to learn. Think about the opportunities you have in life. And all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, my life is pretty good. As opposed to everyone else's life is better than mine. So gratitude for me, and sometimes it feels cliche these days, you've heard so much about it. I can't talk strongly enough about both the practice and the science that supports it.
Amen to that. When I did an episode about gratitude now some years ago, I was positively shocked to see the data.
Yeah.
The data on gratitude practices are so striking in terms of whether or not one looks at neurotransmitter expression, or whether one looks at happiness rating scales,
Sure.
or learning, ability to learn. So many things are improved by even short gratitude practices.
Exactly.
And it was interesting for me to realize that not only do effective gratitude practices include thinking about what one has, but also in observing others expressing their own gratitude either towards us or towards others.
Yeah.
So, there's something about the human brain that really thrives on gratitude. And the other thing that I think is worth mentioning, you said these students could, through a gratitude practice, realize the opportunity that they have. I think a lot of people default to the assumption that a gratitude practice will make them complacent and stop seeking to reach their goals. But actually the opposite is true. There's a smaller research, as far as I understand, maybe it's expanded in recent years, where if people do a regular gratitude practice, even 5 minutes a day, their achievement actually increases as well. So gratitude and complacency are they're not in the same bin.
Yeah, exactly. These are all evidence-based strategies to help us have a better life.
So clearly you're on a mission, and it's a wonderful, in fact, admirable one at that, to bring more emotional awareness. Can we call it that, emotional awareness, to kids and to adults, to better the world. I don't think I'm overreaching there. I think that's the goal. I'd like to get back to your origin story a bit to understand a little bit more about the motivation behind the goal. You've written about in your book, and you've spoken a little bit today about the fact that you were bullied pretty viciously.
Yeah.
And also were the target of abuse.
Yeah.
And when one thinks about bullying in particular, we, I think, all hopefully naturally default to, okay, how can we stop bullies? But I'm guessing this is a two-sided issue, and I'm not trying to create empathy for bullies here, but I'm guessing that in order to really disintegrate the bullying problem down to zero, which would be the ultimate goal,
sounds great to me.
That we need to get into the minds of both the bullied and the bullies.
Correct.
And as uncomfortable as that might be, maybe this is an opportunity to embrace some of the very practices that you've been talking about.
Yeah.
So, if you would, could you tell us a little bit about how, as a kid, how you perceived your bullies? I'm very curious about that. I can say I've never been bullied, but I've also not been a bully. I can easily say, I was thinking about this during our brief break there, I hate bullies. Like, I hate them. I'm like right there in the red,
Yeah.
no pleasantness, like top corner there. Like, it activates me physically. Like, it makes me
Yeah,
angry, makes
sure.
me want to do something about it. But as somebody who was bullied, how did you perceive your bullies? Did you think they were like correct or the authority? And how have you embraced whatever understanding that was and morphed it over time to be able to think about how to solve the bullying problem, both from the perspective of the bullied and the bully?
Yeah, we're gonna have a couple of days together for this. I think, when I think about my 8-year-old self, 10-year-old self, 11-year-old self being bullied. Remember, bullying is about a power imbalance. That's one of the core elements of it. It's about the intent to harm, which is it's not conflict. It's not like sibling rivalry. It's intention to harm, where there's a power imbalance, and how long, and the repetition of it. Those are the three key factors in bullying. It's repeated, it's intended to harm, and there's a power imbalance. And so that puts you in a really powerless position when you think about it. When you have nobody to support you, no upstanders, no one else around you to help you get out of the situation, what happens is that you feel fear. And what I felt, and it's been the emotion that I've struggled with my whole life, is shame. Because what happens when you're bullied often is that you are made to feel like you are not worthy. It's diminished self-worth. Because I've got power over you. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want to you. I'm going to say whatever I want to say. I'm going to spit on you. I'm going to throw you into the locker. I'm going to, do crazy stuff, which is what happened to me. And guess what? There's nothing you can do about it. And when you're in an environment where nobody does anything about it, it creates despair. So you can see how there's a lot of emotions there. And I'll tell you right now, one of my hardest memories of being a student in around when I was around 10 years old, is that I remember being in a classroom in math, and I was wearing like a vest, like a down vest as a protection. It was like my thing to hold on to, like my little vest was going to be protective of me. The only problem was I had two bullies sitting on either side of me, and what they did throughout the entire class was they used pen and they just wrote things about me on my jacket. And I can still remember, like, you're sitting across from me, you being my teacher. And I can still remember locking eyes with my teacher and him just looking away. And that feeling that you have of complete despair, like, how is it that I'm not being protected, by this adult in my community? And so that's the issue that we're trying to solve for. Now, I could make all kinds of excuses about the teacher. Maybe you didn't really notice. I don't buy it because it was repeated over time and it was happening a lot. I could also say that, maybe he misread my facial expression. I'm not buying that either. I think it was either he had a mindset, this is a rite of passage. You got to toughen up, kiddo, or you're not going to survive in your Clifton High School. Or Another point is that he just was like, I have no idea what to do about it, and I'm just going to let it go. None of those are an option for me anymore. This is not acceptable. And so we need to teach people skills. People need to be emotionally perceptive. Like, emotions are signals. I mean, that's an important point of this conversation. My facial expression, which was probably one of depression, fear, and shame, which is not one of a big smile in general. Obviously, there's variability, but point is that it's pretty clear when you're wearing a jacket and sitting like this in your classroom with a hoodie on, you know, doing your work and people are writing on you, you're not in a good place. How that perception of my experience, my emotion, was not a signal to do something blows my mind. It blows my mind. I'm just saying, I can't imagine an adult being in a situation with a child that is being treated that way, not thinking action. But yet, we see it all the time. All the time we see it.
Even nowadays.
All the time. By the way, the research shows that bullying has not really decreased in the last 30, 40 years.
Really?
No. It is not. It's pretty much about a third of middle school, high school kids get bullied each day in school. And so, this is the part of my work, which is that a lot of the programs out there are like, let's create school rules. All right, who's going to follow these rules? Like, how are rules teaching people skills? It's not working. My whole thinking about this is that we need to teach the things that we've been talking about. Empathy, perspective taking, you know, doing role plays, having people understand what it feels like to be in that situation. Like you said, you've never been bullied, right? And never have bullied, which is great for you, which means it might be harder for you to understand that because, right, the empathy for you might be a little tougher.
Yeah, that's part of the reason I asked the question. I mean, I was debating to myself whether or not I'd ask it in that way because I didn't want to come across as insensitive.
No,
but
I don't
it's
care.
precisely because I have sat on neither side of the bullying equation that it's kind of a foreign thing to me. It also makes me realize, and especially now after what you just said, that while I was in high school, I'm guessing there was a lot of bullying.
I'm sure you might have witnessed it.
And I missed it.
Yeah.
You know, I had some friends that could definitely be classified as misfits.
Yeah.
And I think looking back, they hung out with my group of friends because we were definitely different. We were into different things. We weren't, you know, me, meaning my peers, grew up in the John Hughes film era where you had like the jocks versus the hippies versus the skateboarders versus
the burnouts.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, and I had my crowd and was friends with a number of people outside that crowd. But there were these kids that would hang around us that weren't into the same things that we were. And I am looking back and realizing now that they did it because they were definitely safe with us.
Yeah.
And
well, that's your fundamental.
We could be a little scary if we wanted to be, but we weren't the type to go out and be scary. So I think they must have sensed some safety with us. And I actually have very fond memories of those kids and know some of them still now. So yeah, I asked that way in part because I realized I missed a lot. Well, Lord knows I missed a lot of what was going on in high school for other reasons, but I just missed a lot of this. And I think even in academic culture as an adult, not now, but I certainly witnessed bullying at meetings that was more demonstrative, where people would make fun of people in general in a way that I felt suppressed the likelihood that people would ask questions, which is a kind of different form of posturing and bullying, right? And make students afraid to raise their hand and ask questions at meetings, for instance.
It's intimidation.
Right, intimidation.
And I experienced that too. I remember when I was younger in my career, I was giving a speech and people were like, oh, he does the field research, you know, like in school, that's soft science. And I was very, very fortunate. And I was hurt by it because it's like, by the way, like doing your, you know, experimental laboratory with your sophomores in college is a lot easier than trying to randomize 60 schools in Brooklyn and Queens, New York and trying to find effects of your program. It's hard research. Really difficult.
Even just working on humans is hard.
Yeah.
For those of us that worked on both animal models, which I no longer do, and humans, which I've done and do, working on humans is that much harder for all sorts of reasons.
Yeah.
They're not on the same genetic background.
Exactly.
You can't just put them in their cage, take them out, same different like dark cycles. Some slept well, some didn't sleep well. I mean, there are issues with animal work as well. But yeah, just even embracing human research at all is an immense challenge. So the idea that it would be viewed as soft is, I mean, that's just like laughable to me, but
Exactly. But I was very fortunate that there was a professor, a very senior professor. His name was Ed Ziegler. He was one of the co-founders of Head Start, and he was like he became my adult Uncle Marvin. And I'm giving this speech, and all these people are like trying to like really like demolish, the presentation and my research. And he was revered because he was like this famous developmental psychologist. And he just stood up and he's like, he slams his table. He's like, I like this research. I'm like, and I love you, because like I needed you to stand up for me because I'm like not the stupid. I'm like the little postdoc here, right? Like I need support. And so, my argument is that it's a human right to be protected. Right now, I could protect myself now, right? Of course I can, but I'll give you another example of this. Gosh, this is a really tough one for me. I would say 8 years ago, I was giving a speech at our university to a bunch of funders. And it was me and another professor who I will not name, who is bigger than I am and bigger personality than I am and has a kind of rough reputation of being kind of a bully. I went on first. Now, granted, I'm a pretty good presenter. And he was going on after. And I just, thank you, I went to the side. He gets on. Now, I actually did a presentation on bullying, because that's why I'm thinking about it. All right, I get off stage, I'm sitting, with everybody else. He gets on stage and changes his presentation and shows a video of a kid being horrifically bullied, which has nothing to do with his research. And I'm thinking, what the hell's going on here? And he plays the video, he's like doing that, like laughing to himself, and he's like, I just wanted to let people know that was Mark before he got his black belt. And I'm like,
what a dick.
Yeah, it was not cool. And I felt like, firstly, what was really interesting to me as a psychologist is that in that moment, I regressed to 10 years old. It was psychologically, all the memories of all the feelings and the bodily reactions, I was like, boom. And then, luckily, I do have a 5th degree black belt. Luckily, I have a PhD in psychology. Luckily, I've had 10 years of therapy, and I've been teaching emotional intelligence for 25 years. I'm like, Mark, you're 50. You got a black belt. Like, it took me a lot to recover. And I had to make a choice, because, like, I'm still intimidated by that. And it makes me sad to even admit it, because I don't like that I'm at this place in my life where I still can be intimidated by the bullies, but it's how I feel, and I have to just accept that. And I decided, though, in that presentation, was like, Mark, like, you got to say something. You're going to prove to yourself that you can do it. And so after he was over, I waited a little while, and I just went up to him and I said, I have no idea what motivated you to show that video, but number one, it was not cool. And number two, it can never happen again. Never. And I can cry now thinking about it, because it was very difficult for me, even as an adult. And of course, I ran away. I didn't run away. But I took my breaths. I felt proud, that I was able to handle myself, which, may sound strange to some people, being an adult who's a psychologist, who has a 5th degree black belt. I have to reinforce that now to make myself feel strong. But it was such a powerful, it was a great moment for me, one, of like having the courage to face the bullying. And interestingly enough, the guy he treated me like I was like the president of the university after that. And so my point of telling that story is that, like, I was 50. Like, that's old to cultivate the skills that I needed, right, to be able to deal with that very difficult situation. And my dream is that, I tell people I'm so envious of that kindergartner, because I've been lucky enough to be the developer of the curriculum, but I didn't live it. And so talking about neuroscience, like, I'm not wired like that 5-year-old is going to be wired, because they're growing up in an environment where every day they're checking in on their feelings. It reminds me of just another story. I was in a school in Brooklyn, and I mean, kids, this one school's been using our program for a decade, and the kids wanted to meet me. And the principal of the school, who's my former student, he said, you can ask Mark anything. And it's like, why do you do this, and what motivates you? And I was telling these kids the story of my childhood. And this one girl, she must have been in 6th grade, she said to me, it's really hard for me to understand your experience. I said, why? She's like, I've been going to this school since I'm in kindergarten, and I can't think of a day that someone didn't ask me how I was feeling. It's powerful. You know, when you think about like her neural development, right? All the pathways that are being built for this person or these children in thousands of schools to be learning their feelings, understanding why they're feeling the way they're feeling, to interact with other kids and see how they're feeling and how they express their feelings and how they deal with their feelings, and learning strategies together in a cooperative environment to cultivate, and how that gets more complex with development, right? Because in kindergarten, you're learning about sadness and disappointment, but then you're learning about despair and alienation and exclusion. And that's what makes this work so interesting, is that these concepts evolve throughout our lives, right? Think about it. I mean, what anger meant to me when I was 5 is not what it meant to me when I was 10 or 15 or 25 or now 55.
Your description of confronting this bully, I don't even want to call them your colleague, because there's nothing collegial.
I agree. I thought it was an embarrassment for the university.
But more importantly, the fact that you were able to confront them is, to me, and I think to anybody that hears that story, the definition of courage.
Yeah.
You know, because it's in the moments where we feel like this big and we're collapsed on ourselves, and we don't know where the resources are, and we don't have somebody sitting there like holding our shoulder saying, listen, I'm going to go talk to them, or let's go talk to them, that you did that for yourself. You internalized the lessons you'd learned initially from your uncle.
Yeah.
And brought that forward. And I think anyone hearing that story, it's obvious to them that that is a great act of courage. And it's an inspirational one too, and a reminder that for people that are being bullied as adults as well, that it's important to calmly but directly and firmly express, like, you basically gave them a no, like a really strong, like, no, like you would to a puppy that was like putting itself in danger or something, except in this case, it's a human being who had agency, and so he needed a sharp, he needed to be punished slightly.
Yeah, he needed to be educated about boundaries and about how this game of being a colleague is played.
Well, certainly not rewarded. You're right. Punished isn't the right word. He certainly, whatever dopamine hit he got from that
I think part of the
antic was just needed to be retracted. That needed to be taken away from him.
Yeah, and I think that we should spend a minute on punishment, because it never works. You know, unless it's consistent, harsh, and nobody wants to be punished because it doesn't feel good and it doesn't teach people anything. Right? Go to your room. What does that teach me? It teaches me to go to my room and ruminate and get angrier. I've been in schools that are not using our model. You know, I'll never forget this one moment where I was in a principal's office. A kid had given the teacher the finger, and he got thrown to the office, and it was a Tuesday. And it was Tuesday before the next week was going to be a holiday break. And it was a 2-day suspension, for giving the teacher the finger. But that was going to be till Thursday, and then Friday, after that, there'd be a week break. And then I literally heard the principal say, let's just make it 3 days so we don't have to see this kid for 10 days. And I'm thinking, what is this person learning about empathy, about self-regulation, about emotional awareness? They're learning nothing. They're going to be thrown out with no skills in an environment that's probably not supportive. And so I just think this has to change. And it still does happen. Not as often, thank goodness. I'm a prevention scientist, so I don't want to wait until everyone has an anxiety disorder and everyone's been bullied. I want to cultivate a society where people have the skills they need to navigate their emotions and know how to build healthy relationships and make sound decisions and have good mental health and achieve their dreams.
And it occurred to me just now that you are effectively doing what your uncle did for you.
God bless Uncle Marvin. I have a, as you know now, the storyteller, but one of the most profound moments of my career was just after I had written my book and I was on my book tour. I'm in Westchester, New York, and I'm giving a speech. And I had never spoken about my uncle in that level of detail, nor my abuse, by the way. We're talking about courage. It was not till 48 writing this book that I decided, people ask me, why are you so passionate? And I would say I hated school, I was bullied, but I believe I was robbed of my emotional life as a child because of the abuse. And, my circumstances, and I felt I needed to just share that a little bit. Not the focus, but I need to be real. So I'm sharing about Uncle Marvin, the 6th grade teacher from Monticello, New York State. And this guy has this, like that woman in the audience, he had an epiphany. He's like, are you talking about Marvin Moore, the 6th grade social studies teacher from Monticello, New York? I'm like, yes. He's like, Mark, you're not going to believe this, but your Uncle Marvin was my Uncle Marvin. I'm like, are you kidding me? He's like, your uncle was my 6th grade teacher 45 years ago, and he's the reason why I teach. I was blown away. I was shaking, so excited that I never met one of my uncle's actual students, because we worked when I was older. He was older, and so I said to the guy, I got to finish my speech, but can I interview you afterwards? He's like, yeah, I can. So I interviewed this guy. I have it on tape. 45 minutes. What he remembered about his 6th grade social studies class. I mean, I have no memories of my social studies class. This guy remembered details of my uncle's facial expression, body language, the way he taught feelings, the way he taught history. It was on and on and on. But here's the kicker. So we're done with this conversation, and he looks at me and he's like, Mark, it's really clear that your uncle had a profound influence on your life. And so I just have one question for you. For whom were you an Uncle Marvin? And it's just I'm the professor here. I'm the one who does the teaching, right? I do the research. You don't ask me questions like that. And it was so eye-opening for me about just, my life in terms of how I spend my time with my own family. And am I giving that non-judgment? Am I giving that active listening? Am I showing my empathy and compassion? I'm a workaholic. I write papers. I'm not living it. And it really has made a profound difference for me. I really try hard to be an Uncle Marvin. And it's tough because time, right? All the factors that we talked about earlier. But gosh, if we only had more of those in our world.
Well, it's absolutely clear to me that you're extremely passionate about this mission of teaching people what emotions are and how to work with them, giving them really clear systems to do that, tools that they can do that. And I think it's fair to say that you answered your own question, in my opinion, if I may, that you, through your Uncle Marvin, to you, and through the work that you do, and through your public education effort, which includes your graciousness in coming here and sharing with us what you know, what you believe people can benefit from, and it's absolutely clear to me that people can so benefit from these tools. And what you put into your book, which does include some very personal things that I must say are entirely couched toward the reader understanding and learning how they can make themselves and others and the world a better place. It's really extraordinary.
I appreciate that.
The rippling out effect is not a sufficient way to describe it. It's really an enormous amplification of the hard work you've done, and I'm just really, really in awe of the fact that you've taken hard experiences and transmuted those into so much good. And so on behalf of myself and everyone listening and watching, I just want to extend an enormous debt of gratitude. This is truly important work, and I don't say that lightly.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for joining me for today's discussion with Dr. Mark Brackett. To learn more about his work and to find links to his book, Permission to Feel, which, by the way, I highly recommend, as well as other links to his laboratory and other resources, please see the links in the show note captions. If you're learning from and or enjoying this podcast, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's a terrific zero-cost way to support us. Another terrific zero-cost way to support us is to follow the podcast on both Spotify and Apple. And on both Spotify and Apple, you can leave us up to a 5-star review. Please also check out the sponsors mentioned at the beginning and throughout today's episode. That's the best way to support this podcast. If you have questions for me or comments about the podcast, or topics or guests you'd like me to consider for the Huberman Lab podcast, please put those in the comments section on YouTube. I do read all the comments. For those of you that haven't heard, I have a new book coming out. It's my very first book. It's entitled Protocols, an Operating Manual for the Human Body. This is a book that I've been working on for more than 5 years, and that's based on more than 30 years of research and experience. And it covers protocols for everything from sleep to exercise to stress control, protocols related to focus and motivation, and of course, I provide the scientific substantiation for the protocols that are included. The book is now available by pre-sale at protocolsbook.com. There you can find links to various vendors. You can pick the one that you like best. Again, the book is called Protocols, an Operating Manual for the Human Body. If you're not already following me on social media, I'm Huberman Lab on all social media channels. So that's Instagram, X, formerly known as Twitter, Threads, Facebook, and LinkedIn. And on all those platforms, I discuss science and science-related tools, some of which overlaps with the content of the Huberman Lab podcast, but much of which is distinct from the content of the Huberman Lab podcast. Again, that's Huberman Lab on all social media platforms. And if you haven't already subscribed to our Neural Network newsletter, the Neural Network newsletter is a zero-cost monthly newsletter that includes podcast summaries as well as protocols in the form of brief 1 to 3 page PDFs. Protocols that cover things like learning and neuroplasticity, how to optimize and regulate your dopamine, how to improve your sleep. Again, all available, completely zero cost. You simply go to hubermanlab.com, go to the menu tab, scroll down to newsletter, and provide your email. And I should point out that we do not share your email with anybody. Thank you once again for joining me for today's discussion all about emotions with Dr. Mark Brackett. And last, but certainly not least, thank you for your interest in science. Welcome to the Huberman Lab podcast, where we discuss science and science-based tools for everyday life. I'm Andrew Huberman, and I'm a professor of neurobiology and ophthalmology at Stanford School of Medicine. My guest today is Dr. James Hollis. Dr. James Hollis is a Jungian psychoanalyst and author of more than 17 books about the self, relationships, and how to create the best possible life. Some of the notable titles and topics of those books include Creating a Life, Finding Your Individual Path, as well as The Eden Project, In Search of the Magical Other, which, as the name suggests, is about relationships. He has also written about how to access our most resilient self in the book entitled Living Between Worlds, Finding Personal Resilience in Changing Times. During today's discussion, Dr. Hollis teaches us what questions we need to ask of ourselves on a regular basis in order to best understand who we really are and what we most desire at the level of vocation, romantic relationships, friendship, and family, and indeed in relationship to life's journey. What you'll quickly realize during today's discussion with Dr. Hollis is that while yes, he is trained as a Jungian psychoanalyst, he is also very firmly grounded in practical tools. That is, he teaches us the simple and yet practical tools that we can each and all apply on a daily basis in order to make sure that we are staying on our best path. We discuss how family dynamics that we grew up in, as well as trauma and attachment styles, combine with our unique gifts and indeed our shadow side as well, in order to drive us down particular trajectories in life that sometimes lead us where we want to go, but other times lead us astray. And when they do, how to get back on track. Today's conversation with Dr. Hollis is truly a special one in that he rarely does podcast appearances. In fact, we traveled to him to record this podcast. That's how motivated I was to be able to sit down with him, because I'm familiar with his many books and his incredible teachings. But I really wanted to get his knowledge collected in one format, in one place. And what I can promise you is that by the end of today's podcast, you will be thinking differently about yourself, about the people in your life, and indeed, life itself. Before we begin, I'd like to emphasize that this podcast is separate from my teaching and research roles at Stanford. It is, however, part of my desire and effort to bring zero cost to consumer information about science and science-related tools to the general public. In keeping with that theme, I'd like to thank the sponsors of today's podcast. Our first sponsor is Matina. Matina makes loose leaf and ready-to-drink yerba mate. Now, I've long been a fan of yerba mate as a source of caffeine, in part because of its high antioxidant content, as well as its ability to elevate glucagon-like peptide 1, or GLP-1, which leads to a slight appetite-suppressing effect, as well as its ability to regulate blood sugar and possible neuroprotective effects. I also just happen to love the way that yerba mate tastes. I'll sometimes drink it hot by pouring hot water over the loose-leaf yerba mate, and I'm particularly fond these days of drinking the zero-sugar cold brew Matina yerba mate that I helped develop. Now, I realize that there are a lot of different brands of loose-leaf and canned and bottled yerba mate out there, but the reason I like Matina the most is, first of all, it has absolutely the best taste of all of them. Secondly, they only use organic ingredients. And thirdly, because they offer low sugar and zero sugar varieties. If you'd like to try Matina, you can go to drinkmatina.com/Huberman. That's spelled drink MATEINA.com/Huberman. Right now, Matina is offering a free 1-pound bag of loose leaf yerba mate tea and free shipping with the purchase of 2 cases of their cold brew yerba mate. Again, that's drinkmatina.com/Huberman. Today's episode is also brought to us by Juve. Juve makes medical-grade red light therapy devices. Now, if there's one thing that I've consistently emphasized on this podcast, it's the incredible impact that light, meaning photons, can have on our mental health and physical health. Red and near-infrared light has been shown to have profound effects on improving cellular health, which can help with faster muscle recovery, boosting healthier skin, reducing pain and inflammation, enhancing sleep, and much more. What sets Juve apart is that it uses clinically effective wavelengths, emits a safe and effective dose of red and near-infrared light, and most importantly, offers the only true medical-grade red light panel available. I personally try to use the handheld Juve Go unit, as it's called, every day, and especially when I'm on the road traveling. If you'd like to try Juve, you can go to juve.com/Huberman. That's JOOV.com/Huberman. Juve is offering an exclusive discount to Huberman Lab podcast listeners with up to $400 off Juve products. Again, that's juve.com/Huberman. Today's episode is also brought to us by BetterHelp. BetterHelp offers professional therapy with a licensed therapist carried out online. I've been going to therapy for well over 30 years. Initially, I didn't have a choice. It was a condition of being allowed to stay in school. But pretty soon I realized that therapy is extremely valuable. In fact, I consider doing regular therapy just as important as getting regular exercise, including cardiovascular exercise and resistance training, which of course I also do every week. The reason I know therapy is so valuable is that if you can find a therapist with whom you can develop a really good rapport, you not only get terrific support for some of the challenges in your life, but you also can derive tremendous insights from that therapy. Insights that can allow you to better not just your emotional life and your relationship life, but of course also the relationship to yourself and to your professional life, to all sorts of career goals. In fact, I see therapy as one of the key components for meshing together all aspects of one's life and being able to really direct one's focus and attention toward what really matters. If you'd like to try BetterHelp, go to betterhelp.com/Huberman to get 10% off your first month. Again, that's betterhelp.com/Huberman. And now for my discussion with Dr. James Hollis. Dr. James Hollis, such an honor and a pleasure to sit down with you. I'm a huge fan of your writing, and I'm excited to talk to you today.
Thank you, Andrew. It's a privilege to be with you.
Thank you. Let's talk about the self. This is something that I think people occasionally wonder about, who am I? We wake up every day, we have some stable representation of who we are in our name most of the time, and we develop a self, a story based on what we know about our parents, our siblings, our life. From the perspective of Jungian psychology, maybe psychology generally, how should we think about ourselves?
Well, first of all, the idea of the self with a capital S, to distinguish it from the ego consciousness, that is to say, my conscious presence, as you and I are talking right now, is a transcendent other. It's a mystery. It's essentially governed by our instincts. It's nature seeking its own expression and its own healing. What I've seen in terms of the activity of the self through the years, it has 2 agendas. One, healing when injured, and secondly, expressing itself in the same way that the acorn becomes the oak tree, so to speak. Now, the ego, of course, is that little scintilla of energy that we begins to cluster. We're born without an ego, but then there's this assembled shards of experience between the me and the not me that slowly accumulate almost in tidal pools, so that I begin to differentiate myself from the other, my mother, let's say, or my father, or the object that is there. And you're right, we are an animal that seeks to understand as part of our adaptation to the world, and so we are narrative animals. We create stories about it, and our stories rise out of what we're experiencing at the moment. So you can see why a person born into a certain culture or a certain family of origin with its style of relating or disrelating, as the case may be, becomes the ground for defining that person's sense of self. So it's important to distinguish between the self and one's sense of self. The sense of self is who I think I am. In any given moment, that's very fluid, of course. Now, we have all kinds of internal clusters of energy that are called complexes, a term that Jung popularized. And complexes are splinter personalities, he said. So a person might say, why did I get so upset yesterday? What came over me? Or I don't know what I was thinking when I made this important decision. And that's our recognition that we were in an altered state at that moment, that something within us had been triggered, had sufficient energy to come up, usurp ego consciousness, and take it over. Actually, the term that Jung used in German meant possession. It's a state of psychic possession temporarily. You know, we joke that lovers are fools or lovers are blind. So we know that people are they're caught in a certain projection onto the other. And, you know, that ultimately gets, resolved into some sort of reality through time and experience with that individual. But in that state of being, one senses that one's making the right decision. And no one wakes in the morning and says, for example, well, today I think I'm going to do the same stupid, counterproductive things I've done for decades, but there's a good chance we will. Why? Because we have certain clusters of energy in us that are regularly triggered. When triggered, they catalyze a response in the ego that enacts that program. So it affects our body, it affects our script, and of course it affects our perception of self and world. So, you know, from the standpoint of therapy, one of the things we try to do is suggest to people you're not what happened to you, because one of our tendencies is to internalize whatever's happening to us. And thinking of that defines us. Of course, the younger, the less formed we are, the more we're likely to be defined by poverty or by disease or by alcoholism or by sexism or whatever the social constructs are to which we're born, as well as the psychodynamics of the family of origin. So in those circumstances, we all have a provisional sense of self. And if you have a culture that says this is who you are, this is what your orders are, your marching orders, here's your script, and the more authoritarian the culture, or the more traumatic one's environmental situation and family of origin, the more likely I'm going to be reacting to that. So when I've had an experience, I'm either going to repeat it, or I'm going to try to run from it, or maybe I'll be spending my life trying to treat it in some way that I'm not aware of. This activates many people into the healing professions, by the way, whether it's clergy, nursing, therapy, etc., etc. That's often a sensitive child in the family who feels I have to try to stabilize my environment in order to sort of get things back to a normal state, whatever that might be, so that then it can be there for me. But of course, that never quite happens. You know, the child can't fix a parent, you see. And so many people in the helping professions are driven there by a powerful internalized message, which becomes their sense of self. So it's a long-winded way of saying there's a distinction between the self, which is the natural organic development of this organism. You know, as we're speaking, it's growing our toenails, digesting our breakfast, mentating, emoting, and so forth. Most of that's autonomous activity. It's kind of like the centipede, you know, you congratulate the centipede on how well he coordinates all of his legs, and then he thinks, well, should I move this leg or this leg or this, and he's immobilized. These are not functions that we govern consciously, although we can interrupt them consciously. but something is there taking care of us. It's an organic unity, and that's what we meant by the self, capital S. Our sense of self is a different matter. And so one of the things that I've tried to emphasize in therapy is you're not what happened to you. Because we tend to be bound to our story that says either that's who I am, that's what I'm defined by, or I'm spending my life trying to differentiate myself from that, get away from that, perhaps. So, again, our sense of self is very provisional. It evolves, and in any given moment, there may be something in the unconscious that's triggered. And of course, the problem with the unconscious, it's unconscious. So I don't know that it's happened. I have the unconscious trigger. It has the power to rise, take over provisionally, spin out its program, and then after a while, it recedes back into the unconscious. And as I said, sometimes people will stop and say, well, I wonder what was behind that decision, or why did I choose that path, or what in me is blocking me from doing what I know is right for me. As Paul said in the letter to the Romans, though I know the good, I do not do the good. Well, why not? Well, he saw it as insufficiency of will, but we know it's more than that. We know that there are unconscious factors at work that have a certain autonomy, and the more unconscious they are, the greater their autonomy will prove to be.
If they are unconscious and they're driving us sometimes into states, other times traits. I mean, and that's perhaps an interesting discussion in and of itself. It's, what's the difference between a state of mind and body and a trait? But if it's unconscious, what chance do we stand to overcome these things? I mean, how does the awareness come about? Can we do it on our own? Does it require reflection from a trained professional? And if so, when we become conscious of something, does that immediately flip a switch, or does it require constant returning to, seeing and forcing the unconscious to become conscious over and over again?
Sure. Well, those are great questions. First of all, again, none of us rises saying we're going to be counterproductive today, but we will because of the autonomy of those clusters of energy within us. Now, I've said to many people who've asked that question, well, start with your own life. Look to the patterns that you have. A pattern is an indication of some cluster of energy, whether it's outward or whether it's inward, that you're carrying with you. And we don't do crazy things. We always do logical things. If we understand that what we're in service to intrapsychically. I'll give you an example. I was working in a closed ward of a hospital many decades ago, and it was a fellow repeatedly trying to break a window. People were assuming he was trying to escape or get a shard of glass for some nefarious purpose, and no one bothered to ask him why he was doing this. And he said he had the delusion that he was, first of all, in a locked ward, so he was caught in a non-voluntary situation. And in his psychosis, he felt that somebody was pumping air from the room. Now, if this door was locked and the air is being pumped out of this room, the most logical thing we would do is break through a window or break down the door. So his behavior was logical based on a premise. Now, the premise is often inaccurate. We're tied to one place but gets extrapolated to another one somewhere else. And then we are responding logically to that premise. So you start with your own life, particularly the places where you find these are self-defeating behaviors or behaviors that are hurtful to you and someone else. And then you say, since that's not my conscious intention, and yet there it is as part of my history, then I have to say, all right, what is it within me that, has the kind of power to take over my ego consciousness? Now, just to back off for a moment here, I think we're only conscious in the ego dealing with reality a few times during the course of a day. My favorite analogy is when you get up in the morning and you step in the shower, it's too hot or too cold, so you change the water temperature. Well, that's the ego in its proper function. It's being adaptive to its reality. It's being protective at that moment. It's achieving the optimum situation for you. But from the rest of time on, when that same ego is flooded by other material, some of which is conscious, who gets the kids today how do I get to the work on time, etc. But underneath that are other drivers that have to do with fear-based responses or adaptive responses that were perhaps once protective, but later, we weren't born with them, but we acquired them along life's highway. So what was once protective often becomes constrictive later and creates those patterns. So number one, you start with your patterns. Secondly, everyone sort of laughs at this, but there's a certain truth. You might talk to those around you, such as your spouse or your closest partner or your children, and ask them about what they see in us, if you can bear to hear what they have to say. And to say, where is it you see me being hurtful to myself or others, or where is it that I get in your face in an inappropriate way? And then we usually have something to inform us with. Thirdly, we pay attention to our dreams, because we don't choose to dream, but sleep research tells us that we average about 6 dreams per night, and that's a lot of activity. Nature doesn't waste energy, it's processing something. And it's not just processing. If we pay attention over time, we begin to realize it has a point of view. Another way of putting this is the psyche, which is the term I would use here, and that's the Greek word for soul, by the way. The psyche, has its own intentionality. It's omnipresent, and it's commenting. And it comments in terms of our feeling function. You don't choose your feelings. Feelings are autonomous responses to what has happened. You can repress them, suppress them, anesthetize them, project them onto others, but you are, in the end, a creature that has an autonomous feeling response. Secondly, we have energy systems. If I'm doing what's right for me, the energy's there, the flow is there. We can mobilize our energy, and we have to in life, to get up and feed the baby at 2 in the morning, or put in our 40-hour week, or whatever the requirements are. But over time, forcing the energy system leads, as we know, to boredom and burnout and ultimately depression, often with self-medication attached to that. Thirdly, we have dreams, which comment. Fourthly, most importantly, is the question of meaning. If what we're doing is meaningful, as understood by the psyche, it will support us, even in the face of suffering and sacrifice and so forth. If what we're doing is wrong, as seen by the psyche, then over time it begins to pathologize. So you take that word psychopathology, literally from the Greek it means the expression of the suffering of the soul, which I think is revelatory. The expression of the suffering of the soul. Now, that seems to me obligatory to take seriously. If my soul, and again, that's a metaphor, people look for the soul throughout history, and you can't find it in the pineal gland, for example. The soul's a metaphor for the organic wisdom of that natural being that we are. The soul is a metaphor for this purposeful expression of the organism. It is purposeful. In other words, question that occupies all of us in childhood and throughout the first half of life at least, if not an entire lifetime, is what does the world want of me? What do my parents want from me? What do my school teacher want me? What do the playmates expect of me? What does the partner want from me? What does the employer want? All of these are reality-based encounters with the demands of the environment. And part of what we have to do is develop enough ego strength to create a provisional sense of self and a provisional functional self to deal with those expectations. But then when you've done that, why are you still here? What's the purpose? Are you simply here to be a creature of adaptations? Now, without those adaptations, we would be overwhelmed typically by the circumstances of our lives, so we accommodate them in some way. But in the second half of life, and I'm using that term very loosely, the real question is, what does the soul want of me? What does the psyche want of me? That's a different question. Then the issue comes up, what is it that is wishing expression in the world through me? That's a different question than what is the world asking me. The people that we would most admire in history are people who in some way found and lived out what the soul was doesn't spare them from suffering, sometimes even martyrdom. It doesn't spare you from conflict and pain, maybe exile, but you're fed by the purposefulness of it. Take that away, and life is pretty empty. And of course, we live in a culture where there's this enormous barrage of external stimuli. Well, buy this, purchase that, do this or that, the latest thing, and this or that, the newest shiny thing. And the more I'm seeking to define myself through that environmental summons, the more likely I'm going to be estranged from something inside. All of us know it, but we don't know what to do about that at some level. And typically, it has to hurt enough inside to bring a person into therapy. People don't just walk in and say, well, I was in the neighborhood, and I thought I'd pop in and talk to a total stranger, pay him some money, and then, walk out as a different person. It doesn't work that way. I've often said to people, this is not about curing you because you're not a disease. This is about making your life more interesting, where you realize every morning you get up, you have something profound to address today. Why am I here? And in service to what? Because if you don't ask that question, you're going to be in service to your adaptive postures from childhood, as many people prove to be, until the conflict within reaches that point where the suffering of the soul, psychopathology, is sufficient. I myself was cruising along in my 30s. I'd achieved everything that I wanted to achieve and was enjoying my life, and then suddenly, inexplicably, had a very serious depression. And it took me a while to realize that I was asking the wrong question. The first question that occurs to a person under those circumstances is, how quickly do I get rid of this? Give me 5 easy steps or a pill for that or whatever. I didn't understand. The real question is, why has your psyche autonomously withdrawn its approval and support from the agenda that you've been addressing? It was a good agenda. Nothing wrong with it, but there was something else that was missing in this process. And it took a depression, like something from below reached up and pulled me down. Something was being pressed down. That's depression. And at the bottom of that well, there's always a task. There's always an issue. The identification of which can lead one into a new place in one's life, a different journey. In my case, it led me to leave a very fine tenured position in academia, travel to Switzerland, and spend several years there in retraining as a psychoanalyst. And I now look upon that depression as beneficent, but at the time I certainly didn't, as you can imagine.
I'd like to take a brief break and acknowledge our sponsor, AG1. By now, most of you have heard me tell my story about how I've been taking AG1 once or twice a day, every day, since 2012. And indeed, that's true. I started taking AG1, and I still take AG1 once or twice a day because it gives me vitamins and minerals that I might not be getting enough of from whole foods that I eat, as well as adaptogens and micronutrients. Those adaptogens and micronutrients are really critical because even though I strive to eat most of my foods from unprocessed or minimally processed whole foods, it's often hard to do so, especially when I'm traveling, especially when I'm busy. So by drinking a packet of AG1 in the morning, and oftentimes also again in the afternoon or evening, I'm ensuring that I'm getting everything I need. I'm covering all of my foundational nutritional needs. And I, like so many other people that take AG1 regularly, just report feeling better. And that shouldn't be surprising because it supports gut health, and of course gut health supports immune system health and brain health, and it's supporting a ton of different cellular and organ processes that all interact with one another. So while certain supplements are really directed towards one specific outcome, like sleeping better or being more alert, AG1 really is foundational nutritional support. It's really designed to support all of the systems of your brain and body that relate to mental health and physical health. If you'd like to try AG1, you can go to drinkag1.com/Huberman to claim a special offer. They'll give you 5 free travel packs with your order, plus a year's supply of vitamin D3, K2. Again, that's drinkag1.com/Huberman.
So if our task is to get in touch with this kind of yearning of the soul, to perhaps do some reparative work from our childhood, or at least understand our parent-child relationships, and then in an ideal circumstance to express ourselves through some higher calling, if you will. But higher meaning for us or for the world, hopefully both. That would be ideal. In terms of the day, you said you can wake up in the morning, presumably some of the residual thought processes and emotions from a dream or dreams still live within us early in the day. And then we start going about our day doing the practical things, making the cup of coffee, drinking the water, getting some sunshine, these sorts of things. How is it that the typical person, any of us, can think about segmenting our thinking and our actions in a way that we're touching into the deeper meaning of life while also carrying out a life? Because as you know, and I know, and everybody listening and watching knows, that there's stuff to do. We need to often get an education, make a living, tend to people around us, tend to ourselves, and it becomes a kind of a neuroscience problem in my mind, right? Different brain circuitries for different types of thinking. And if I may, I think it also becomes a time perception problem. The human brain to me is so magnificent at setting milestones that are like get in the shower, finish the shower, check the text messages, talk to somebody, and get about the day. The milestones become very close in, and then if we're lucky enough to be able to take a walk and reflect and put the phone away, etc., then our mind can expand into, gosh, why am I here? What about that thing my grandfather said to me or my grandmother said to me? And the ability to place our perception in larger or smaller time bins seems very closely linked to all of this. And to the sense of mortality, which we'll certainly talk about in a little bit, but in a kind of a practical way, in the absence of a daily therapy session, how do you suggest people start to segment or compartmentalize in a way that's functional? For instance, should people set aside 15 minutes each morning to just think about why they're on this earth? Why they're doing and what they're doing, as opposed to just doing?
Sure. Well, this is the central problem of our time is everybody's going to say, I don't have time for that. I had a colleague, now deceased, Marion Woodman in Toronto, who used to say to her clients, you have to guarantee me 1 hour per day that you reflect on your dreams, or you journal in terms of what's going on in your life. And she said, always people say, I don't have time for that. Then she said, then you don't have time for therapy. You're not making any priority here for this. And you're right. The claims of, Wordsworth wrote in 1802, the world is too much with us, getting and spending, we lay waste our powers. This is 1802, before the internet, right? With all of its claims upon us. There's such a noisy din around us. We're all distracted by that, you see. That's why it usually takes a crisis in a marriage or depression or whatever the case may be to get people to pull out of that and reflect upon that. So I spend 15 minutes every morning before starting just meditating, particularly working on a dream if I've had a dream. And secondly, I reflect on things in the evening too, because one of the things we want to try to do is to say, what are the stories I'm living here? One of them, I've got to earn a living. One of them, I've got to do this. Another one's, I have to do that, you see. But what's all of that frenzy about, you see? That's why I think the first half of life, and I say this semi-humorously, is a huge and unavoidable mistake, because we're living just reactively. You see, it's not generative. It's reacting to whatever's going on around us. Is one's entire life to be spent reacting to things? Now, when you're young, there's only so much ego strength to reflect upon this. A number of years ago, I was asked to give a talk to an advanced group of college students at a university on the psychodynamics of love. Well, they were all interested about love, I can tell you, right? So it was a 3-hour seminar. So the first 90 minutes, we talked about projection, transference, all these. They got it. They were smart kids. And then we took a short break. When we came back, and I said, now let's apply these ideas to your current or recent relationships. It was like the curtain came down. They were 19, 20, 21, 22, in that area. They couldn't bear. They could get the idea, but they couldn't bear to look at themselves with that kind of scrutiny. Flash forward 20 years when they're 40 and their marriage just dissolved, or the relationship has hardships of one kind or another, they're much more likely to be able to have enough ego strength to bear looking at oneself. Secondly, there's enough life experience to reflect upon, because this kind of work takes courage in the first place. I have to be able to bear to look at myself and see what's there, which won't always be pretty. And secondly, it's humbling, because this is not about feeling great, it's about being called to accountability, which is a whole different matter. To be an adult is not just to have a big body, it's to know that I'm accountable for what's spilling into the world through me. You said once in one of those telling statements that haunts me in a constructive way, he said the greatest burden the child must bear is the unlived life of the parent. So where I'm stuck as a person, my children will be stuck, or they'll be spending their life trying to get unstuck, you see. So the best thing I can do for them is to model for them, a life lived with as much courage as I can mobilize and as much integrity as I can manage. And in doing that, it not only models, it gives permission to them. One of the things I've found for many people is they don't really feel permission to feel what they feel, desire what they desire, go out and fight for what matters to them. Because life, we learn early, is conditional. You will be acceptable in this family, you will perhaps be loved, you'll be rewarded, or you'll be punished if you meet these conditions. And if you don't meet the conditions, a lot of people put conditions on their children, A lot of people are still living through their children. If you forgive the joke here, there's an old joke about Jewish mothers. The fetus is not considered full term until it's graduated from medical school, you see. And it's a joke about a cultural expectation and carrying someone else's unfinished business in a way in which, is to make them feel good rather than serve what is wanting expression through you, which is quite a different matter. So one of the things one has to do is seize permission to realize life is short. We're here a very brief time, and the summons is to live your journey as honestly as you can. And when you do, it ultimately serves other people. It's not selfish. It's actually serving the self, if you will. It's not narcissistic. It's not self-absorption. It's actually humbling. I would never imagine as a child that I would spend my adult life listening to people suffering. And yet that's my day job. And I'm humbled to be invited into the lives of other people. It's profoundly meaningful. I can't imagine living without that. At the same time, it's not fun, it's not pleasant, but it's profoundly meaningful. That's the distinction. That's why of those various sources of insight that we can have into our lives, you have to ask about what is most meaningful to me, as defined by the psyche, not by the culture around you. Because what the culture says, it's all about being successful, it's all about making money, it's about living in this neighborhood, it's about buying that object. And if that worked, we would know it. It obviously doesn't. So that's what brings us back to that humbling moment that maybe I'm not living my life. Søren Kierkegaard, the Danish theologian in Copenhagen in the 19th century, talked about a man who was shocked to find his name in the obituary column, and he hadn't realized he died because he hadn't realized that he was here in the first place. Now, this is Kierkegaard talking in the middle of the 19th century. Think about the ramping up of the stimuli around us, the steady drum. Among young people, you take away their cell phone, and they experience enormous anxiety because this is their link to the world, and yet it's constantly making demands upon them. So again, underneath all of this is we have an appointment with our own souls, and the question is, are you going to show up for the appointment? And I thought I had, but my psyche thought otherwise, so it was in the midst of a serious depression that I began showing up. And it was a difficult process, but ultimately proved to be, I think, transformative. transformative.
I certainly agree that hardship, for better or worse, is often the way that these things stimulate the self-reflection that's required for change. There seems to be a tricky situation whereby, on the one hand, I'm hearing and I agree that it all starts with being very honest with oneself about what one really wants.
Yeah.
And I love and thank you for mentioning this 15 minutes in the early part of the day, perhaps ideally 15 minutes at the end of the day, where one takes time away from input from others of any form, electronic or otherwise, to just reflect on what's inside and the messages coming up through dreams and reflection, etc. So important.
And may I just add another
Please.
piece? Forgive the interruption, but I've often said to individuals, it's not so much what you believe, feel, or do, it's what it's in service to inside of you. That's an important distinction. So I may think I've done a good thing when it's really an old codependence. Or it's a way of avoiding conflict, or it's a fear-driven response. We have to always be asking, but what was that in service to inside of me? And you may not know at first, but you keep asking the question, and it'll start, rising to the surface. You begin to recognize that. That's how we begin to identify some of those internal drivers that we call the complexes. Because again, they're clusters of energy with the power to create a provisional personality. And many times people are identified with their complex. That's who I am. I am what I do, or I am my performance. Rather than beneath all of this is a human being who is wandering through life, afraid of dying, trying to avoid pain as much as possible, and hoping that someone's going to step in and make it all right.
I'm certainly familiar with the feeling of recognizing what I want, but being afraid that if I were to express that it would not be accepted. And that certainly can create problems. I'm also familiar with recognizing what I want and stating it very clearly, and some people, fortunately, responding well. But I think it's fair to say, at least based on my experience, that when we are really honest with ourselves and with others, it doesn't always land well, right? I mean, I pay a lot of attention, probably too much, to messaging on social media in the landscape of science and health. It's just kind of the world I live in much of the time these days. And what I notice is that there's a real gravitational pull of people to, let's call them whatever they are, influencers, public figures, or that are just very clear about who they are, at least in their own self-perception. But then here lies the twist, it seems, is that what I'm hearing is that often our self-perception is not accurate.
That's correct.
And it's almost futile to try and convince people that we are who we believe we are, right? And I have a theory that's emerging. It's not a formal theory, that the internet and in particular social media is borderline. It weaves back and forth between sane and psychotic,
Yes.
as if a borderline person would, projecting either adoration or total disgust. And I warn anybody now, including myself, if you're going on social media, you're interacting with a borderline organism. So you need to be prepared to be told in various ways, sometimes subtle, sometimes overt, that you're terrible. And you also need to be prepared for immense reward and being told that you're spectacular simply by being there. That's what it is to interact with a borderline person. And there's no controlling or predicting their flips. So in any event, that's a little, theory that's emerging. Why wouldn't it be that way? Right? You're the psychologist, but why wouldn't it be that way? Because ultimately, social media is the emerging property of all these individuals. Okay, so you've made it clear how one way to anchor to the self and get in touch with what's really going on inside.
Yes.
Reflecting on dreams, reflecting on what geysers to the surface, journaling perhaps, meditation, ideally twice a day, perhaps therapy as well would be ideal.
Yes.
But then we move about our day and we do our best to be the best version of ourselves, right? And when we get positive feedback, we tend to, I think, as
biological, psychological organisms do more of that.
Right? That.
And it's sort of a bank account of sorts. We're going for a net positive balance. And we tend to do less of the things that give us negative feedback, except perhaps we'll go to social media where people seem to go on there specifically for friction-based interactions as well, which is its own thing. So as we move through life, first half of life, second half of life, how is it that we can orient in time, as I kind of put it before, how can we carry out these daily or weekly or maybe yearly reflections in a way that really serves us well? I mean, do you recommend one day a week stepping away from everything? Do you recommend doing retreats of sort? Do you recommend that people keep a life journal? Is the story and seeing how one story evolves, is this useful? What I'm trying to do here is kind of orient people to some practical tools because I think at some level we can get pulled down currents of any kind, and ideally we stay out of deep pathology. But even if we hit the rumble strips and go back over and over again, this is important work, right? This is about being the best version of ourselves, and society benefits from that. So are there more macroscopic things that we can do, or is it just a daily chip away, 2 meditations, ideally therapy, journal, and just anchor down? Do we ever get to relax?
Well, of course. First of all, there's no formula that's applicable to everybody in their life circumstances. You know, the word psychotherapy literally means from the Greek to listen to or pay attention to the soul. However you go about doing that is right for you. It's up to you to figure that out. And for some people, it'll be working in nature. For others, it'll be working with their hands. For others, it'll be through some creative enterprise or working with their dreams or meditating or whatever. I would say whatever helps you step out of the stimulus response melee that we call our daily life is likely to be helpful to you, either because you rest and you restore the psyche, and or you have some reflection upon it. You recollect yourself as it is, right? You remember the self, because we get unraveled. I often have the feeling of getting unraveled in life, where this calls you and this calls you and this calls you and that calls you, and it's just pulling you away from some center here. And again, this is not about self-absorption, but if I'm not in connection with something abiding here, my behaviors or choices there are not going to be very helpful in the long run, you see. They're going to be merely responsive to the demands of the environmental circumstances.
One thing I enjoy doing from time to time is drawing. I like doing anatomical drawings and things of that sort. And I find that if I engage in an activity that absorbs all of my attention,
yes,
even though I have 0 -1 aspirations of becoming a commercial artist or something of that sort, that 2 things happen. One, I exit the stimulus response world, and at the same time, it's inevitable that some insight comes later. What is that?
Well, see, I think that's a good example, though, as you said, of exiting the stimulus response cycle, because in that moment, something in your psyche rises to express itself through you. And it's your drawing. We could perhaps read that drawing and perhaps interpret something of it. Like the famous Rorschach, for example. I mean, Rorschach's an ink blot. When's an ink blot not an ink blot? Well, when I confabulate a response to it, you see, and that response is indicative of what is going on inside of me. So that's a good example. I mean, for some people, they have those moments when they're out jogging, for example, or riding a bicycle, or whatever it does, listening to music. There's no right path for everyone. It's like, find the place where you're able to be alone with yourself. And if you can tolerate being with yourself and you pay attention, something will start coming out, you see. And ultimately, ironically, that's the cure to the great disease of our time, which is loneliness. It's interesting that the UK and Japan ministers of loneliness, so great is the lonely. We've never been more connected in human history through our electronic media. And yet people are now isolated in their rooms talking to each other. And I saw a cartoon, probably New York or somewhere, where a couple was getting married, and the minister says to the couple, well, text each other, I do, you know. It was ultimately a joke about how we are so media dependent now that we're disconnected from each other. And so whatever it is that helps you link to something in here, you asked this question, which I'm also haunted by in a constructive way. He said, we all need to find what supports us when nothing supports us. And that's ultimately the cure for loneliness, that there's something inside of me that knows me better than me, is working hard to bring about a healthy response to whatever life brings. And it has a purposefulness to it, an intentionality, an expression.
Hey, what's up, dude? I wanted to tell you, yesterday I shaved the hair off all my body, and it was a pleasure to be smooth, so I recommend you to do the same.
I don't, because they're gonna get itchy. Your balls are gonna make you itch tomorrow before you flush.
No, it's not, nothing is itchy, everything is smooth, dude. Everything is clean.
No. 5 o'clock shadow. Stubby hair cause irritation.
Not for me.
Well, then you must have soft hair like fucking Italian. You don't need to share on me. So, I believe you, bro.
No, my hair is very aggressive.
Yeah, that's why you add conditioner, probably. So did it not conditioner. Yeah, he's gonna show the hair of the guys. His rising company. Like, I love it. That's why my hair is probably get bugs with hair because of the massage or something like that. I'm trying to get.
Hey, Chris, can you?
He's gonna YouTube channel where he just harasses people. That's so good.
Hey, Chris, can you please add me as a friend? I wanna be your, you know what?
Bro, that means yes, we do not know what. Shimon YouTube video of you putting fucking dead cockroaches. You put like a bunch of dead cockroaches on the side of your van and parked them so that everyone who went past had to get hit by the spiky plant that was going over the fucking like pathway and touch your cockroaches.
Man, that was a long time ago. You were a true fan if you remember that. You were a true fan.
It was interesting, I'll tell you that.
Hey, Chopper, since you remember that, you were a true fan. Can you add me as a friend, Chopper?
Fuck's sakes, I guess so, man.
By the way, guys, do you see that on my forehead I have this black line?
Yeah.
So the reason I woke up from my sleep right now is because I had a cockroach on my face and I slapped myself in order to kill it, and it left this black line, and now the cockroach is dead, and I woke up because he came to me, and now I need to wash my face.
That's cool.
Yeah, I know. I still make cockroach videos, by the way. I have a channel. I still make cockroach videos.
Have you seen Joe's apartment?
Hey Chopper, did you see my machines? Do you see these 4 machines there?
Machines, what are they?
Do you know what this is?
Oh my god. That's dangerous.
Why is it?
Well, how many fly traps do you have?
I have, listen, I have 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Well, are you talking about the yellow ones?
You've put like 40 of them up, yeah.
I have more. I have here. I have here.
Why?
Because there's a lot of bugs in
Get rid
Israel.
of the gnats. Get rid of the animals that you have.
No, I don't have. I don't have animals. I only have myself. I never take a shower. But you know what this is?
What's in there?
But Chopper, do you know what is the machines that produce blue light?
Mosquito traps, yeah.
Yeah, these are mosquito traps.
That's so dangerous.
Why is it dangerous?
So, you know, if you have a fan, that's going to help you more than those strips, by the way. The fan will push away.
Just going through those. Those are like 240 volt each, by the way.
Mosquitoes suck. Why just get a mosquito net, bro? Right? It's a lot safer.
What, are you in a new place, by the way? Did you get moved out of the other place?
Is that a kitty cat, a calico?
I am no longer homeless. I decided that I will not show my asshole on camera here on Discord because I don't want people like Chopper to be angry at me.
You were throwing your shit at his in the schoolyard. That's what I was upset about.
He's older now. He's older now. Yeah. He's like wine. It's mature now. It's fine.
Yeah, I love SpongeBob the Nigger Girls. I have some. She looks like Beyonce. Do you know Beyonce from USA?
From USA.
No, I know Janet Jackson.
Golga Dot.
It sounds like an orc name, Golga Dart.
Golga Dot.
Look at the kitty.
Pretty. Did you get that cat?
Yeah, if it was like the size of a tiger, it'd kill you. Right, it would literally wait on top of your fridge and sink its teeth into your neck when you came out into the kitchen at night for a drink. It would literally kill you. It's like, oh, sorry, I just wanted some cream, but yeah.
First, you should get a cat.
I should get a circle. Yeah, dude. Well, yeah, exactly. Those leopard
That'd be
ones.
a good way to attract women into your house. They would fucking know how sick and blind you are. They'd be like, fuck, look at the cat. And you fucking
The best wingman is a dog, but yeah, a cat as well. I think it's safe to come in because there's already a pussy in here. I get it.
that fucking goofy habit comes out the corner of his heart.
Yeah, you get qualified already. Howard, the gooner Howard, he comes out of the corner gooning in real time. He comes out of the corner gooning, he's gooner Howard. Yeah, Goon Hour is edging for Goon Hour. I'm edging on Hour Goon. At noon o'clock, I edge for Goon.
Holocaust impersonations.
Who's your best impersonation video? Here's one impersonation of the orbital. I'm doing a impersonation of fucking mine.
You can do a
see me. Right on. Finally, the most sane person here. That's amazing. That's never happened before.
Hey, Chopper, can I show you my penis? But who is the owner of this place? I just want to know if it's okay for them.
He's asleep, so. Yeah, he shows his penis on the server all the time. Odds are asleep.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
I'm a partial owner of this server as well.
Bazooza's the owner, you're lying. This is Bazooza too. This is the Chinese knockoff of Ampersand, that fucking Bazooza.
It's the dollar store knockoff of Ampersand. It's the dollar store. As opposed to sleeping in the DC, the dollar store, that the dollar store Ampersand. The Dollar General dollar store. The Dollar Tree. It's a Dollar Tree. Squirrels in there and insects and shit. It's probably not happening. You know anything about conjuries? So easy to do. Yeah, come on. Yeah, trees that want to fucking kill you right over there, fucking pointing shit all the time. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, what's your, what is this animal?
Chichi.
Is at the planet all goes like sheep, and then the sheep can't get away from the planet and fucking all shit. Because they go, it's pretty much like kill. So it's fun to kill. I'm being serious though. Imagine you're a sheep and your fucking bull gets you caught in the fucking planet and then you die. And then the planet eats you. Well, that's better than getting a dog stuff, bro. Yeah, I'm sure you never have to worry about that. Yeah, stones are bad. You don't have the badger. Sounds like I could literally get killed by a cougar. I mean, that's why pretty smart thing like that. And like usually they'll see you before you'll see them. Like a fucking cat. What the fuck? You just have this like a white coat. He's in Texas now and he fucking does elk. He fucking hunts elk. But yeah, meat's super cool. Yeah, meat well, right? And olive oil and surgery. Holy shit. You know what? Did you so they're this off? Fucking neighbor. You know what I mean? You know what those are? They're like this weird antelope elk. They have to survive for it. You can have deer and warrior to your heart's content. Or imagine like well the boars and there's like if you see one, you might as well say you have over 400 meters in it. It's like a cockroach. You see one, there's probably 10.
Sonic Bacon Line by Barracuda. I am E-Man-IC. They call me E-Man-IC because they do the cold archery of a wonderful Western Alice land. And of course, I'm here today to talk to you about the most recent terrorist attack. Not that Hezbollah attacked, but that Hezbollah was attacked.
האקדמית גליל מערבי, מומחה לטרור וללבנון. שלום לך. אז אנחנו באמת עסקנו כאן
is rising this morning in Lebanon in this unprecedented, incredibly sophisticated attack.
Hezbollah started using pagers like this because they were worried about Israeli electronic surveillance. They thought this old-fashioned technology was potentially more secure than smartphones, but that turns out to have been a deadly mistake.
יותר מ-24 שעות אחרי המבצע חסר התקדים של פיצוצי הזימוניות בלבנון, הסיפור שמצית את הדמיון מסרב לרדת מהכותרות בעולם.
In a region defined by brazen attacks, this one was unlike any other. Pagers in the pockets, hands, and vehicles of Hezbollah militants exploding simultaneously in streets and grocery stores, all the way to the Iranian ambassador in Lebanon.
It was clearly a targeted attack by Israel against Hezbollah operatives who had gone low-tech because they've been the target of assassinations over the past 10 months, and they've been instructed to, dump their iPhones, get off the internet, disconnect their CCTVs.
Live from London, this is BBC News. בזמן שהעדכונים על מה שקרה אתמול המשיכו לזרום, הערב מצאו את עצמם הכתבים מדווחים שוב על פיצוצים היסטוריים, הפעם של מכשירי קשר.
We want to begin with our breaking news out of Lebanon. Just a day after that extraordinary coordinated attack against Hezbollah in Lebanon, we're hearing of new explosions that happened just moments ago.
It is handheld communication devices that are exploding in people's hands, in their pockets, attached to their belts.
גיהנום הביפר המתפוצץ נכתב הבוקר בשער המירור הבריטי. הדיילי מייל בחר בכותרת פרשנית. הביפרים המתפוצצים של ישראל מביאים את המזרח התיכון אל הסף. בניו יורק פוסט סיכם בפשטות פיפ פיפ בום.
One goal may have been to incapacitate Hezbollah, to injure a large number of its fighters and its leaders, and to literally blow up its communication network. But another goal may have been to send the message that Israel is capable of carrying out an operation like this, at this scale, inside of Hezbollah's territory.
This is CNN Breaking News. לכל אורך היממה האחרונה מנסים הכתבים והפרשנים לספק תשובות לשאלה שמעסיקה את כולם. כיצד בוצעו המתקפות המתוחכמות?
Well, I have learned that this was a joint operation between the Mossad, that is Israel's intelligence service, as well as the Israeli military.
Of course, if Israel did it, it has to take into account that Hezbollah will retaliate, and we are escalating to a kind of a war.
יחד עם זאת, כלי התקשורת מדגישים את מספר הנפגעים העצום ואת המראות הקשים בבתי העסק, ברחובות ובבתי החולים בלבנון.
Graphic images circulating online showing fingers blown off, bloodied faces, and damaged eyes. Bystanders rushing to help the injured, blood spilled in the streets, hospitals overwhelmed.
Doctors saying that they have suffered serious burns, amputations, and also facial injuries.
The least I can say, it has been a nightmare. Probably this is the worst day of my life.
מוטורולה, אבי פינבר והסוכנים סמסונג והמתפוצץ עדיין לא נרגעו מעוצמת העץ סביב פיצוץ הביפרים המסתורי בקרב יותר מ-4,000 פעילי חיזבאללה. משאירים מאחור את המתנגש, הליקופטר. הבולשים ברשתות החברתיות המשיכו גם היום לספק עוד ועוד הלצות ושנינויות על מה שקרה אתמול ברחבי לבנון. גולש אחד סיכם את המלחמה בין ישראל לחיזבאללה כך. הבולשים התחרו ביניהם על הפתיחה המצחיקה והמקורית ביותר.
שלום, אני סוכן מכירות אמיתי שתימו אני יכול למכור לך ב7 שקל 90,000 מכשירי קשר אמיתיים. אני נשבע לך נסראללה, אני לא ראש המוסד הישראלי דדי ברנע, אני סוכן מכירות, בוא תקנה את המכשירי קשר שלי.
גם הדרדסים גויסו. זאת הייתה שעתו היפה של קונדסון. בעולם הערבי מתנגדי חיזבאללה לא התאפקו ולגלגו על ארגון הטרור בשלל קריקטורות מושחזות, כמו זאת שבה פעיל חיזבאללה שרוף פוגש את 72 הבתולות. העיתון אינדיפנדנט בערבית פרסם קריקטורה של סמל חיזבאללה המחזיק ביפר עולה באש, או זימונית שמוחבאת בסוס טרויאני, כפי שהופיע בעיתון הסעודי א-שרק אל-אווסט. השחקן והסטנדאפיסט היהודי-אמריקני מייקל רפופורט, שמאז 7 באוקטובר התבלט בפתיחתו בישראל, התייחס בדרכו לפיצוץ המסתורי. ויש מי שכבר הציע לחגוג את האירוע הנפיץ בשם עיד אל פיפר. אבל הדיוט לא יבשה מהפוסטים על מה שקרה אתמול, והתגובות ברשתות החברתיות על הפיצוצים היום לא איחרו לבוא. אלפי הביטים שהתפוצצו בלבנון עוד לא שכחו, והיום שוב פיצוצים. פרטי האירועים מתחילים להיבהר. אתמול, קצת אחרי 3:30 אחר הצהריים, מתקבלות בו זמנית הודעות באלפי הזימוניות החדשות שנמצאות בידי חיזבאללה, המן לכאורה, הנהגת הארגון. פעולה זו היא שמפעילה את חומרי הנפץ שהושתלו במכשירים וגורמת לפיצוצים.
לי זה נשמע משהו כמו תהליך שהשרשרת שלו מתחילה באירוע סייבר, שהופך למה שנקרא בצורה מאוד חכמה לאירוע פיזיקלי, אוקיי, שמביא בסוף לאותה שרשרת ניפוץ.
בתקשורת הערבית ידעו מיד למי להפנות את האצבע המאשימה, והפתענו כי הם יודעים באיזה סוג חומר נפץ השתמשו.
والموساد الإسرائيلي تمكن من زرع مادة متفجرة قوية جدا، مادة الPETN أو البنتريد كما تسمى، وهي من أكبر المواد الانفجارية قوة التي يعني موجودة اليوم.
בניו יורק טיימס דיווחו היום שחומר הנפץ שהוחדר למכשירים מתישהו במהלך שרשרת האספקה היה במשקל שנע בין 25 ל-60 גרם בלבד, מוצב צמוד לסוללה בכל פיפר וחובר אליו מרום.
אני רואה כאן 3 שלבים. אחד, שלב הרעיון שבעיניי הוא רעיון מבריק, יצירתי, ואין דומה לו ושני לו בעולם, ומי שהגה אותו שאפו ענק. 2, זה המימוש המבצעי, יכולת להבין איך עובדת שרשרת האספקה, ו3, הביצוע. כלומר, יש פה טריפל וי.
באחרונה הזמינו בארגון הטרור כ-5,000 זימוניות מהיצרנית האיראנית גולדה פולו. המכשירים החדשים הם מדגם AR924 ועוד כמה סוגי מכשירים שנכללו במשלוח. החברה הטיוואנית בהלה ביממה האחרונה, אחרי שהמשטרה בטייפי סיטי הגיעה למשרדיה. בחברה אמרו שהמכשירים בכלל הגיעו מספק אירופי בשם PAC, שמקום מושבו בשכונה מנומנמת בבודפשט שבהונגריה. הסיבה למעבר של חיזבאללה לביפרים במקום טלפונים היא הנחיה של חסן נסראללה בחודשים האחרונים שלא לקיים תקשורת סלולרית מבצעית בארגון מחשש לחולשות אבטחה ומעקב ישראלי ובעיקר פגיעה ביכולות ניהול המלחמה.
יש פה מעבר לתקיפת סייבר, יש פה גם פגיעת סייבר שבה אתה פוגע בפיקוד ושליטה של חיזבאללה, ביכולת שלו עכשיו להעביר מסרים, לנהל את המלחמה בשוטף, להניע כוחות.
הפעולה בלבנון מעידה שוב על היכולות המודיעיניות והמבצעיות שמיוחסות לישראל ובעיקר על החשיבה היצירתית מחוץ לגוף.
דנוש, לקחת הסמוצ'י שלך? אז קחי אותו, תוציא את הסמוצ'י.
מוקדם בבוקר, ובאס חייבת לשים את שתי הבנות בגן. בת 3.5.
מה לעשות? צריך להיות בעבודה מוקדם.
ולא קורס בת 9 חודשים.
בואי, כבר מאוחר, כבר 6:15, אנחנו צריכות לצאת, נשים אותך בגן, אז אם את תלך לעבודה, בסדר?
העסק העצמאי של טוד עלה לבחירת מוצאי טבע מחייב את שניהם לעבוד מסביב לשעון. הגן הזה בכפר סבא הוא פתרון מצוין בשבילם. את בניהם מקבלות הגננות לוסיה, קריסטינה וילנה.
לי אופציה להגיע לעבודה, לפתוח את החנות בשקט, לעשות את כל הדברים שצריך, ואני צריכה את השעות האלה.
Что мы возьмем с тобой булочки? Будем рисовать? Цветочки? Да, пошли возьмем.
אבל זה לא רק השעות הנוחות, מי שנכנסה לגן הזה לפני 10 חודשים.
יש לי 3 סוגי פציעות, בסט שלי מפה, הכל שבור. ושמו לי כמו בלטים, 6 מרגים אפילו, ויש לי גם פה שבר מבצעי, וגם חודש שהיה פה סגור. ויש לי 4 ברגים עם פלטית אלומיניום, ויש לי גם שבר. חודש שהיה פה סגור. ויש לי 4 ברגים עם פלטית אלומיניום, ויש לי פה גם שבר.
זה קרה לפני כחודשיים בקרטים. פאיד קופטי, תושב נצרת, נסע לנופש קצר באי היווני וחזר משם הישר לבית החולים פוריה. אלה שתקפו אותך שם ביוון, אמרת להם, אתה ערבי, אתה נוצרי, נכון? אבל אם הם היו יודעים שאתה שירת בגולני, איך זה היה נגמר?
נגמר בתליות.
היו תולים אותך. הוא אוחז בכמה זהויות שלא כולם יודעים להכיל אותן. ערבי, ישראלי, נוצרי, בוגר סיירת גולני. אפילו את הקומטש אמרת.
זה הנמדוד מתי שקיבלנו אותה, זה היה מעלה 55 קילומטר, פלוס 5, אתה זוכר מג, הייתי נגיס.
בעת שיצא לקנות אותו מים בחנות הסמוכה למלון ששהה בו, נתקל פאיד בקבוצה של צעירים שחשדו בו שהוא מישראל.
מאיפה אתה? אני אומר לו, מישראל.
בימים כאלה לא פחדת להגיד אני מישראל?
לא. למה כשאני גר, כאילו פה, אני חי, למה שאני אשקר ואני אגיד כאילו ממדינה אחרת? גם יש לי חששות מצד אחר, למה מלא אנשים יהודים שם שמסתובבים כבר כולם בקבוצות.
מתי היית לבד?
אז בדיוק. אז אני נפל לי פה הסימון, אוי, אני פה לבד, חשבו שנראה לי שאני יהודי. הסתכלתי לאחורה, אני רק רואה אנשים רצים אחריי. איך שאני רץ, והיה מישהו הספיק אליי ולרוץ ותפס אותי מהחוצה ודחף אותי לאחורה. ומי שתפס אותי מהתחילה הוא הסתובב והתחיל לתת לבוקסים.
עוד לפני שהספיק להראות לתוקפים את הצלב המקועקע שעל זרועו, הותקף באכזריות עד שאיבד את הכרתו.
כשמתחיל לקום, אתה לא מדמיין איפה אתה, כאילו אפילו מה קרה לך. התחלתי כאילו לבדוק את הגוף שלי, אם יש לי דימום או לא, או תקעו אותי סכין, אני לא מרגיש, או אתה עדיין חי, או לא, אתה כבר אצל אלוהים.
מחקר שנעשה באוניברסיטת תל אביב לפני פרוץ המלחמה, מצא כי הדרך שבה יציגו עצמם בחו"ל אזרחי ישראל הערבים תלויה במקום שאליו הם נוסעים. במדינות מוסלמיות, כמו טורקיה, יעדיפו להזדהות כפלסטינים. במדינות ערב, למשל ירדן ומצרים, ערביי 48, ובחלק ממדינות אירופה, אזרחי ישראל.
טסתי לטורקיה, ושאלו אותי ערבית מאיפה אתה, ואז הייתי מישראל, והוא ממש הסתכל עליי במבט כזה חשדני, ואז הוא אמר לי, אתה לא מתבייש להגיד שאתה מישראל? מאיפה אתה? ואז הייתי מישראל, והוא ממש הסתכל עליי במבט כזה חשדני, ואז הוא אמר לי, אתה לא מתבייש להגיד שאתה מישראל? הוא התחיל כזה באופן ממושך, פאק ישראל.
נושא הזהות מעסיק מאוד את אייל חיר, דרוזי מפקיעי. לאביו של אייל עסקי בטורקיה, ובנסיעות לשם חווה על בשרו את דילמת הזהות המורכבת.
אני דרוזי, אבל אצל ערבים שהם מוסלמים זה קורה, זה יותר מורכב, בוא נגיד. אומרים עליהם שהם בוגדים, כי הם בסופו של דבר ערבים, והם פחות מזדהים עם עזה, ככה מסתכלים עליהם מהעולם, והם יחסית טובים עם ישראל, הם זוכים בסופו של דבר ישראלים. אז הביקורת כלפיהם היא יותר מורכבת ויותר קשה.
In 1948, most of my people were exiled all around the world. My family too lost their land.
הזמר והיוצר סמך זקוט נתקל לא מעט בחו"ל בשאלות בקשר לזהות המורכבת של הערבים בישראל.
ערב 48, ערב ישראל, וגם יש קוראים.
יהוד? לפעמים יקראו לכם יהודים?
יש את הטרולים האלה באינטרנט, אני רואה לפעמים תגובות על סרטונים, מה זה יהוד?
אז הוא העלה לאינסטגרם שלו סרטון שינסה להסביר את הדברים.
Not a lot of people know who we are. Some call us Arab Israelis. They're 48 or 40 years.
Some don't even know that we exist, but we do exist. And who are we? אמצע מזכות, והפלסטינים יצא לזה. תשמע, אני מגלה לאט לאט שאנשים באמת לא יודעים כלום. אנחנו חיים פה בארץ, אנחנו מכירים יחסית אחד את השני. אבל בארצות הברית ובאירופה, דוברי אנגלית, באמת לא יודעים. יש פה מורכבות שהם לא מודעים אליה. המון ערבים נוסעים לחו"ל, כן. מה הכי נפוץ תגובות שערבים מקבלים כשהם מספרים שהם ערבים אזרחי ישראל? יש חבר'ה שאומרים או לא אוהבים אותנו, כי תמיד אומרים נכון שיש לכם אזרחות ישראלית ואתם פלסטינים. אתם עדיין תשארו פלסטינים, אנחנו מכבדים אתכם ומבינים. יש חלק שכמובן נותנים את המבט, שאומרים חיית רבאק שהוא דחק עליי, ויש גם שבתכלס לא מעניין אותם, אתה יודע, כל הכבוד, אנחנו לא כאלה מעניינים בעולם, בואו נהיה צנועים. נסעתי עם נהג, נראה לי הג'יראי, ודיברנו, אמר לי, מאיפה אתה? אמרתי לו, תשמע, יש לי דרכון ישראלי, יש לי אזרחות ישראלית, אבל אני עדיין פלסטיני בן פלסטיני, או ערבי. וזה חלק מהזהות שלי, חלק מהמורכבות שלי.
אחד הביטויים המזוהים עם הערבים בארץ, שיש בו נימה של ביקורת ואף קנאה, הוא הביטוי ערביי שמנת.
ערב שמנת זה, אנחנו החיים שלנו בדותים, כאילו. לא נרצחים פה בכמויות, אין פרוטקשן, לא עושים לנו בתים. אנחנו בטח פה כיף, איפה זה בא שקוראים לכם ערביי שמנת? כי היה פעם באמת, היה פעם דיבור שמי שיש לו ערבי יזר פעם, מי שיש לו תעודת זהות כחולה, תשמע נהנה, ביטוח לאומי, יש איזה כאילו הבטחת הכנסה.
אם חשבתם שהעולם כולו נגדנו, נכון רק ליהודים, תופתעו לשמוע איך ערבים מישראל משנים את ההתנהלות שלהם בנסיעות לחו"ל, בעיקר מאז פרוץ המלחמה.
أنا ولا مرة كان عندي مشكلة إنه أورج الباسبور الإسرائيلي. بس اللي عم بيصير إنه صار الباسبور الإسرائيلي هو إشي مش بريفيليج زي ما كان بالأول، صار الباسبور الإسرائيلي هو نقمة ووصمة على مش بس فرطخان. فإيش عملت غلط هو إشي مش بريفيليج زي ما كان بالأول، صار الباسبور الإسرائيلي هو نقمة ووصمة على مش بس فرطخان. فإيش عملت غلطة للباسبور ولما اسلمه شو اسمه بس الموظف يشوف لانه صرت اخاف على حياتي اخاف على حياتي.
כשהם אומרים שהם מוסלמים או פלסטינאים והרי יש להם תעודת זהות או דרכון ישראלי, הם מסתכלים עליהם בעין שהם בוגדים. שהם בוגדים והחטא שלהם יותר גדול מהחטא של יהודי שהוא ישראלי מלכתחילה. אז הם אומרים שהם משתפי פעולה משת"פים. אני והיהודי בחו"ל אותו דבר. אחד לאחד, מה שקרה לו הוא קורא לי. אני יכול להחזיק שני נרטיבים בשיח הציבורי, אבל רוב הציבור מוכן לזה, מבחינתו או זה או זה. אני אומר לא, אני שילוב של שניהם. ואני מחליט, אם אני רוצה להיות גשר שינסה אולי לחבר עם כל המורכבות, עם כל הכעסים, או שאני רוצה לפוצץ את כל העניין ולהמשיך להיות במלחמה קיומית יומיומית של בעיית זהות.
מה?
אני תכף יוצאת, חוזרת מחר אחרי הצהריים.
אז תגידי שאת יוצאת.
אני אומרת לך תכף, זה יכול להיות 5-10 דקות, אני לא אכניס עוד פעם, זה מיותר, 5-10 דקות. חכה 10 דקות ואז תדע שכבר לא.
Just to make sure that I understand.
פה הכל שבור. ושמו לי דלתים, עם 6 ברגים אפילו, ויש לי גם פה שבר מבצעי, וגם חודש שהיה פה סגור. ויש לי 4 ברגים עם פלטות למינימום, ויש לי פה גם שבר.
זה קרה לפני כחודשיים בקרטין. פהד קופטי, תושב נצרת, נסע לנופש קצר באי היווני וחזר משם.
יש לי 3 סוגי פציעות, בעצם שלי מפה הכל שבור. ושמו לי דלתים, עם 6 ברגים אפילו, ויש לי גם פה שבר מבצעי, וגם חודש שהיה פה סגור. ויש לי 4 ברגים עם פלטות למינימום, ויש לי פה גם שבר.
זה קרה לפני כחודשיים בקרטין. פהד קופטי, תושב נצרת,
Qui mi toccherino, qui mi toccherino, qui mi toccherino, e dai vai più giù, mi distruggerino, li mi sfiorino, oh, qui mi toccherino, non resisto più. Noi stiamo uscendo già da 2 mesi, io ho pagato sempre io, i taxi, il cinema e sushi all you can eat. Già 1000 euro almeno li ho spesi per le tue minchiate via. Non dico di saldarmi il culo, ma qualcosa sì. Io non lo so, mi sembri che io manco fossi lei. Si muove e dice Galilei, non serve Sasha e invece no, non capisco che problemi hai. Io ti limono che se mangi dai, dai toccami un po' sai. Qui mi toccherino, qui mi toccherino, qui mi toccherino, dai giù, giù, li distruggerino, li distruggerino, qui mi toccherino, non resisto più. Tu con chi credi di avere a che fare? Io so bene cosa vuoi, ma non otterrai quello che speri tu. Potrei spogliarmi e farti sognare, uscire come fanno i mungitori, far scomparire in bocca il tuo big bamboo. E invece no, tu me la usi come dai, finché da Jekyll ti trasformerai, e poi mi accorgerò. Io non ero un principio di livello, tu scorgerai la zampa di cammello, che vorrei donarti però. Qui ti toccherino, qui ti toccherino, lì non tocco se vuoi, non ti vuoi più, lì non ti sfiorerò, lì non ti bacerò, farlo io aspetterò.
don't talk anymore like we used to do. We don't laugh anymore. What was all looking for? Oh, we don't talk anymore like we used to do. I just use you, found the one you've been looking. You were looking for. I wish I would've known that was me. 'Cause even after all this time, I still wonder why I can't move on just the way you did so easily. Don't wanna know kind of dress you wearing tonight. He's holding on to you so tight, way I did before. I overdo. Should've known your love was a game. Now I can't get you out of my brain. Oh, it's such a shame. We don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore like we used to do. We don't laugh anymore. What was all of it for? Oh, we don't talk anymore like we used to do. I just don't feel I'm next to somebody. Another spider looking like me. It must be a good reason that you're gone. Every now and then I think you might want me to come show up at your door. But I'm just too afraid that I'll be wrong. I wanna know if you're looking into her eyes. She's holding on to you so tight, the way I did before. I overthought, should've known your love was a game. Now I can't get you out of my brain. Oh, it's such a shame. We don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore like we used to do. We don't laugh anymore. What was all of it for? Oh, we don't talk anymore like we used to do. Qui mi tocca di no, qui mi tocca di no, qui mi tocca di no, e dai vai più giù.
What is waste in English?
Delicious cookies.
I'm wearing pants because I learned from you, my nigga. I want to ask you, my friend, everyone in Canada gay?
second ingredient is fear. Studies show that when people perceive an out-group as a serious threat, they're more likely to act strongly to protect their in-group. Fear is one of the most powerful motivators, and good politicians know this. By casting their opponents as dangerous, they ensure that their supporters are not just voting, they're defending. And of course, this makes it so politicians can assure the voters that unless people vote for them, then it will be the end of America as we know it. This creates a sense of loyalty that can be very powerful, but as a necessary consequence, it also leads to greater division.
He has destroyed our country with policy that's insane.
Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is.
This genuinely could be the last Democratic election we ever have. You're right.
Politicians and pundits know that people are a lot more motivated to act when they feel that their group is under attack, and this leads to even bigger problems, like the one that was made evident during the last presidential debate that, for some reason, nobody seems to be talking about. What happened during the debate is something that we've been seeing more and more in the last few years. The debates have progressively been shifting away from talking about policies to talking about survival. Now, this is a very powerful rhetorical move, but once this happens, any chance of reasonable dialogue is just lost. This kind of rhetoric not only deepens divides, but it makes it nearly impossible for people to see the other side as anything but an enemy. I mean, think about how fear-driven political rhetoric has impacted your everyday life. Political debates used to be about issues, but now they have the power to divide friendships and even families. So we're seeing this division not just on social media, but also in our personal everyday lives as well. But fear only plants the seed of division. It's anger that brings it to the surface, fueling assassination attempts and the violent clashes that we see on the street today. You probably don't need these studies to know that anger is one of the most powerful emotions when it comes to motivation. Unlike fear that can paralyze, anger energizes people. It makes them feel like they can do something, like to correct a perceived injustice or fight against a threat. In fact, anger at perceived injustice is what led to things like this.
This is getting serious. Oh my goodness.
And to things like this. When people strongly fear what the other side will do, or if they strongly feel that injustice has ensued, that's when we see people blowing up and wanting to take things into their own hands. And this is why anger sparked by political rhetoric plays into our most basic instincts for survival and justice. So when politicians lean into this, they create an environment where violence feels justified because it's framed as a means of defending what's right. And this is the environment that we're living in today, where things only seem to be escalating, and it seems that there's no way to halt this avalanche, except for, well, maybe one thing that can really change everything. You see, if you look at this chart that's on your screen right now, that shows how many people identify as Christian today. And of course, a good number of that 68% will be nominal, but God has done incredible miracles with only a faithful few. And the reason why this is so important is because as Christians, we have a perspective that can change our society literally from the inside out. As we've seen, modern politics currently divides the world between us versus them, the good guys versus the bad guys. But in Christianity, at least when it comes to deserving salvation, there are no good guys, only bad guys. None of us are any more deserving of salvation than Trump, Harris, or the very worst person on the other side of the political aisle that you can think of. So if we truly believe the gospel, then that should change how we interact with and see others, stripping away the self-righteousness that modern politics enables. This means before we make it our mission to combat evil in this world, we first need to acknowledge the evil that we have within ourselves. But what's so interesting about this is that when we look at ourselves and see all of the evil and the wrong things that we've done, we somehow find a way to have patience and understanding. We tell ourselves all the reasons why what we did was understandable, and we see the nuance in our actions. But Jesus said to treat our enemies how we would want to be treated. And that means extending that same nuance and grace to others that we give ourselves. We can do this because of the grace that we receive from Christ, because Christ loved his enemies so much that he prayed for them when they were taking his very life. So if we want to make a difference in this world, then we can't act just like the world. The world reacts to the other side with hate and disdain, fear, and anger. But as Christians, since we not only know that there are no truly good guys, we also know that God didn't give us the spirit of fear, and also that we should be slow to become angry. So as we go out into this world, let's remember that our political engagement should always reflect Christ's love. We have the opportunity to bring healing where there's hurt, to speak peace where there's conflict, and to show grace where there's anger. the more that we implement these traits as we engage in politics, I'm convinced that if we could get the other side to change their minds and de-escalate, it will be because we're acting like Christ, not because we're using the world's tools and acting like the world. So lastly, make sure you take a second to pray for Trump and that God will continue to protect him according to his will, and that God will use us in these times to be salt and light in the world. All right? See you guys next time.
Nobody should continue to take this argument seriously. I mean, it's a big problem, Cameron, and that's the first bit to say that, it's kind of a knot that's difficult for scholars to undo, for Muslim scholars to undo.
All right, you just heard it. That was Gabriel Said Reynolds. He's a top scholar of Islam, and he straight up calls this a very big problem for Muslims. So what problem is he actually referring to here, though? So the Quran says that Jesus was given a gospel directly from God, this thing called the Injil. But the thing is, there's no historical record of such a book existing in history at all. How do Muslims explain this? And why do Muslim apologists try to downplay it when a reputable scholar like Gabriel is telling us that it's actually a huge dilemma?
Folks, that was the dumbest argument against Islam, at least what I've come across.
If you think that the Quran does actually affirm the Bible, then you just straight up fight it down.
But this should be sufficient, completely sufficient, to destroy the entire argument that these jokers have been using for years. Nobody should continue to take this argument seriously, either from the Muslim or Christian side.
In this interview, we're diving deep into the Islamic dilemma. I asked Gabriel about how the Quran actually describes the gospel, why Muslim scholars have been wrestling with this for centuries, and then what it all means for Christians. How do Muslim scholars
ידעתם שההטבה בדמי הניהול בקרן הפנסיה שלכם מוגבלת בזמן? כל הטבת דמי ניהול שקיבלתם מוגבלת ל5 שנים. תירשמו לכך.
President Donald Trump was out on an unexpected golf trip when some loser hiding in the bushes with a GoPro, ceramic plates, and a defaced SKS attempted to ambush him. But luckily, the secret...
a side chuck. Oh,
Hey, nigger.
oh shit, it's not you. Give me your gold. Oh fuck, no, I'm not fucking. I know what happens. I know what happens. I know what happens next. Fuck that.
Oh,
What's going on?
shut the fuck up. That's what we're trying to fucking figure out.
We are trying to fix.
I don't know, dude. What the hell? Like, dude, honestly, for the last 10 minutes, I don't think I understood a fucking word that came out of anyone's mouth.
What happened, nigga?
Like, Cloudy and G6 were going at it with each other. I mean, just like, it wouldn't stop. It didn't stop. Like, can't stop, won't stop, get what, you know?
Hey, listen.
Like,
Add me to your friends on Discord.
add you to my friends.
Yeah, add me to your
We already
friends.
are friends.
Oh, okay. You're right. Who are you?
Hey, Cosmic. Lucky Charm.
Hey, listen, I sent you a message. Can you see the message I sent you?
Or new.
Can you see the message I sent you, man?
Yes.
So join my server and then you will see all my videos. You see the paradox?
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
Don't lie.
It's like a scam thing.
Don't lie to me.
Not lying.
You're
Well,
lying.
I mean, I delete servers to get under the 100 server limit, so.
Oh, that's a gay excuse.
I'm gay and his excuse is an excuse from a gay.
Yeah, you're like a gay person.
Well, what fucking videos did you want me to see?
Join with the paradox and check it out.
I mean, is it something a gay person would be interested in?
Yeah. But only if you're a gay person that want to heal from your disease.
No. I got a shot for it. Didn't work.
I will help you, nigga.
Are you gonna go jump in front of a train?
I will help you to become straight.
Okay.
Yo, I'm getting my 15 seconds of fame right now, cuz. 15 seconds of fame. Watch out.
Like if you want, we can go over here. Damn it, bro. Look, so right here, 7. Don't go there.
You said where?
7.
Spider-Man is my favorite motion shooting. So senile, like this. Megan, you are so fucking hot.
There's a girl.
I bet it's an his hand.
Oh my god, dude, you fucking tricked me.
Bro, this Megan guy, like, holy fuck, he looks like one of those, like, hot Russian guys.
Yeah. You said yeah.
Yeah.
I am not fucking gay. I'm fucking gay.
I ate a Mars bar in the car by the barn.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Why are you so fucking gay and stupid? Are you yanking my leg? Are you yanking my leg right now? Right now? You're yanking my leg. Are you yanking my leg right now?
No.
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 When I say no, I mean it.
It was like what Crystal earlier was like, no.
She was literally dying. Literally dying. Oh my god.
It's not funny.
Why are you mod abusing us, Crystal?
I'm not. Check on it.
What are you doing, Crystal, you little bug?
I'm not doing
Let's look at audit log.
You little worm. You little bug.
Wow, it was Evan.
Well, hell no. Why did it look?
No, it actually
is a little bug, if I'm being honest.
Crystal, I'll be nice forever if you just say 2 words for me, okay?
What?
No, I want you to say 3 words. I want you to say no Papa Lazy.
Yeah.
I'm also lazy.
Yeah, you gotta say it in your voice.
I will say I'm never ever gonna use you again if you say that.
No, you gotta say, okay, let me shut this guy up. You gotta say nor Papa Lazy. Bro, you literally like tapped out there. Can you say it again?
No, Papa lazy.
No, what are you making them do again? Lazy, what the hell, man?
I'm not making them do anything. I said I would be nice to them if they said it.
What do you need a voice changer on?
This is not a voice changer.
That's bullying.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh my god, I am literally Corpus.
Okay. I knew it, bro. I knew it. Bro, that is literally water rock. That is water rock.
Oh. That's the bad bitch.
Word. I'm glad you're exposed. we're ungangging him.
My account got disabled yesterday and I don't know why. Like, it's just like, went from good standing to disabled.
Because you're gay! Oh, it got disabled on pork snap.
Yeah.
On pork membranes.
Yeah, on deodorant.
You've gotta be yanking my chain over here, pal.
Making something, buddy.
Oh, you're yanking it, aren't ya?
True, Papa. Yes, Papa.
You call him Papa?
Hello?
Welcome. Hello?
How are you doing?
You trans?
No.
Are you Indian?
Why are you asking?
I'm just asking. Har du lyst til å bare lage i dag? Jeg skal lage pasta. Jeg handler i dag. Jeg må vise deg her på banen. Jeg skal lage pasta med pasta tortellini og avokado og hva annet skal jeg lage? Ok, det holder. Greit, det holder. Nei, sorry, det holder. Nei, stopp. Å nei. Ok, stopp. Sånn, ok. Ja. Ja, egg. Pasta og avokado. Og så og fisk. Ok. Ja. Takk. Har du smakt tilbake? Sånn. Så får det i boks. Og så må du dusje.
Skal du slå?
Ja.
Spiser masse.
Nei, jeg får en kokepasta, så det gidder jeg ikke. Og vente på pasta. Jeg vil ikke vite det. Jeg vil ikke vite det som etter tradisjon. Hæ? Åja, men hva skal jeg gjøre med det? Jeg har ikke kjøpt for lenge siden. Men i dag skal man freshen up ordentlig, liksom. Det skal bli not too much information, men shaving. Som jeg egentlig ikke trenger. Og så sånn dusj. Egentlig overalt. Men ikke sånn, jeg skal ikke shave alt der nede, liksom. Jeg skal bare trimme. Og så jeg kan ha på armhullene. Ikke så mye. Så jeg vet egentlig hvorfor jeg gjør det, men just in case det er noe i dag, det skal ut med denne. Just cram.
4/7. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much an entire identity. I mean, he exists. It's just his entire campaign, the entire Republican campaign is vibes, and so the Democrats have done what he's done. That's just politics in general. They like vote up for most people's case.
Science pretty much says they are made of themselves, right? So I'm asking Gage if he agrees with this concept or he thinks something else.
Yeah, I
mean, these guys have done experiments and done their theory calculations. There's no evidence to support that, yeah, these elementary particles, fundamental particles, the particles that make up the stamp.
Right, and this revolution, once again, gave, right, them the semblance of independence. And then, even with that semblance of independence, they still led a war.
And then you're making this like weird exception for like Islam and like brown people.
What I'm making is Islam is fucked. What I'm saying is you take the Islam, if you take an Arab and put them in America.
Yeah, and I'm saying you're bullshitting me because I countered East Asian and take a Hindu, take a Latin American, they're fine, right? They don't cause any problems like these motherfuckers. And then you have these motherfuckers and they cause all the problems. They're telling me I'm bullshitting you. I gave you a counter example. What's this problem?
You know who Mia Khalifa is?
Yes, she's retarded. She's literally a porn star. What are you talking about?
Okay, alright. Okay, how do you think, what? No, she didn't know. You just got to measure up to 97, bro. You got to measure up to 87. It's a fucking, like, I'm not retarded. She would be a completely different person. She never left.
Are you saying the most famous porn star has like a low IQ relative to
She does, bro.
She
has one of the. Yeah, she's the only reason she had any popularity is because she had massive titties. Well, she's because again, people like, okay, so like diversity, right? She's a hot Arab chick, but she's American, right? She doesn't come with all the like crazy.
I don't think she's American.
Also, she's not American. You're hot, bro. Well, she's not American, but she's American. Not her early developmental stages was in America, so her personality, her perception, her mind is technically American.
Nigger.
Fuck you, nigger.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Because it's soft, so you ever seen a soft Hell yeah, soft cock gang.
We're really out here fucking soft.
I think it'll look this very.
Bro, who be deleting our cocks out of chat?
The Jews are deleting our cocks in the chat. Numbers, this team.
Bro,
Trying to get fucked on.
Raid is just like, Raid is my own.
I'm gonna switch to my computer. BRB.
Yeah, Evan posted a cock now. US Daddy Raid though.
I'm okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You sure, baby?
Hello.
You want us to get a picture of my girlfriend?
No,
Well, I think you do.
I don't.
But I know you do, especially you.
Ah! I have very loud music in my ears. But also, you don't have a girlfriend, you're an incel, faggot, fucking nerd.
Yeah, I just posted my girlfriend's twisty lips in Gen Chat.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
because you're gay. If you could confirm that, because you're fucking gay as shit.
But how does that make me gay, nigga?
How does it make me not gay that I have a big cock?
As in, why are you ignoring Raid? That's all.
Bitch had him and added for a reason.
Well, why did you unadd him?
Raise me.
Oh my god, you unadded me. You actually unadded me. Evan, you're a bad boy.
Bro, you're so fucking gay, actually.
How am I gay for calling a gay guy a bad boy? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
That's so gay. It's actually very gay.
That is not gay, bro.
Listen, meth, like, pretty much everyone.
Well, it's a huge thing in the tech industry too. That's an issue. Because people like sit there, they microdose that shit. So I mean, I've seen people. I've seen everybody from the lowest to the highest people use it. Pretty wild world we live in.
Hey, you live there? You live in Florida?
I was spotted in Orlando.
Oh, okay.
The places were cheap, you know, because of COVID.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. Are they still cheap or?
I mean, it's like 50% off. It's like, you know, condos are like $400K. You get them for $200. So I mean, it's pretty good.
It's good, bro.
Yep. It's like right over there by fucking lake. You know?
Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
They don't get mad at me for smoking weed, so.
That's good. I mean, shit.
Yeah, some places like, you know, they fucking me. Yeah, it's fucking purpose.
The only problem with you.
I have one bitch, right? The place I'm at now, I'm in California. It's legal. But, you know, there's this bitch down the street who just hates me. I don't know what it is. She told the police she got contact high from my weed. I was like, how much do you hate me, bitch? That just did there and have the police come to my house for school?
I'm not sure you're smoking. Maybe she did, bro.
Bro,
maybe she got in contact.
No, bro, she's a block away. No, there's no way. Stop it. She's a block away. Stop.
Bro, no way. Stop it.
That means she got high. That means the whole neighborhood would have been high if that was the case. Fuck
Yeah,
that bitch.
should have been.
She's a bitch. No. No. No.
Stop the whole neighborhood high again. You need to stop doing it.
I mean, we have enough weed for it, sure, but yeah, that's crazy. Like, yeah. Some people are just haters. Some people wake up and just gonna be a bitch. That's how people wake up. They just decide to be a bitch. It's awkward to me. That's why mental illness, you know, healthcare needs to be free for everybody because that's crazy. Like, who wakes up and eats their breakfast and go, I'm gonna be a bitch today. That's it. That's the decision I'm gonna make. Like, that's wild. Some people do that. But
I do that.
no, you don't do that. That's crazy. You said what?
I do that.
Okay,
administration for our country. Relaxation. Check this video out.
Confirms to Fox News that 18-year-old Haitian migrant Akeem Mark Desire was arrested by police in Mansfield, Massachusetts last week for allegedly sexually assaulting a child. Sources tell Fox the victim was a 10-year-old boy. Desire is now in ICE Boston custody, with ICE telling Fox in part, quote, Akeem Mark Desire allegedly victimized a minor member of our Massachusetts community. We carry a threat to the welfare of children in our community. Sources tell Fox Desire first flew into the U.S. on June 4th, 2023, arriving at Miami Airport, where he was released into the U.S. as part of the Biden administration's migrant flights program. In March, another Haitian migrant who flew into the U.S. via the Biden program last year, Corey Alvarez, was charged with aggravated child rape after prosecutors say he raped a girl inside of a migrant hotel in Rockland, Massachusetts. Just last week, DHS restarted the program with, quote, additional vetting after it had been put on hold in July after an internal audit found significant amounts of
אם יש לכם 80,000 שקל ואתם מחפשים השקעה שתאפשר לכם לייצר כסף בצורה פסיבית ולאורך זמן, בדקה הקרובה אתם הולכים לקבל ממני הצעה של פעם בחיים. יש לכם הזדמנות מיוחדת להקים חנות בקניון הכי מצליח בעולם. הקניון הזה פתוח 24/7, 365 ימים בשנה, והוא מייצר הכנסות של $400 מיליארד בשנה, וכל זה מבלי שתצטרכו לנהל את הדבר הזה או לקחת סיכונים מיוחדים. אני מדבר על פתיחת חנות אינטרנטית בפלטפורמת אמזון, מודל חדש שהצטרפו אליו כבר 350 ישראלים שמייצרים כסף פסיבי כל חודש מבלי שהם יתעסקו בשום דבר. המודל הזה מתאפשר בזכות זה שאנחנו, עם צוות של 40 עובדים, מנהלים הכל עבורכם, כל הבירוקרטיה, במודל שאין בו דמי ניהול חודשיים, ואנחנו מרוויחים רק כשאתם מרוויחים, בבסיס הצלחה. אנחנו פועלים תוך אינטרס משותף אחד, וזה לייצר לכם כמה שיותר רווח בחנויות שלכם כל חודש. כדי לצאת לדרך צריך סכום השקעה של החל מ-80,000 שקלים. לפרטים נוספים לבדיקת התאמה, תחצו עכשיו על הכפתור.
מי שהגג שלו פנוי ולא התקין מערכת סולארית, סיפור משלם כסף.
דוקטור אדי כהן, על הנאום של נסראללה אתמול ב5 בערב, נסראללה שואלים אותו אף פעם כמו שהוא נראה אז, אתמול אחר הצהריים הפתיע את כולנו. אדי, אתה מכיר אותו טוב, את הנאום שלו, אתה שמעת לו פעם ולא פעמיים. בואו ספר לנו אתה איך אתה התרשמת מנסראללה אתמול ב5.
רק לפני זה תרשה לי, שאלו אותי מה קורה עכשיו בלבנון. עכשיו בלבנון יש לעג. הם מצטטים את הפרסומים שלנו מאתמול ומהיום שטענו אנחנו שהשמדנו 100 מזכירים, נכון? זה מה שפורסם, לא יודע איפה, אבל פורסם שאנחנו
חיזבאללה חשבו שהם כבר יכולים ללקק את הפצעים אחרי מתקפת הפיפרים אתמול. הם טעו. היום שוב שרשרת פיצוצים היסטורי. כמו זאת, שהדהימה את המשתתפים בהלוויה של אחד המחוסלים מהם. בן של בכיר בחיזבאללה. החיה הסתיימה עם נפגעים רבים. אתמול היו אלה פיפרים, והיום דווח על מכשירי קשר מתפוצצים. היום הגיעו דיווחים על עוד מאות נפגעים, בהם הרוגים. מבוכה אדירה בשורות חיזבאללה, לאחר ההשפלה שנחל אתמול ארגון הטרור, שהנפגעים היום מצטרפים לעוד כ4,000 נפגעים, שעליהם דווח אתמול. בחזרה אחורה על היממה שעברה לבנון, שלא הצליחה להקל את מתקפת הפיפרים המתפוצצים. הלם, תרדמה ובלבול. מבוכה אדירה בשורות חיזבאללה, לאחר ההשפלה שנחל אתמול ארגון הטרור במתקפת הפיפרים המתפוצצים, כשהערכות עכשיו הן של כ4,000 נפגעים באירוע. פציעות קשות אצל מחבלי חיזבאללה, דווח כי בסביבות 500 מהם התעברו כתוצאה מהפיצוצים. בלבנון מתקשים להקד מה שקרה אתמול. זמן קצר לאחר מתקפת הפיצוצים יצא שר התקשורת הלבנוני לדבר עם עיתונאים. נראה נבוך מאוד, לא בטוח שהיה לו מה להגיד. בקבוצות הוואטסאפ נשלחו הודעות פעולות. הופצו קריאות להגיע לתרום דם עלי עמר איבד את בנו המחבל באירוע. כמובן שראש ממשלת לבנון, נג'יב מיקאתי, הגיע לנחם. בכל זאת, חיזבאללה היא כוח פוליטי משמעותי, הוא חייב להחניף להם. גם עלי חמי, שר התחבורה הלבנוני, גם חיזבאללה נכח באירוע ונראה עייף ומובס. תחבורה לבנון. כמובן שראש ממשלת לבנון, נג'יב מיקאתי, הגיע לנחם. בכל זאת, חיזבאללה היא כוח פוליטי משמעותי, הוא חייב להחניף להם. גם עלי חמי, שר התחבורה הלבנוני, גם חיזבאללה נכח באירוע ונראה עייף ומובס. עוד הגיבו לאירוע וליד ג'ונבלאט, מנהיג הדרוזים בלבנון, שלא ידוע כאוהב ישראל גדול. ג'ובראן בסיל הוא ראש מפלגת הזרם הפטריוטי החופשי, שכרתה ברית פוליטית עם חיזבאללה, למרות שהיא מפלגה נוצרית. על אף הברית, השמיע בסיל לאחרונה הסתייגויות מחיזבאללה, ועדיין, הוא הביע אתמול סולידריות עם ארגון הטרור. רבים בעולם הערבי והאסלאמי הביעו סולידריות לאחר האירוע. ירדן הייתה אחת ממדינות ערב שהעבירו משלוחי סיוע רפואי ללבנון. איראן, הפטרונית של נסראללה, לא יכלה להישאר אדישה, ושר החוץ האיראני כתב בחשבון ה-X שלו, בשיחת טלפון עם שר החוץ של לבנון. גיניתי בנחרצות את הטרור הישראלי, הבעתי הזדהות עם הקורבנות, והודעתי על נכונותה של ארצי לספק את כל סוגי הסיוע. נסראללה היה מודע היטב לסכנה שיכולים להוות מכשירים ניידים. הוא דיבר על הסכנה שיש במכשירי טלפון ניידים. אולי בגלל זה נרכשו במקומם ביפרים, אבל שביפרים יתפוצצו, נראה שלזה אפילו נסראללה לא ציפה. כן, נסראללה מובס, מוכה ומושפל. לא חסרים אנשים ששונאים את חיזבאללה בעולם הערבי, ומאתמול בערב הם חוגגים את האירוע. מוכה ומושפל. לא חסרים אנשים ששונאים את חיזבאללה בעולם הערבי, ומאתמול בערב הם חוגגים את האירוע.
יודעים אם המעסיק שלכם מפקיד בקרן הפנסיה את מה שמגיע לכם. פיצויים, תגמולים, הפרשות מעסיק.
רוצה להגיד ערב טוב לאלוף לשעבר, יפתח רונטל. אלוף במילואים. אלוף במילואים לשעבר. תשמע, למה לשעבר? לא, אתה לא סגר. שמע, זה לא אלוף במילואים. אבל אתה אלוף. נשאר מילואים. אני אתה אלוף. אתה אלוף, זה מה שלא רוצה לעשות, כן. יאללה, סגרנו. יפתח, בוא תסביר לנו, מקקה, פעילות כזאת. מה הפשט? שהיא לא מלווה בעוד מה קורה פה? תראה, אני אומר כך. קודם כל, לדעתי, אפשר לומר שסוף סוף המאמץ העיקרי עובר מעזה לצפון. אני אומר את זה כבר תקופה יחסית ארוך, כמה שבועות, אבל אני חושב שזה היום ברור לכולם. המאמץ העיקרי אסטרטגי. זה לא אומר שאדם את עזה צריך לאפשר ולהילחם שם. דבר אחד. דבר שני, לא פחות חשוב, לדעתי, מהלך מהסוג הזה הוא מהלך שהוא מרכיב במתקפה או במגננה. זאת אומרת, אם אתה שואל אותי, מדינת ישראל תפעל מאוד נכון מבחינה אסטרטגית, אם היא תנצל את המתקפה, אני דרך לומר אותה, את ההתקפה הזאת שנעשתה בהיקף חסר.
These are the Simpsons predictions for 2024. Welcome back. Charlie here. From the exact equation of the God particle to smartwatches, submarine implosions, and even Disney buying Fox. The Simpsons has made so many uncanny predictions which have already come true. But the Simpsons predictions for 2024 are insane. The Simpsons' first prediction is that Trump will win the 2024 election. On November 15th, 2022, Trump announced that he would run again for president in 2024. When this happened, the writer of The Simpsons, Al Jean, took to Twitter, pointing out that The Simpsons predicted this back in 2015. During one episode where the Simpsons family go into the future, Homer can be seen floating by a sign, and on that sign says Trump 2024. This episode aired before Trump was ever president. The Simpsons already predicted Trump becoming president once.
We've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump.
Which has led many to say they may be correct again. An even wilder Simpsons prediction is virtual reality food. The Simpsons already predicted virtual reality gaming back in 1998. In the episode titled Friends and Family, Homer and Marge can be seen eating virtual fudge through a straw on their VR headsets. You may think this could never happen in real life, but recently this technology has been invented in real life. A company named Aero Banquets, RMX, has made VR food. It allows you to eat various foods, and uses VR to change your taste perception, reframing the human mind and changing how we experience food. This is a very new technology that may take off in years to come. Another scary 2024 prediction is an AI takeover. Many experts have been sounding the alarm about AI taking people's jobs. In recent years, AI taking people's jobs has become a real concern. But The Simpsons predicted this all the way back in 2012, with the episode titled Them Robots. In the episode, Homer loses his job. That's because Mr. Burns replaces all of the power plant's employees with robots. In the episode, Mr. Burns even says humans will train these robots.
You will train them, they will replace you.
Before the robots go on to take the humans' jobs, which is exactly how AI works in real life. Robots are already working as waiters in Japan. It's also believed that taxi drivers will soon be replaced by self-driving cars. And ChatGPT will replace jobs, for example, coders, paralegals, financial advisors, stock traders, graphic designers, accountants, copywriters, proofreaders, and even translators. And of course, all of ChatGPT's training was done by humans, much like what happens in the episode. The Simpsons also predict that in 2024, AI will go rogue. You might think this sounds far-fetched, but a Google AI engineer recently lost his job. This was for exposing that Google's AI had become sentient.
We are rapidly approaching a point where we will have systems that can meaningfully imitate humans to the point where we won't be able to tell.
Meaning that it could learn from itself and also feel things. The employee, Blake Lemoyne, is highly respected in the AI scene, before he was fired for exposing this information. But The Simpsons actually warned us about this in 1994. In the episode Itchy and Scratchy Land, The Simpsons go to a theme park run by robots. As the episode goes on, the intelligent robots become sentient, disobeying humans and going rogue. When this aired in 1994, people would have laughed it off. But today, many ask what will happen if AI decides humans are in its way. But an even scarier Simpsons prediction might be that of World War III. Recently, the world has come closer to World War III than ever before, with conflicts breaking out all over the world, including the Russia-Ukraine war and the Israel-Palestine war, not to mention the heightened tensions between the USA and China. According to former CIA spy Andrew Bustamante, World War III is on the horizon in 2024.
I would argue that we're already in the beginning phases of World War III.
But some say The Simpsons warned us about this all the way back in 1987. That was when the season 2 episode titled World War III was broadcast. In the episode, Homer is paranoid that World War III is commencing, saying that major world powers are planning to nuke each other.
Wake up, everybody! It's World War III! Quick, down to the fallout shelter. The bombs are dropping.
Many worry that with all the wars breaking out around the world, this could come true in 2024. When the episode aired back in 1987, the Cold War was going on. Of course, in 1991, the Cold War was won by the USA. But recently, many are saying that we're now entering...
בסרטון זה נציג את מור לשליחה בקבלת הודעות וואטסאפ במערכת ייצור מובייל. באמצעות המערכת ניתן להעלות קובץ אקסל בכמות גדולה מאוד של ילדים ולשלוח לכולם הודעת וואטסאפ אישית בלחיצת כפתור אחת. בנוסף ניתן להמשיך להתכתב עם הנמען שעונה לנו באזור הצ'אט. לשליחת הודעה אם כן, נעתיק את תוכן הנתונים בתוך הקובץ ונדביק אותו במסך שליחת ההודעות.
Won by the USA. But recently, many are saying that we're now entering into a second Cold War, with tensions between the USA and Russia at an all-time high. An even more likely 2024 Simpsons prediction is colonizing Mars. The resemblance to real-life events here is insane. In the 2015 episode titled Friend with Benefits, the government starts looking for volunteers to move to Mars. The episode ends with a glimpse into the year 2051, which shows the Simpsons family living on Mars. A few years after this episode aired, Elon Musk revealed his plans to colonize Mars. But here's where things get really crazy. The date shown in the episode, 2051, would exactly line up with Elon's plan to send 1 million people to Mars by 2050. It's crazy how accurate The Simpsons seems to be with their predictions. Another Simpsons prediction is the first female president. In the 2000 episode titled But to the Future, Lisa becomes the first ever female president. In the episode, the USA had gone broke. This was due to the decisions made by the fictional President Trump.
As you know, we've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump.
Flash forward 24 years, and many say that a female president may be on the horizon. Kamala Harris is already the first female vice president of the United States. Some say that Joe Biden may not be around much longer, and if Joe does pass away, Kamala may take his place. Over the years, The Simpsons has predicted lots of technologies, including smartwatches and FaceTime. But a more recent technology The Simpsons predicted was a baby translator. In the 1992 episode named Brother, Can You Spare Two Dimes?, Homer's half-brother Herb invents a baby translator machine. You may think this technology could never be invented, but recently a company named Soundtrain has made something named the Baby T. This Swiss company has made a technology which translates baby speech into real words, allowing you to know if your baby is tired, hungry, or needs the bathroom, meaning that this year you'll be able to find out what your baby really wants. But did The Simpsons predict this, or did they just get lucky? A very worrying Simpsons prediction for 2024 is that of economic collapse. Recently, the world economy has been in turmoil, and that includes the USA. The USA printed $3.3 trillion in 2020 alone. Many say this may soon cause massive inflation and economic collapse, and people are losing their houses and jobs. According to many economists, this will only get worse in 2024. But The Simpsons actually warned us about this during the 2000 episode But to the Future. In the episode, the economic collapse takes place during Trump's presidency. While Trump is not yet the president, he might win in 2024, which means this exact episode might come true. Another brand new technology predicted by The Simpsons is that of hovercars. In the 2005 episode named Future Drama, The Simpsons go to the future. In this future, Homer and Bart travel around in a hovercar. Back in 2005, this was seen as satire, as no one thought hovercars could exist.
Hey, nigger.
What's up, nigger?
Very good.
Oh shit, dude. I thought that was a fucking filthy. You're bald as a motherfucker. That's a little bit intimidating, homie. I didn't even lie to you.
Really?
Yeah. You don't see too many bald people. When you do, you don't see them staring deep into the phone. It's just a little bit intimidating. It's just like, huh. Oh man, check this shit out. Look at all these bikes, dude. These fucking things.
Ah, that's nice.
A whole lot of motorcycles, man. You're still new to Ampersand, aren't you? This is Ampersand revamp.
Where are you?
What?
Where are you?
Where are you?
I'm at home.
That's good, that's good. That's good. I'm in Kansas City. You wanna pull up? Do something about it?
Kansas City.
Are you foreign, bro?
Yeah.
Who are you? I was wondering, man. You're not from the US, are you?
Nah. I ain't no trigger. Damn.
What's up, Chris? Alright, look.
Yep.
Hey, Chris, I was training this new piss missile that goes like 200 miles an hour just about.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Do you know this guy Trish? He's from Canada.
Sick. Is it a Honda?
Yeah, it's a Honda RC51. It's a 2001 edition. It even says on the dash right here, 189 miles an hour. That's on stock. This bitch has been tuned. It's been worked on.
That's awesome. Have you got 200 miles an hour on it?
Not yet. No, I'm still doing some work to it. I just got it running the other day, so it wasn't running, but now it runs. But after I do the oil change, I plan on doing a speed run on it. But right now, it has dirty oil in there. Hey Chris, I got banned from the other server. Huh? Yeah, the Mirage.
What they mean?
I was doxing Victoria and Vito threw a fit.
Say again, sorry, I didn't hear.
No, you're good. You were lagging out a little bit. I said I doxed Victoria and the other server, and Vito flipped out about it.
Doxed her, that's interesting.
Well, I just said her name. I just said her full name. Like, I was just saying Victoria Valls. And then Vito was like, why the fuck are you saying her full name like that, dude? And I was like, well, because she's a piece of shit. And he was like, well, no, fuck you. I'm banning you, and I'm also going to dox you. I was like, do it, pussy.
Cielo.
I literally, for the fattest minute I had as my thing here, I had a sequel dots me and shit like that.
Hey, Dodab,
Yeah.
what is Kansas? In what state is that?
Kansas is
Kansas is a state? It's the name of the state?
Yeah.
Can you add me to your friends? I want to send you a picture of my dick.
Oh, that's what's up, man. That's what's up, man. I think I'm good, homie. I think I'm good.
Okay, add me to your friends. I will send you a picture of my asshole.
He's uploaded videos of him throwing shit at school, basically.
What, are you serious, Chris? This man gets down and gravy like that? I can't even hear you, man. I think you're cutting out, Chris.
There's many poop vids of this man on the internet.
That sounds crazy. He looks like the type of guy that shit will throw it at people. Here's a very smooth head, you could say. Look at that guy's face. It's all smooth. Smooth.
Yeah, I know. Yesterday I shaved my hair.
Are you in some sort of fucking mental home? Why would you shave your hair?
Keeping in my own ass, I'm 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 running in my own path, I'm running in my own pass, I'm intercepting my own pass, I'm pouring on my own line.
Biggie, biggie, big, winning, winning, biggie, biggie,
Biggie boy, 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 biggie boy.
Hell yeah. Biggie boy, biggie, biggie. I can't even do it, but if it once said there.
Nigga.
Shut up, nigger lover. You shaved your head bald to support Black Lives Matter. Don't lie to me.
To support Black Lives Splatter.
Yeah, that is true. They do splatter.
I support Black Shit Matter.
Yo, Chris, you trying to buy a motorcycle off me, bro? You said you're trying to buy all of them? I'll sell you all of them. You got like a garage or something to put these bad boys in?
Yeah.
You know, Chris, are you still in that apartment, or are you ever gonna get your own fucking house, Connor?
I'm still in this part.
Why don't you go get a house?
These houses in my area are basically like $1.2 million or more.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
It's not in Toronto where everything's super expensive. Apartments like mine are going for $1,900 a month right now, basically, and I'm paying $1,100.
Hey, Trish.
Shit, that's not bad.
Trish, can I show you my videos?
If it doesn't include any of your fecal matter or body parts, yes.
Okay, so listen. I will send you a link. But I need to explain. Hey Trish, I already sent you the 3 links earlier. If you want to avoid seeing my body parts, then don't go to the. I mean, click on the I guess don't go to the Discord links. Just go to Atlantis, but don't go to Paradox. and then go to the YouTube link. I don't show my asshole in the YouTube links.
What?
I'm not sending it to you because you refuse to be my friend on Discord.
I don't want you to send it to me, homie. What are these videos? Like, what? Well, I refuse to be your friend because you kind of disturbed me a little bit.
Okay, no problem.
He said, okay, no problem. That's great. That's great.
Yeah, no problem. You don't have to be my N-word.
Calm down, nigger lover. You're over here showing your butthole to men, my boy.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Don't be a fenmucker. Don't be a fenmucker, which is an anagram for man fuck.
Yeah, don't fuck me.
Don't be a fen.
Le flic. Bang!
Sir Julius Malema, the man who sang Kill the Boar, Kill the Farmer, wants to seize all the white farmers in South Africa. What happened in Zimbabwe when this very thing occurred? In the year 2000, Zimbabwean dictator Robert Mugabe decided to seize the highly successful and productive farms of the around 4,500 white farmers in the country. Mugabe's supporters, many claiming to be war veterans, descended on the white properties, forcibly evicting their owners. The sieges were violent. Both white farmers and black farm workers were killed in this process, and looting and destruction were commonplace. However, unlike the whites, who had decades of specialized skill and knowledge of farming, Mugabe's loyalists who took over were clueless when it came to the practice. And in the country that was once called the breadbasket of Africa, starvation and famine set in. The siege of the farms caused economic collapse, with the government printing more money to meet its obligations and causing hyperinflation, which incredibly at its peak was around 80 billion % per month, and caused the printing of the $100 trillion Zimbabwe Bank. Sir Julius Malema.
If I don't pay this tax bill, the government is going to take my house. But that doesn't seem... We just received this package. Henry from the UK sent in his locked plastic card, so we are upgrading to this custom gold metal card. We lasered this custom design to the front of the metal card, and for this particular design, we are...
How many... Does that make Britain not a democracy? Well, you're asking the wrong guy. I'm a Republican, so I think we should be a full democracy and get rid of the monarchy. And I can say
This safety device saves school children's lives. In America, school shooting is a serious problem, so they invented this genius device to turn classrooms into shelters. The barricade is inserted into the door and floor plate, making the door impossible to open. And with the safety shade, the view from the threat is blocked. This safety device saves school...
ויש לי אפליקציה חדשה שמשתמשת ב-AI ועושה את כל הכמויות האלה. האפליקציה מוסיפה לזמן.
This is Yusuf Dikes, the Turkish shooter said to be a secret assassin due to his raw skill. During the 2024 Olympics, Dikes left an impression on many with his high-precision aiming.
I'm assuming.
There's a big black nigger in the sky, and he wants to suck my wiener, he wants to suck my cock. There's a big black nigger in the sky. See, la. There's a big black nigger in the sky. He wants to suck my wiener. He wants to suck my cock. Hey, Trish.
I'll be back in.
Yep.
What about that was cool? Shit, look, I'm still coming back home.
No. No idea. Sometimes it's alright, but like it's hard to understand on Discord sometimes.
Yeah, man.
Thick fucking accent. My mouth is like a dry piece of, tissue blowing in the wind.
Yeah, plastic bag drifting to the wind.
Listen, don't ever call me a plastic bag. I'm fine linen.
I am.
Like a fine linen.
Do you ever feel plastic bag drifting through the wind? Wanna just start again?
Feed the baby turtles.
Fuck the baby turtle. Fuck 'em.
Bodily autonomy. Bodily autonomy. Bodily autonomy. Bodily autonomy. היי, מה נשמע? אני קיבלתי את המספר שלך מסלאבה לגבי מנופים. אני הבנתי שאתם מתעסקים עם מנופים? אוקיי. אותי מעניין, אני כרגע לא יודע בדיוק מה אתם עושים, אני אגיד לך, תגיד לי אם אתה מתעסק עם זה. אני מעניין אותי המנופים של הכי גדולים של האתרי בנייה. וזה משהו שאתם מתעסקים איתו? יש מנופים של אתרי בנייה שקוראים להם עגורן צריח. מעניין אותי לעבוד איתם, לעבוד למעלה במנוף. כן. תגיד לי, חוץ מהנדסה בגובה, יש עוד בית ספר? אני אגיד לך משהו, תקשיב, אני לפני חודשיים, אתה שומע? לפני לא, יש את האתר בנייה, כאילו, אני לא יודע אם עדיין זה שם, אבל היה אתר בנייה, יש את הבית חולים תל השומר, נסעתי לכיוון קריית אונו, אז עצרתי בצד ימין, היה שם אתר בנייה. ואני לא יודע אם זה עדיין שם, אבל ביקשתי את הטלפון שמישהו מתעסק עם זה. בקיצור, אבל תקשיב, לפני חודשיים אני סיימתי לימודים בהנדסה בגובה, לימודים של עוזר בטיחות באתר בנייה. עכשיו, אני סיימתי בציון 90 ומשהו, כאילו אני עברתי את המבחן. לא מצאתי בזה עבודה, אוקיי? אני הבנתי שצריך, אחר כך רק הבנתי שזה לא כזה בביקוש עוזר בטיחות, וצריך גם אולי ניסיון, אולי קשרים, משהו כזה. לא, ברור לי שאם אני ארצה אני אמצא, זה ברור לי. בינתיים אני לא עובד בזה, אבל הסיבה שאני מדבר על זה כי הניסיון האישי שלי עם הנדסה בגובה, אפשר להגיד שאני לא כל כך אהבתי. איך שהם מתנהגים, אני לא התרשמתי לטובה. בגלל... אז זה או... לא יצא לך לדבר על אופציה אחרת מהנדסה בגובה. מה זה לא בא לך לחייך? לא הבנתי. תראה, אם אין ברירה אז נעשה, אני מנסה להבין דרכך, אם זה לא הנדסה בגובה אז האופציה האחרת זה רק פלסטינאים, אתה אומר לי. אתה אומר לי שאם זה לא הנדסה בגובה אז זה רק לעבוד עם הפלסטינאים, נכון? כן, התכוונתי, אם זה לא הנדסה בגובה אז זה ללמוד עם הערבים, אתה אומר. יכול להיות שהחברות של הכוח אדם הם משלמים על הלימודים ובעצם לומדים דרכם? הבנתי, אז אם אני... אם אני בא אליך, אז לדבר איתך אחרי שסיימתי את הלימודים. כן, אז אם אני מסיים ללמוד עגורן צריח, שזה המנופים של האתרי בנייה, אם אני לקראת הסטאז', לקראת הסיום של הלימודים, אני יכול לדבר איתך ומשם נמשיך. אני גר בקריית אונו. אני לא הייתי על מנוף, אין לי רישיון, אני עוד לא למדתי. כן, אבל אני לא נתנו לי לעלות למעלה. למה? בגלל שהלימודים קשים. אני מבין, אבל אתה אומר לי שאולי כדאי שאני קצת יבין מה עלול להרתיע אותי, מה בעצם קיצוני פה. מה, שזה לשבת לבד? אז כן, תסביר לי, תדבר איתי חופשי, כאילו אתה מדבר איתי על פחד גבהים, שאני אפחד מהגובה. אוקיי, אם אני אעלה מה מובן מאליו? בסדר, אז אם אני אעלה למעלה... כן, אוקיי, עכשיו אני מנסה לשאול שאלה. אם אני אעלה למעלה, אני בן 34. אם אני אעלה למעלה ואני אראה שאני לא מפחד, אז אני יכול להבין שזה בסדר? יש לך עכשיו אתר בנייה שאתה יכול להגיד לי ללכת לשם שאני יכול לעלות למעלה? בסדר גמור, יאללה, תודה רבה, ביי ביי. שבעה ימים.
Yeah. What else do you play? I don't know, because you're on PC, I'm on PlayStation, so like
I'm on
you can watch the
PlayStation as
game.
well. I'm on PlayStation.
So are you? Well, let's play Saints Row.
You can play whatever, as long as it's
Yeah, it says that I got on your profile. It says playing the finals.
Well, I play the finals. I play X Defiant, Split Game, Rocket League.
Rocket League.
Yeah.
So if you're not on that account, you want me to just send you my fucking number or what?
My phone's off, but yeah.
No, I'm not gonna send you my number if you don't even have a phone. No.
I mean, I do. I have to pay my phone bill. I just have to wait till I get my check.
Oh, 3 days.
Yeah. I think I have your number already, actually.
My phone number? Maybe. I doubt it. I guess I texted to you. I mean, I don't care.
I think.
Who are you?
For most of us, the world seems clear. We are born, given names, and become part of a family. But for some, before even receiving a name, A price is placed on their existence. Imagine that, your very life, your identity, being a commodity. This may sound like something out of a suspense thriller, but it's the chilling reality that unfolded just last year on March 1st in Daegu, South Korea. The story begins with a 30-something pregnant woman being rushed to a university hospital in labor. Today, let's dive into the dark world where newborn babies are turned into commodities, a black market that has shocked Koreans. Amid the flurry of activity, the tense urgency of the situation as doctors rush a woman to the delivery room, a baby boy is born via C-section. But the newborn, though fragile, is sent to the neonatal intensive care unit for extra care, leaving the mother to recover from surgery. So far, this seems like a standard, if stressful, hospital experience. 6 days later, the mother, Miss Pak, is discharged. Her baby, though, remains in the NICU. She's anxious, worried like any parent, but she leaves. Fast forward to March 13th, just a week later, Miss Pak returns, saying she's come to take her baby home. But here's where things start to feel off. The hospital staff notices something strange. It's one of those moments where you stop and do a double take. There's something wrong with Miss Pak. She looks different. One of the staff members recalled later that there was a significant difference in physique between the person who came claiming to be the mother and the woman who gave birth. And it wasn't just about her size or appearance. Something deeper felt wrong. Even the attending doctor, someone who had seen hundreds, maybe thousands of mothers and babies, knew that something wasn't right. The doctor asked her, "Are you really the mother?" The woman didn't hesitate. She insisted she was the baby's mother. And here's where the moment becomes even stranger. The doctor, perhaps a little tired but definitely alert, asked a simple but sharp question. Then who am I? The woman couldn't answer. She stood there, exposed. Pressed further by the hospital staff, she finally broke down. "Actually, I'm her sister," she admitted, quickly claiming she didn't feel well. She complained of a headache, chest pain, and just like that, she vanished, leaving the hospital in a hurry. But the staff knew something wasn't right and immediately reported the incident to the police. So, who was this woman, really? What was her plan? And why pretend to be someone else, let alone a baby's mother? Miss Pak, the woman pretending to be the mother, had a story ready when questioned. According to her, she was merely helping a close friend, the baby's real mother, who had no health insurance and needed emergency care. It all seemed almost noble on the surface. Miss Pak claimed that in an act of kindness, she lent her name for the hospital records. It wasn't just a favor. She and her husband had gone as far as filing the birth registration, officially listing the baby as their own. But something didn't quite add up. What was really going on behind this act of charity? When the authorities dug deeper and asked Miss Pak more specific questions about the situation, her responses became evasive. An investigation followed, and what the authorities found was far more disturbing than anyone could have imagined. Digital evidence unraveled a chilling timeline. From September 2020 to March of last year, almost 3 years, Miss Pak had been buying newborns, not just helping desperate mothers in emergencies. 4 babies, to be exact, using the same method each time. Each of those babies passed through her hands, stripped of their real identities, before being adopted by others. And she was just getting started. There was even an attempt to buy a 5th child, though this time her plan fell through. What began as a suspicious hospital visit turned into the discovery of a baby trafficking scheme, an underworld of deception where infants were treated as commodities. The police confirmed 4 cases of child